Good morning, everyone. Can I ask you please to take your seats? We're going to begin now, so if you would all be kind enough to take your seats, we would appreciate it. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to all of you that are here. Welcome to all of you who are joining us via live stream this morning. Thank you all for being here. In the week to come, we'll be marking Yom HaShoah. Today, we mark our Yom HaShoah remembrance here at Temple Beth David with our 10th annual Yom HaShoah Vigil of Remembrance. And we're joined together in remembrance. Our remembrance is a simple one. It's the reading of the names of those who are Holocaust martyrs. Because to each person there is a name, and every person deserves to have their name read and heard. Sadly, we will reach only a fraction of those names today. We'll ask all of you who are with us today to do two things before you leave, whether or not you are reading. One of those is to sign your name on the placard at the rear to indicate that you were here today as a witness to this remembrance. And the other is to light a yellow candle on the table in front of the bima. As night falls, and we will be here until 9:45 tonight, and the sanctuary darkens, that will be the light, that will be the focus for all of us that are here and for all of us that are watching. We will begin this morning, just so that you know what is ahead. We'll begin this morning with some words from our cantor and then some words from Rabbi Eisenman. That will be followed by the lighting of 6 yellow memorial candles as the cantor chants the Omolei Rachamim. And then we will be very pleased to introduce and bring forward our guests today. So with that, cantor.
Good morning. We are the people of memory. The Hebrew root Zayin Chaf Resh, Zachar, Zachor, meaning memory or remembering, appears 228 times in the Torah. The injunction to remember the work of creation and remember the exodus from Egypt are cornerstones of our faith, our relationship to God, and our liturgy. These are national memories, ones that we have collectively agreed to pass on to the next generations in order to preserve our story and our national and religious values. And so today, we remember the 6 million plus Jews killed during the Holocaust. We thank you all for being here with us as we commemorate this 10th anniversary of our Yom HaShoah. We light candles of remembrance and hope for a better future. I'd like to welcome Rabbi Deborah Eisenman for some words of Torah this morning.
Thank you, Cantor. It has been told that when the great Jewish historian Salar Whitmer Baron was asked what was the impact of the Holocaust on the Jewish people, he took his hand and covered half his face, as if to demonstrate that half of the Jewish people, and maybe even at the time, half of humanity had been wiped off this planet. Professor Baron said at the Adolf Eichmann trial that in his European city of his youth, Tarnov, there were 20,000 Jews in that city. And when he returned in 1952, there were only 20 that remained. Most other Jews, including Baron's parents and sister, had been exterminated among the 6 million who perished at the hands of the Nazis. We often quote the Genesis passage of the Bible that we are created in the image of God, B'Tselem Elohim, and we can imagine that as Professor Baron covered his face, he was telling us that the loss of these precious human beings had diminished the divine face of God as well. Today, we come at this 10th anniversary at Temple Beth David to hear the names of these precious souls. And in so doing, we acknowledge that part of the glory of God's very image has been lost. But with this tragic loss of the Jewish people and the diminishment of God's very glory, we also acknowledge the ever-present drive to survive of the Jewish people, which is embodied in the survivors themselves. It is also embodied in many Holocaust Torahs, and the prophet Zechariah says, "Halo ze'ud mutzal me'aesh," for this is the brand plucked from the fire. This is the brand plucked from the fire. Every time we brought back a Holocaust Torah, it reminded us that life and the morals of the Jewish people go on. The survivors themselves remind us that life can reign supreme even in the dark kingdom of death. As Holocaust survivor Walter Bloom reflects in his work, The Holocaust Through the Eyes of the Beholder, he says, "I do remember, and I shall not forget. My son remembers, and so will future generations, as an act of Kedushah, of holiness, a private, intimate moment to our dead." And so here we are today, and we must rise and commit ourselves to life, to memory, and Kedushah, holiness, which are the cornerstones of what it means to be Jewish, what it means to be human in every generation. And when we do this, we begin the restoration, the tikkun of God's very Shekhinah, God's very presence, God's very face. With every light, we declare, may their names ever be a blessing. Shalom.
I'm so struck by two things that Rabbi Eisenman mentioned. One was the poem, The Holocaust Through the Eyes of the Beholder by Walter Bloom, which was, for those of you that joined us for services yesterday morning, one of the poems that were read during our remembrance yesterday morning, and the other by Professor Baron, speaking of his town of Tarnow. And I think many of you may know that our own rescued Holocaust Torah scroll, of which we are the custodians, comes from the town of Tarnow and was written for the Jews of that town in the years between 1800 and 1810. There are actually, in some recent work that I did with respect to our rescued scroll, I also learned that there are two other scrolls from that town that were rescued. One of them resides with a congregation in Sacramento, California. and the other with a congregation in Louisville, Kentucky. So that town lives on through the rescued scrolls. We'll continue now with the lighting of our 6 memorial candles, the first of which will be lit by Cantor Ben Simone. And then as the cantor chants the El Mole Rachamim, I will call on others of you to light the other candles.
I invite us all to rise if we are able. El male rachamim, shochen bamromim, hamtze menucha nechona, tachat kanfei hashechina, במעלות קדושים וטהורים, כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים, לנשמות כל אחינו בני ישראל, שנטבחו בשואה, אנשים, נשים וטף, שנחנקו, שרפו, ושנהרגו, שמסרו את נפשם על קידוש השם, בגן עדן תהי מנוחתם. אנא בעל הרחמים, הסתירם בסתר כנפיך לעולמים, וצרור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם, אדוני הוא נחלתם, וינוחו בשלום על משכבותיהם, ונאמר Amen. Exalted, compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure, whose radiance is like the heavens, to the souls of all the men, women, and children of the house of Israel who were slaughtered, strangled, and burned in the Shoah. May they rest in paradise. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. Adonai is their portion. May they rest in peace, and let us say, Amen. Mizmor
Rabbi Deborah Eisenman. Dr. Jenny Frumer. Executive Director, Bobby Sadow.
ומשענתך, שבטך ומשענתך,
And our member and child of survivors, Susan Rappaport.
תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, נגד צורריי, דישנת בשמן ראשי, דישנת בשמן ראשי, דישנת בשמן ראשי, כוסי רוויה.
Be seated, everyone. Thank you again, Cantor. Thank you all. And again, good morning to all of you that are with us today and joining us via live stream. Thank you for joining us for this year's annual Vigil of Remembrance. And this year, just as we think of the 6 million, we also remember the survivors. Yesterday morning during Shabbat service, we took time to think of the survivors and to remind ourselves that there's no stereotypical survivor, that there can be no hagiography of the survivor, and that each of them was impacted in a unique way. This morning, we're privileged in being joined by two members of our community whose work on behalf of survivors in our community and beyond recognizes the differences and the many challenges that survivors experience, especially as the remaining survivors grow both much older and much fewer in number. Their professional backgrounds, experiences, achievements, and expertise are many and outstanding, and the fact that time limits our ability to list them all here does them an injustice. But as I introduce them, I'm glad to share at least a few. Dr. Jenny Frumer is the director of the Now for Holocaust Survivors Initiative at Morse Life. She's the retired CEO of Alpert Jewish Family Services in West Palm Beach, a co-founder and an officer on the board of the International Center of Multi-Generational Legacies of Trauma, and set the standards for person-centered, trauma-informed care programming and services for Holocaust survivors. She's testified on behalf of Holocaust survivors in southern Florida before the Special Envoy for Holocaust Issues for the United States Department of State. Dr. Frumer serves as adjunct faculty at Fordham University and at Lynn University, and her deep understanding of the variety of issues faced by Holocaust survivors will be readily apparent. We're both grateful and honored to have her join us today. Keith A. Myers is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Morse Life Health Systems and has been at its helm for the past 15 years. He's spent much of his professional life in managing multifaceted healthcare organizations and has played a leading role in providing and advancing services for and advocating on behalf of seniors. He is a member of the Florida Board of Nursing Home Administrators at the appointment of the governor, and as not-for-profit vice president on the board of directors of the Florida Healthcare Association, which is our state's largest advocacy organization for senior care providers. Keith has also been regional vice chair of advocacy for the Florida Association of Homes and Services for the Aging and a board member of the Association of Jewish Aging Services, among other significant positions he has and continues to hold in these areas. In meeting and talking with him, it's evident that care for Holocaust survivors and Holocaust awareness are for him not merely interests but passions. We're very pleased and fortunate to have him here today with us as well, and so I'm pleased to to bring you Dr. Jenny Fromer and Keith A. Myers.
Thank you, Lynn. On the congregation of Beth David for inviting Jenny and myself here. When Lynn and Barbara came to speak to us, I was very excited to be able to share with all of you the various happenings that are occurring with Morse Life as it pertains to the Holocaust survivors. So before I tell you about our Now initiative and have Jenny speak about the programming that we're doing, let me give you a little bit of understanding about Morse Life. Morse Life has been in existence for over 39 years. During this time, we have developed into a 50-acre campus. An aerial view right there. We have an independent living. We call it Live-In Palace. We have assisted living called the Tradition of the Palm Beaches. We have the Resnick Affordable Assisted Living. We have memory care. We also have long-term care and short-term care in the MAC Pavilion. And we have a program called PACE, Program All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly. We have 13,000 individuals who live in Palm Beach County who meet nursing home eligibility and they choose to stay at home. So we pick them up and bring them to our PACE centers, one here in West Palm Beach, one in Del Rey, in Temple Sinai, and we have another one in Green Acres in connection with Temple Bet Tikva. And we provide them with all services so we can keep them out of the hospital. When you look at the map, you'll see the blue sails, and that's all the buildings of the 50 acres that we were talking about. But we have a very robust home and community-based service arm. We, like I talked about, the 3 PACE centers. We serve over 50,000 meals on wheels a year. We're in 22 gated senior communities offering information referral, safety checks at home, balance assessments, and providing activities so people will develop an affinity for the quality that Morse Life offers. We have home care, which is private home care, as well as skilled home care throughout the county. We provide care management services as well. If you feel that one of your loved ones need additional care and you need to maneuver through the network or the healthcare network, you just call us up and we'll come in there, broker services, and ensure that the individual has a quality of life. We also offer hospice and palliative care, and our new initiative, which we started 2.5 years ago, is providing services to Holocaust survivors. When you look at the map, you can see why we touch 3,600 individuals a day. June of 2019, I was at a Federation meeting, and they were presenting the findings of a population study that they just completed. And when I was listening to the various terms and what was happening with the population, I was stunned to hear that there were 2,000 Holocaust survivors living in Palm Beach County below the poverty level. And I said to myself, that's amazing. I can't believe that is occurring in Palm Beach County. I said, we have all this vast array of services offered at Morse Life, and we have a fantastic relationship with the community who have supported our services each and every day. Let's put those 2 points together, and let's make sure that these individuals who suffered so horrible atrocities in their early years will never have to suffer again and leave a quality of life. So with that, working with our board of directors, we started the Morse Life Now for Holocaust Survivors initiative. And I'm gonna have Jenny, who is Jenny Fromer, Dr. Jenny Fromer, who's the director of the program, talk about the various programming and people that we help each and every day.
Thank you, Keith. And thank you. It's such an honor to be here today and really participate in this vigil. So a common myth is that all Holocaust survivors will be gone in the next 5 years. It's true. While many are dying every day, we have come to learn that there were many more than we ever imagined who were children during the Holocaust. Not many lived in camps, but thousands upon thousands were physically hiding, living in the forest, and many more thousands were fostered by families, not always righteous families, and many more assumed other identities. We often lament the 50 years of conspiracy of silence. It was actually not until Schindler's List by Spielberg that opened the doors and allowed survivors to speak freely about their experiences and the atrocities they experienced. Because when they originally arrived on our shores as refugees, they were snubbed and looked down upon. When they arrived on our shores, they were dressed differently. They spoke other languages. They were extremely cautious and very isolated. And we, collectively, as a society, told them to get over it and that they were safe now and that they should get on with their lives. Well, they did just that because they're resilient. However, we collectively may have done our brethren and what we now know as traumatized, weary parents and grandparents possibly an injustice. So you may ask, why now? It's now because we couldn't or didn't know better then. The oldest survivor we are currently helping is 104, and the youngest is 83. No one knows how many survivors are actually in the USA, and it is estimated that there might be as many as 120,000 who survived the Shoah. We don't know because younger survivors who were more easily integrated and acculturated and generally have never applied for reparations or compensation, and so they're not documented. However, they often bear the scars of what they witnessed, including abandonment and increased triggers and symptoms of anxiety as they age. South Florida is the second largest population of survivors and the fastest growing demographic of child survivors, those who were children during the Holocaust. The median age is only 90. 50% of survivors are not yet 90. 42% live in poverty, and that number is actually higher for Russian-speaking survivors who came to our shores later in life, and as such do not qualify for Social Security. Survivors tend to feel more isolated than their peers, and they may have also experienced years of malnutrition and illnesses that were never properly cured or physical injuries that were never received medical attention. So they tend to have higher acuity of needs. We want to help survivors now, and many of the older survivors still live in the shadows, afraid to be identified as a target. So we collectively must continue to do outreach to ensure their dignity in their remaining years. Our program is unique in that the Now Initiative, because we're able to raise the money through the generosity of donors, helps families of survivors, not only the Holocaust survivor. So this is one of the most unique elements because we can and do help the spouses of Holocaust survivors, even if they are not a Holocaust survivor. Because by helping the spouse with services, we provide that Holocaust survivor with the support and care that makes their lives easier caring for an ill spouse. We have also helped the children of Holocaust survivors in some instances. The Now Initiative works closely with the Jewish Family Services to coordinate care and offers expanded additional supplemental services when their funds are not available to help a survivor, a spouse, or the child of a survivor. Our approach is from a trauma-informed perspective, a framework ensuring, and in addition to highly qualified nursing professionals and caregivers who have received person-centered trauma-informed care. Our licensed clinical social workers also provide trauma-informed counseling. The Now Initiative is part of a larger health system, as you learned, and professionals like myself can easily access dozens of services through the Morse Life system of care. You may be wondering about the types of services I'm referring to. I'm not going to read them all, I'm just going to highlight a few of them. But any service that an older adult might need, including basic care such as food preparation and delivery, dental care, and other services not easily available through Medicaid. Medications are sometimes paid for, as are medical copays. Palm Beach County is a hard place to be in safe, affordable housing. We assist with rent and utilities at times. While Morse Life has a beautiful campus, we try to keep survivors living in their own homes for as long as possible, and will pay for services to do so, such as personal care, assistance with dressing, transportation to grocery stores, chore service, and escort to medical medical services. The Now Initiative is a strong advocate for survivors and will follow the care right into the hospitals and into short-term rehab and back home. One of the more compelling and concerning areas for our work is with survivors and end-of-life care. Thankfully, Morse Life has palliative care and hospice care. These services are trauma-informed, which are greatly needed for survivors because their end-of-life issues are oftentimes very complex and complicated. Each survivor is professionally assessed, and then a plan of care is developed to meet their changing needs over time. Very briefly, I mentioned that we do outreach. And so, as you'll see on the next slide, we are here to help. We actually emerged out of the pandemic with a big Purim party. All 70 available seats were taken. Our wonderful volunteers continue to provide meal delivery on Meals on Wheels. And also, Kristallnacht last year, even though we were still not open to the community, we did a live stream with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And over Hanukkah, we had a photo booth, which was tremendous fun for residents. Before I hand back to Keith, for those of you who like numbers, you will see that we have provided over $176,000 in physical assistance, such as rent and utilities, medical and supplemental copays, other important insurances, assistance with household appliances, and those services not directly provided by Morse Life or other services in the community in the form of financial assistance. Over 65,000 hours of home care, including personal care, homemaking, transportation, and grocery shopping, for example. More than 11,000 meals have been delivered to Holocaust survivors. Over 3,000 hours of care management, coordination of care, and supportive counseling have been offered. Before now I really hand it over to Keith, I just wanted to show you a picture of our 1 millionth meal that was delivered, happens to be to a Holocaust survivor last year.
When we in December to receive a grant from the Jewish Federations of North America for community outreach, like Jenny was telling you. And I was real excited because I was thinking about planning, like having various gatherings throughout the county, and that would attract a lot of Holocaust survivors. But then we were hit by COVID, and that really changed the entire to figure out how are we going to provide outreach and find the Holocaust survivors, because they live below the radar screen. So we had to use ingenuity, and first and foremost, we started with Zoom gatherings. So we got a lot of families together who, some were of course second generation Holocaust survivors, and they came or we were Zooming together, talking about the services that we offered. And many times they were able to help us find Holocaust survivors that needed our help. Then we offered a series of webinars put on by Dr. Irit Feltzen, who focused on issues impacting second generation and third generation individuals. And that was really well accepted, and we received a lot of information back and forth through the webinars. And what we did gain was not only a perspective about their feelings, but they also helped us in gathering additional Holocaust survivors that needed our help. In December, another thing that we did, which was great, was we started working with the Palm Beach County school system. I don't know if you know this, but in Florida, there's a mandate that all school systems, all 74 school systems, must teach some information about the Holocaust. It's not a formal type of lesson, but they still must teach it. In Palm Beach County, we're very fortunate because we have a program director for Holocaust Studies, and we were able to work with her, and we were in 20 classrooms creating butterflies. There's a movement around the country, around the world, called the Butterfly Movement, which is the importance of creating 1.5 million butterflies to replicate the 1.5 million children that perished at the hands of the Nazis. And one thing the Nazis did well was document. So once we gave a lesson in these 20 different schools, they would then go back to the lessons would be in social studies, and they'd go back to their art classes, and they would paint a butterfly, and the butterfly would have a name of a child that perished. So they were able to bring the lesson back to the art room and still think about the Holocaust while they were painting this butterfly. So it was very interesting and exciting. The next slide shows you that we found an artist in town who has a passion for Holocaust. Bruce Gindelman, who is part of Morse Life, volunteer and community, is passionate, as I said, about the Holocaust because he lost his grandfather. And if you ever go to Bruce's studio, he has many, many paintings and scenes of Holocaust. He's also been, he's showed his paintings in Krakow, and we were very fortunate to have him because what he's doing is creating the Gindelman Children's Holocaust Memorial, which is going to be a 26 feet tall, 20 feet wide kapok tree, casted in bronze. On top of it will be a chimney, and when you go under it, you can look up and see a Jewish star, and on all the branches, there'll be butterflies. And this will be at the Morse Life campus, and it will be the symbol of our Now for Holocaust Survivor initiative and also for our educational arm. So we're very excited about this tree. We will have a dedication on next January. I think it's January the 26th. And it will be a perfect way because that is, of course, the day that Auschwitz was freed. So that will be a perfect time to dedicate this tree. In December of this year, we formed an alliance, or we merged with Next Generations. Next Generations is a volunteer organization that's been around for 18 years, providing all lessons about the Holocaust in different different mediums, either at schools, in colleges, on webinars, or in community centers. And we were very fortunate to take on this initiative because now not only are we providing services, but now we have a very solid educational arm so we can go out in the community and teach lessons of the Holocaust about civility, about mitigating bigotry and hatred, being an upstand versus a bystander. And we have around 32 lessons that we're able to utilize and provide to communities and civic organizations anytime they want, or if there's a crisis that really needs additional further education, we can do that as well. One of our goals that we have is that we would be able to utilize the signature educational program that we have now with the merger of Next Generation, where we provide a lesson, provide a visual aid, and then we have a Holocaust survivor speak about their story, or someone who is the next generation will speak about their story. So now you have multiple types of mediums as you listen to the story and the lessons about the Holocaust, and it provides a really great way and an impactful way to understanding. We are now working with 84 classes around Palm Beach County, and I believe 9,000 students. We are they're hearing lessons, and then in their social studies, and then they go into their art studies, and they paint mosaics. These mosaics, of course, is of the butterfly, and that also comes with the name of a child who perished at the hands of the Nazis. And we are going to take all these mosaics, frame them, and we're going to hang them in the county courthouse in West Palm Beach and in the county courthouse in Delray. So it's very significant, and we're very proud of this initiative. Another thing that we're very pleased for, that on our campus, we found a building that we're going to remodel and refurbish, and it's going to be for the purpose of healing and an educational center around Holocaust issues. And I'm going to ask Jenny Frumer to provide you with some of the programming that will take place in this Healing and Education Center.
Thank you, Keith. So you are the first group to hear about this vision. This has really just been launched in the last 10 days. The Healing and Education Center will house the Morse Life Holocaust Living and Learning Experience, where we will also offer non-medical programs such as wellness programs of all sorts, things like bereavement groups and caregivers groups and support groups for parents and siblings struggling with a family member who has a mental illness, art therapy, music therapy, meditation, yoga, and mindfulness workshops, a volunteer Bikur Cholim, visiting the sick program, Mishparer circles, of Holocaust survivors and grandchildren of Holocaust survivors, seminars for couples who wish to enhance their communication, including with adult children and grandchildren, all types of topics and seminars on aging, trauma-informed principles for businesses to enhance their employee-customer experiences. We're going to have retreat space for community groups. Most exciting, we're going to have this space for a labyrinth, a walking circle that offers healing to quiet the mind and connect the body, mind, and inner spirit. It's used for centuries. They boost healthy life and recovery. It is a stress reduction, problem-solving mechanism. And all of these programs that we're going to develop very quickly are all We're going to offer services and community programs obviously in the community, and also one of my favorite COVID keepers, which of course is our capacity to do virtual kinds of workshops and programming.
So we want to thank you for allowing us to be here and be at Beth David and to be part of this commemoration ceremony. And we'd like to open the floor for any questions or that you may have regarding what we're doing in the community and the services that we're providing.
Barbara has a question.
Okay, Barbara?
This is the area that I spend a lot of my time doing research and also providing services. In the last 12 to 15 years, we really have a lot more research about the transmission of intergenerational trauma, the transmission of trauma from one generation to the next. And it is an unusual situation where children of survivors and grandchildren of survivors, and sometimes even great-grandchildren of survivors, even though they weren't at the actual event themselves, experience some multi-generational legacy of trauma that really has changed through the period of time. And so one of the things, and Dr. Irit Felsen is really a specialist in this area, offering workshops. It was really only Helen Epstein's book that came out that really helped the children of Holocaust survivors even identify that their homes were different, that they didn't experience the same kinds of extended family opportunities that their friends at school did. And we have to help families understand that it's a real thing. It's demonstrated over and over. It's not just in the potential changes in the myosin kind of framing of the DNA. It doesn't actually change the DNA, but there's some research out of New York and Israel that shows that it impacts cortisonal levels physically, metabolically, but then there are also behavioral and emotional impacts for second and third and fourth generations. There are some researchers that claim it takes 7 generations past an event to really not have that impact. But we do know that, for example, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, I'm doing a webinar with my colleague Rit Felsen, Dr. Felsen, and we have over 142 child survivors, those who were children during the Holocaust, sign up, and from all over the world. And we also have had second generation, those who are children of Holocaust survivors, attend workshops, and we've had over 1,900 participants attend some of those from all over the world. So there is really a hunger to understand the trauma-informed principles, but also the transmission of trauma from generation to generation.
Where is the facility located? Are there programs for volunteers?
Programs volunteer.
Yes, I was looking to see if you wanted a response. The facility is in West Palm Beach on Haverhill, the very large campus. But we also provide services in the community, and yes, we have opportunities for volunteers. And with the Healing Center and Education Center, we're going to have even more need for volunteers. So I have cards with me, and I'll make sure on my way out to give you one.
Any other questions? Yes. We'll give you Jenny's card, and we will send that to you. We didn't bring anything with us, but we'll be more than happy to. And you can look us up in the web too, www.morselife.org. And we have a whole listing of everything we provide and gives you a brief analysis of what we do. I see any other questions?
And if any of you have cards or information that you can give me, I will reach out and follow up with you directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Len. Barbara.
By the way, the book that Dr. Frumer referred to is called Children of the Holocaust. The author is Helen Epstein, and it really was the first work that was published that really identified what we now understand as the multi-generational effect of the Holocaust, and I commend it to you. But that aside, I think we all want to thank Jenny and Keith for joining us this morning, and even more for the outstanding and moving and exciting work that they are doing right here in our community. And I think we all know that much of that work can't be possible without major institutional support, but the support of an institution like Morse Life cannot happen without the passion and the commitment of people like Jenny and Keith. And so we're grateful to you, not only in individuals, and we're grateful that you joined us today. Thank you. We're now about to embark on what we will be doing for the rest of the morning, afternoon, and into the night, and that is our reading of names. As those of you who have been with us before already know, we will ask you to read the name of the Holocaust martyr followed by the place of their death. The lists, the information that we have, we secured from Yad Vashem. I know, and it is segregated by the country of origin, the country of birth. Some of you have already expressed to Barbara and me a desire to read the names of Holocaust martyrs who were from the Ukraine. And what I can tell you is that at the time these lists were compiled and the information was assembled, the Ukraine was still a part of the Soviet Union. So we don't have discrete lists as to the Ukraine that would be included in the lists that we have for Russia. But with that, every reader will have an assignment of a number of minutes. We welcome you. Even if you've not signed up, please speak to Barbara. We can absolutely find a way for those who would like to read to do so. And as I mentioned earlier, we ask that before you leave today, you be certain after your reading, or even if you're not reading, to light a yellow candle and to sign your name on the placard at the rear as an indication that you were here as a witness. So our reading will begin with Keith Myers. Keith and Jenny have happily agreed to join us in the reading and to start us off. So, first name, last name, and place of death.
Okay.
Okay. And Keith will begin by reading the names of Holocaust martyrs from Hungary.
Maka Ladani, Auschwitz. Michali Rosenzweig, Auschwitz. Magdi Schwartz, Bergen-Belsen. Magdalena Schwartz, Bergen-Belsen. Magdalena Weiner, Auschwitz. Meer Feinge, Auschwitz, Meer Herzfeld, Auschwitz, Meer Suark, Auschwitz, Meer Frey, Auschwitz, Meer Hirschfeld, Auschwitz, Major Schwartz, Auschwitz, Majerna Daskal, Auschwitz, Mabina Nagman, Auschwitz, Maka Greinstein, Budapest, Make Grossman, Auschwitz, Make Stern, Auschwitz, Molly Fisher, Auschwitz, Maziki Zipura, Auschwitz, Malvin Stik, Auschwitz, Mawin Wool, Auschwitz, Mawina Steiner, Auschwitz, Mamas Winswick, Auschwitz, Mana Holbet, Auschwitz, Mansi Bendel, Ravensbrück, Mansi Gluck, Auschwitz, Auschwitz, Mansi Pincus, Auschwitz, Mansi Schwartz, Auschwitz, Mansi Silberger, Auschwitz, Mansi Spicer, Auschwitz, Mansi Sternfeld, Auschwitz, Meinhard Wiese, Auschwitz, Mano Kraus, Auschwitz, Mano Nasser, Birkenau, Mani Daxa, Auschwitz, Mani Heiss, Auschwitz, Marcel Bleeker, Auschwitz, Marcus Weiss, Auschwitz, Margaret Fissman, Auschwitz, Margaret Gongosi, Auschwitz, Margaret Steiner, Auschwitz, Margaret Schwartz, Auschwitz, Marheit Hasni, Auschwitz, Margit Bard, Auschwitz, Margit Berkowitz, Auschwitz, Margit Berkowitz, Auschwitz, Margit Bohem, Auschwitz, Margit Butterman, Auschwitz, Margit Kobel, Auschwitz, Margit Zink, Auschwitz, Margit Daskal, Auschwitz, Margit Desser, Auschwitz, Margit Dusch, Auschwitz, Margit Farkowitz, Auschwitz, Margit Fischer, Auschwitz, Margit Fleischmann, Auschwitz, Margit Freud, Budapest, Margit Freud, Budapest, Margit Gleichmann, Auschwitz, Margit Goldstein, Budapest, Margit Gray, Auschwitz, Margit Grossi, Auschwitz, Margit Gaimant, Auschwitz, Margit Gaimant, Bergen-Belsen, Margit Haker, Auschwitz, Margit Halaz, Auschwitz, Margit Halaz, Auschwitz, Margit Hamos, Auschwitz, Margit Hegedus, Auschwitz, Margit Heimlich, Auschwitz, Margit Herskowitz, Auschwitz, Margit Knopfler, Auschwitz, Margit Landi, Bergen-Belsen, Margit Leichner, Auschwitz, Margit Leichmann, Auschwitz, Margit Leittag, Auschwitz, Margit Locke, Auschwitz, Margit Majoritsk, Auschwitz, Margit Markovics, Auschwitz, Margit Neufeld, Auschwitz, Margaret Newman, Auschwitz, Margaret Niall, Auschwitz, Margit Poletseki, Budapest. Margit Poletsek, Auschwitz. Margit Pollock, Auschwitz. Margit Popper, Auschwitz. Margit Paranjani, Auschwitz. Margit Rietzer, Auschwitz. Margit Reichman, Auschwitz. Margit Rosenberg, Auschwitz. Margit Rosenberger, Auschwitz. Margit Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Margit Rosenthal, Auschwitz. Margit Schleifer, Bergen-Belsen. Margit Schoen, Auschwitz. Margit Schwartz, Bergen-Belsen. Margit Schwab, Auschwitz. Margit Schwarza, Auschwitz. Margit Schwarzka, Auschwitz. Margit Schwartz, 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 Auschwitz. Margit Sabo, Auschwitz. Margit Singer, Auschwitz. Margit Spitzer, Auschwitz. Margit Spitzer, Auschwitz. Margit Spitzer, Auschwitz. Margit Steinberger, Auschwitz. Margit Steiner, Auschwitz. Margit Stern, Auschwitz. Margit Stern, Bikisbaba. Margit Stern, Danzig. Margit Stiller, Birkenau. Margit Semet, Auschwitz. Margit Swatz, Auschwitz. Margit Tischler, Auschwitz. Margit Waldman, Auschwitz. Margit Weinberg, Auschwitz. Margit Weiss, Auschwitz. Margit Weiss, Auschwitz. Margit Weiss, Auschwitz. Margit Weiss, Auschwitz. Margit Warner, Auschwitz. Margit Schwabe, Budapest. Margit Muller, Auschwitz. Margaret Herzel, Auschwitz. Margot Newman, Auschwitz. Margaret Kuhn, Auschwitz. Mary Fleschner, Auschwitz. Marianne Weinberger, Auschwitz. Marie Domani, Auschwitz. Marja Goldschmidt, Auschwitz. Marika Dosch, Budapest. Marika Fischer, Auschwitz. Marika Gluck, Auschwitz. Marika Katzinder, Auschwitz. Marika Legniel, Danube. Marika Rothschild, Budapest. Marika Weitz, Auschwitz. Marika Witter, Auschwitz. Mariska Weixler, Auschwitz. Marisha Weltman, Auschwitz. Mariska Deutsch, Auschwitz. Mariska Fischer, Auschwitz. Marisha Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mariska Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mariska Stelzer, Auschwitz. Mariska Weiss, Auschwitz. Marjam Reineck, Auschwitz. Marjam Gregier, Auschwitz. Marjam Gutman, Auschwitz. Marjam Shear, Auschwitz. Marjam Zemet, Auschwitz. Marcus Stecker, Birkenau. Marcus Weitz, Auschwitz. Martin Halaza, Auschwitz. Martin Salizinger, Auschwitz. Martin Weiss, Auschwitz. Merat Janluhu, Auschwitz. Maltzy Schwartz, Don River. Maltil Friedman, Auschwitz. Mathilde Denines, Auschwitz. Mathilde Haver, Auschwitz. Mathilde Strasser, Auschwitz. Mathilde Zalser, Auschwitz. Matthias Deutsch, Bergen-Belsen. Matthias Markowitz, Bergen-Belsen. Matthias Zabados, Auschwitz. Matilda Stern, Auschwitz. Meir Steiner, Auschwitz. Meckel Kahan, Auschwitz. Malik Schreiber, Auschwitz. Melecha Glick, Auschwitz. Maleha Stern, Auschwitz. Menachem Goldstein, Auschwitz. Menachem Gross, Tisfored. Menachem Hirschfeld, Auschwitz. Menachem Katz, Auschwitz. Menachem Kaz-Talitz, Auschwitz. Menachem Schechter, Auschwitz. Menachem Solomovitz, Komorom. Menachem Weiss, Auschwitz. Menahem Silberstein, Auschwitz. Menesley Koenig, Auschwitz. Menasseh Burl, Auschwitz. Menasseh Glick, Auschwitz. Medilla Farkas, Auschwitz. Medill Miller, Auschwitz. Mendel Slomowitz, Auschwitz. Menhard Wies, Buchenwald. Minyart Nymphi, Matahassen. Minhart Steiner, Auschwitz. Minhart Shalikatz, Auschwitz. Minyas Kohn, Auschwitz. Mezulam Lehi, Auschwitz. Michael Fried, Komarom. Michael Gledstein, Auschwitz. Michael Glick, Auschwitz. Michael Sussman, Colomé. Mikhail Zipser, Auschwitz. Michael A. Weishaus, Auschwitz. Mikola Wisler, Lee. Mikolus Leiser, Auschwitz. Mahali Zilag, Auschwitz. Mahali Eckestein, Birkenau. Mahali Fanyavesi, Auschwitz. Mahali Ladani, Auschwitz. Mahali Lasolo, Auschwitz. Mahali Neuwirth, Auschwitz. Mahali Rosenthal, Auschwitz. Mahali Spitzer, Auschwitz.
We do intermittently throughout the day and the evening. Many of these names are difficult to pronounce. Often there are strings of consonants that land in an unfamiliar way on our tongues. We do the best we can, and the best we can is just fine. So please don't be concerned about that at all. And in addition, may I share with you, as I'm sure some of you know, that over the course of time, and all of those of you who have signed, who have told us that you're going to be here, we have asked you whether you have any names among your family that you would like to have read. And if you've told them to us, then we've compiled them and we keep them in a sort of permanent register for Temple Beth David so that they are read each and every year, whether you are able to read them yourselves or not. So we invite you to do that, and as each of you read, to the extent that you have any names, please do include them. And if you are reading names on behalf of any of our members, please indicate that as you read. Our next reader is Dr. Jenny Frumer. Jenny, is there a particular country of origin from which you'd like to read?
Lithuanian.
Lithuanian, okay. I'm sure that
But it doesn't really matter.
well, we have all of it, so.
I was asked by Barbara to acknowledge those who are of the family of Bill Beer. May his memory be for a blessing. He was a congregant here at the synagogue. And he remembers Abraham Beer, Lena Aranka Beer, Eugene Egon Lustig, Nate Gross, and Ethel Gross. Deborah Binder, who could not be here today, remembers Tony Fieger. And on behalf of Shelley Eldon Lazarus, the names they remember are Joseph Meilkel's father, Elizabeth DeRoy mother, Rachel and Meyer Makes, Joseph van der Horst grandfather. And of the family of Charles Brooks, they remember Aaron Greenwald and Gitla Greenwald.
These are names of Lithuanians. First name, last name, and place of death.
Okay, thank you. Moise Chenok, Zalai, Lithuania. Ridgwa Bus, Zalzai, Lithuania. Frida Kayesh, Zemelis, Lithuania. Itzhik Fisher, Zighar, Lithuania. Shaina Bader, Zilimus, Lithuania. Gnis Mulansky, Zilimus, Lithuania. Minas Murlarski, Zilia, Lithuania. Relia Epstein, Zaharsai, Lithuania. Michael Lepar, Zagara, Lithuania. Kahana Balinski, Zagra, Lithuania. Hirsch Lerner, Zagra, Lithuania. Lusa Gruglikov, Zagra, Lithuania. Jakob Kader, Zagra, Lithuania. Brianna Dochin, Yalalkai, Lithuania. Menek Luri, Verbalus, Lithuania. Yakov Dolinsky, Vilno, Poland. Jazira Lewin, Vilno, Poland. Elias Burstein, Volvakis, Lithuania. Leon Zuckerman, Warsaw, Poland. Berek Rosengarten, Vistus, Lithuania. Asna Wittestein, Verbalis, Lithuania. Yehudit Lazovsky, Verbalis, Lithuania. Etel Zvirson, Verbalis, Lithuania. Chaya Klotz, Verbalis, Lithuania. Kalman Flat, Vilno, Poland. Genia Pastor, Vilkomer, Lithuania. Raquel Karmatz, Vilkomer, Lithuania. Idol Kilovich, Vilkomer, Lithuania. Chaisia Kurlankik, Vilkomer, Lithuania. Sheva Grossman, Vilka, Lithuania. Chaim Klatz, Vilka, Lithuania. Afrom Pearl, Vilka, Lithuania. Peska Brunke, Vilka, Lithuania. Rachel Volskik, Lithuania. Zlata Troib, Vilka, Lithuania. Basa Kemalivsky, Vilakus, Lithuania. Jakob Diskant, Vilkas, Lithuania. Giza Zilber, Vilkas, Lithuania. Yankel Metz, William Paul, Lithuania. Libel Gletzer, Vilmapol, Lithuania. Elimelech Opeshkin, Villapol, Lithuania. Samuel Gelfand, Viniskai, Lithuania. Zelis Berensis, Vilskai, Lithuania. Gershon Kravitz, Vilon, Lithuania. Abe Zarenba, Veskinia, Lithuania. Gula Koplovitz, Versailles, Lithuania. Mann, Verena, Lithuania. Asher Press, Vandegzigala, Lithuania. Sordik Sher, Utena, Lithuania. Israel Limovich, Utena, Lithuania. Sarah Fisher, Utena, Lithuania. Cheryl Katz, Utena, Lithuania. Riva Zak, Utena, Lithuania. Chaya Volonix, Utena, Lithuania. Gittel Blo, Utena, Lithuania. Benjamin Kerr, Utena, Lithuania. Leah Muller, Utena, Lithuania. Shenda Rappaport, Utena, Lithuania. Hinda Kuzman, Uzvent, Lithuania. Isaac Radislinsky, Ukmerich, Lithuania. Udal Greece, Ukmerich, Lithuania. Elazaris Boranas, Ukmerich, Lithuania. Merle Kagan, Ukmerich, Lithuania. Bunia Karabelinik, Trakai, Poland. Moshe Kak, Trakai, Poland. Josie Leviton, Tourage, Lithuania. Ephraim Helfren, Telesai, Lithuania. Dov Sapiro, Telesai, Lithuania. Yehuda Block, Telesai, Lithuania. Yaakov Wayne, Telesai, Lithuania. Aranas Libovakas, Telesai, Lithuania. Rachel Katz, Telesai, Lithuania. Aaron Shmole, Telesai, Lithuania. Shmuelis Levisonis, Telesai, Lithuania. Iskak Ordman, Telshi, Latvia. Samuel Yoselivsky, Telesai, Lithuania. Libby Ehrman, Telesai, Lithuania. Rosa Mirvoch, Telesai, Lithuania. Shayna Passel, Telesai, Lithuania. Yitzhak Kringle, Telesai, Lithuania. Rachel Berilovitz, Telesai, Lithuania. Fiver Volfavik, Telesai, Lithuania. Sveta Sharanovitz, Telesai, Lithuania. Max Jesser, Tourage, Lithuania. Leah Kerbert, Leja Kerbert. Siluai, Lithuania. Svi Davidson, Lishulai, Lithuania. Tav Dubinsky, Shulai, Lithuania. Leja Chai, Shvana, Lithuania. Eliyahu Fire, Svenaki, Poland. Chaya Elizabeth, Svensa, Lithuania. Chaim Gordon, Subakas, Lithuania. Josel Berman, Subakas, Lithuania. Etta Jacobson, Subakas, Lithuania. Leah Rosenberg, Subakas, Lithuania. Favour Beliak, Statov, Danzig. Rosa Mikkelsen, Statov, Danzig. Hannah Brudnitsky, Statov, Danzig. Sarah Rogelshon, Statov, Danzig. Miriam Steinbach, Statov, Danzig. Aaron Kirschner, Statov, Danzig. Vega Tabakin, Statov, Danzig. Bella Laseminus, Statov, Danzig. Yaakov Rodner, Statov, Danzig. Zelda Katz, Statov, Danzig. Shimshon Sharfanitzer, Statov, Danzig. Jetta Getz, Statov, Danzig. Dobali Gittelman, Statov, Danzig. Shlomo Mela, Statov, Danzig. Rona Rosenthal, Statov, Danzig. Fege Galperin, Statov, Danzig. Dobel Meltzer, Statov, Danzig. Bella Miller, Statov, Danzig. Hassel Rosenblatt, Statov, Danzig. Ella Grodnik, Statov, Danzig. Moshe Zengelwitz, Slovakia, Lithuania. Chaim Krieger, Slobota, Lithuania. Motki Garber, Slobotka, Lithuania. Rachel Hurwitz, Slobotka, Lithuania. Sarah Ip, Slobotka, Lithuania. Inter Kogut, Slobotka, Lithuania. Devora Gizovsky, Slobotka, Lithuania. Raya Rubinson, Slobotka, Lithuania. Laszlo Gempel, Slobotka, Lithuania. Chava Karpach, Slobotka, Lithuania. Chaim Smogolis, Skapaiskas, Lithuania. Riva Shalit, Simna, Lithuania. Yisrael Godin, Shidlova, Lithuania. Jacob Quint, Sialu, Lithuania. Ganka Kirshner, Sialu, Lithuania. Fega Kessel Gross, Salu, Lithuania. Ida Siegel, Salu, Lithuania. Yosef Zodigov, Salu, Lithuania. Eliyahu Lipkovich, Salut, Lithuania. Beryl Tarlov, Schliel, Lithuania. Devora Ehrman, Salulia, Lithuania. Rachel Luria, Salulia, Lithuania. Bloom Smilg, Salul, Lithuania. Simon Rehuvain Schaus, Silu, Lithuania. Ruven Kotler, Silu, Lithuania. Sulamita Frumanen, Shakai, Lithuania. Reina Praga, Shakai, Lithuania. Pesi Kornfeld, Shakai, Lithuania. Rizel Browdy, Shakai, Lithuania. Sarah Mozzi son, Shakai, Lithuania. Deborah Fleisch, Shadova, Lithuania. Chaya Frusk, Sarai, Lithuania. Rizel Stock, Shirai, Lithuania. Mikhail Ostroninsky, Semilinsky, Lithuania. Ruven Farshetin, Serajai, Lithuania. Shalom Jatkunsky, Shabausen, Germany. Shalom Jakunsky, Shabau, Germany. Ita Kapelene, Salu, Lithuania. Mortko Kagan, Shirai, Lithuania. Italia Fainzilber, Shakai, Lithuania.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please don't leave me before we have a chance to have a word with you. We'll have to chat with you for just a moment, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Dr. Frumer. Sue and Lou Mark have been longtime participants and supporters of this effort, and we're very happy to see them back here again today. And our next reader is Sue Mark. Good to see you. Is there a particular country of origin?
No, doesn't matter.
You sure? Okay, well then I guess you can continue these. So, let me just First name, last name, and place of death.
Okay, and I'll do these first. Okay. For Deborah Lerman, Victor Jeremati, Margaret Jeremati, went to live in Auschwitz, died in Miskolc. For Alan Kahn, Rosa Kahn, Marcus Kahn. For Peter Morpugo, Charlotte Frank Klein, Gertrude Frank Klein, Hedvika Klein, Leopold Frank. Itzhak Algunik, Lithuania, Pasville, Lithuania. Chana Zarkar, Pasville, Lithuania. Eljehu Zalkman, Pasville, Lithuania. Jehuda Gornovitz, Panevez, Lithuania. Hercel Toker, Hanevesh, Lithuania. Naftali Signan, Panevech, Lithuania. Shlomo Venishstein, Paneves, Lithuania. Henya Zelaviki, Pandadel, Lithuania. Emmanuel Arshas, Paneves, Lithuania. Golda Muzikant, Panevesh, Lithuania. Reuben Malganik, Panevesh, Lithuania. Yosef Goldman, Panery, Poland. Shane Schweitzer, Panery, Poland. Polia Widuzinski, Panery, Poland. Liba Heckler, Panery, Poland. Benjamin Rupates, Polygon, Poland. Joseph Lewin, Poland. Chaya Blow, Basanulio, Lithuania. Bala Almanas, Plunge, Lithuania. Samuel Aronovitz, Plunge, Lithuania. Israel Frey, Plunge, Lithuania. Esther Zivi, Plunge, Lithuania. Chon Abides, Pavona, Lithuania. Itzhak Yuspik, Pilvishei, Lithuania. Abraham Axel, Pilvishai, Lithuania. Elijah Arnberg, Petrushino, Lithuania. Trude Friedman, Petrushino, Lithuania. Abram Praz, Pazova, Lithuania. Gita Morisian, Pazva, Lithuania. Chaya Segel, Panevish, Lithuania. Miriam Kassian, Panevis, Lithuania. Jakov Gantovic, Paneves, Lithuania. Abraham Cecil, Paneves, Lithuania. Rizel Kravasin, Pandalis, Lithuania. Gita Brukas, Palanga, Lithuania. Paula Funk, Palanga, Lithuania. Miriam Ozer, Palanga, Lithuania. Miriam Katz, Pakroy, Lithuania. Tsipa Alter, Payos, Lithuania. Moisha Mikalis, Payos, Lithuania. Abram Barron, Pashanel, Lithuania. Jacko Goldfarb, Oren, Lithuania. Shulamid Kapalovich, Oniskis, Lithuania. Rua Milchaika, Noro Swisiani, Poland. Nakama Kak, Nora Siani, Poland. Liber Ritro, Noro Swisieni, Poland. Israel Katz, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Asnat Dubitkinski, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Woel Pastowaski, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Rezia Solowizak, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Razel Krill, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Lieb Kagan, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Jacques Galinsky, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Chaim Vigil, Nowo, Swisieni, Poland. Shmuel Bas, Nemokshat, Lithuania. Menuka Mark, Newstad, Lithuania. Benis Yofi, Newstad, Lithuania. Vaga Trauki, Numinatis, Lithuania. David Neruzowski, Nemosho, Lithuania. Rivka Herring, Nomaksh, Lithuania. Elijah Glot, Numestis, Lithuania. Chaya Gurik, Numestis, Lithuania. Moishe Shub, Meldorf, Germany. Rachel Shavecki, Merkine, Lithuania. Liebka Razamsky, Lithuania. Leah Shmersky, Merch, Lithuania. Israel Ash, Meldorf, Germany. Ezrealis Mikaniskis, Mezache, Lithuania. David Perez, Mezuke, Lithuania. Frida Brzezinski, Mezuke, Lithuania. Joseph Manjov, Mezuke, Lithuania. Chaya Medele, Mirampol, Lithuania. Leah Zach, Mirampol, Lithuania. Nosen Belkin, Mirampol, Lithuania. Chaim Radnicki, Mirampol, Lithuania. Shmuel Burak, Mirampol, Lithuania. Moisel Bugolovsky, Mirampol, Lithuania. Leah Radnicki, Mirampol, Lithuania. Neftolis Levinus, Mirampol, Lithuania. Zerpoer Galinsky, Maliate, Lithuania. Yosef Gordon, Maliate, Lithuania. Moshe Mariowitz, Luque, Lithuania. Raphael Zuzpak, Lotz, Poland. Rachel Kranzan, Lithuania. David Shapiro, 12 years old, Lithuania. Mekanheit Kazini, Lithuania. Malka Fruman, Lithuania. Abraham Mednick, Lithuania. Avraham Rozanowitz, Lithuania. Dina Shear, Lithuania. Renee Shanak, Lithuania. Yakov Sheldner, Lithuania. Keziah Eatman, Lithuania. Bibi Idelson, Lithuania. David Edelstein, Lithuania. Zuvlin, unknown family name, 12 years old, Lithuania. Saralinki Eglik, 16 years old, Lithuania. Rebecca Goldberg, Lithuania. Liza Sponder, Lithuania. Isaac Zach, Lithuania. Ida Yofi, Lithuania. Yosef Orlovich, Lithuania. Maya Zamanskit, Ligam, Lithuania. Sarah Zamonian, Libu, Latvia. Gonzalez Kaplanis, Lipanis, Lithuania. Shlomo Salmik, Lipan, Lithuania. Hinda Bojarski, Lipon, Lithuania. Dorver Polanis, Ladzaka, Lithuania. Hanna Kaczynski, Ladija, Lithuania. Bursik Rodin, Ladzik, Lithuania. Mordechai Barbananach, Ladija, Lithuania. Bora Zubrikis, Ladija, Lithuania. Itzhak Gurwitz, Latvia. Sheva Anon, Latvia. Zila Gavarinian, Kavdanai, Lithuania. Celia Greenspan, Kazane, Lithuania. Anshel Gelman, Kurlai, Lithuania. Musa Hyatt, Kupiskis, Lithuania. Rachel Sobel, Kupiskis, Lithuania. Mendel Berger, Kupiskis, Lithuania. Israel Shapira, Lupiskis, Lithuania. Jerakamile Levin, Kupiskis, Lithuania. Abba Belinsky, Krak, Lithuania. Shmuel Broda, Krak, Lithuania. Barak Zizpik, Kredigina, Lithuania. Genti Gitkain, Krediginga, Tinga, Lithuania. Haya Septilowitz, Kretinga, Lithuania. Braha Freifield, Krakow, Poland. Hanakats, Konis, Lithuania. Riza Chilowitz, Konis, Lithuania. Rosa Frank, Kona, Lithuania. Hala Feinstein, Kona, Lithuania. Leah Gervitz, Konis, Lithuania. Trana Tomshi, Konis, Lithuania. David Nakin, Konis, Lithuania. Shlomo Abranovitz, Konis, Lithuania. Rena Hanneman, 5 years old, Konis, Lithuania. Sonia Cantor, Konis, Lithuania. Nani Goldstein, Konis, Lithuania. Zandel Fisher, Konis, Lithuania. Mina Alparvich, Konis, Lithuania. Masha Gansel, Konis, Lithuania. Liba Gansel, 17, Konis, Lithuania. Ephraim Zavitsky, Konis, Lithuania. Abraham Krawitz, Konis, Lithuania. Nikim Vidarovich, Konis, Lithuania. Hanna Abrowski, Konis, Lithuania. Shlomo Vladovsky, Konis, Lithuania. Chaim Yosef, Konis, Lithuania. Dow Urenzen, Konis, Lithuania. Dina Agretz, Konis, Lithuania. Zalman Gershowitz, Konis, Lithuania. Salim Gersanovich, Konis, Lithuania. Vera Goldberg, Konis, Lithuania. Moishe Kreiga, Konis, Lithuania. Lena Shalmanovich, Konis, Lithuania. Liebig Zalberg, Konis, Lithuania. Joel Salzberg, Konis, Lithuania. Doba Fain, Konis, Lithuania. Baal Badlatse, Konis, Lithuania. Avraham Epstein, Konis, Lithuania. Mordecai Garavakis, Konis, Lithuania. Moishe Teshla, Konis, Lithuania. Maya Renzan, Konis, Lithuania. Alta Miklis, Konis, Lithuania. Zerowick Lunkin, Konis, Lithuania. Gilo Parlov, Konis, Lithuania. Yakov Kak, Konis, Lithuania. Samuel Kavalovitz, Konis, Lithuania.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Be sure to light a candle.
Do I take these?
I'll take them. Thank you. Our thanks to Sue Mark. Our next reader is Lou Mark. version that you want to read from?
No.
No? Okay. So we're looking for first name, last name, and place of death. Okay? First name, last name, place of death.
Okay.
Okay. And Lou will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from the Netherlands.
First, these are temple members who, for Rose Rosenkrantz, we remember Gadol Lefkowitz, Shaindel Lefkowitz, Miriam Lefkowitz, Eli Lefkowitz, Ruchel Lefkowitz, Chaim Lefkowitz, Herschel Frankenthal, Reisel Frankenthal, Ruchel Frankenthal. For temple member Charlotte Plotsky, we remember Moshe and Chana Lewin and their children, Charles Weinstein, Nathan Wilenensky, and for temple member David Rodman, we remember his mother Chaim Bat Sev and his father Zvi Ben David. Moses Moll, Sobibor, Marcel Zielander, Auschwitz, Lent J. Veers, Sobibor, Levi Bergen van den, Auschwitz, Clara Korper, Sobibor, Miriam Zlinder, Auschwitz, Flora Edelberg, Auschwitz, Lendert Boss, Sobibor, Jacob Heijden, Auschwitz, Judith Vrede, Auschwitz, Lassar Bangbach, Auschwitz, Nico Hartagden, Auschwitz, Rosie Vetterman, Sobibor, Suze Sealtiel, Auschwitz, Sophia Dandorp, Auschwitz, Sophia Dandorp, Sobibor, Hartog Blumendahl, Auschwitz, Levi Goschalk, Auschwitz, Moritz Phillips, Sobibor, Jenny Zwenberg van, Sobibor, Marianne Balvan, Auschwitz, Miet Asser, Auschwitz, Stamvendier, Auschwitz, Jacob Monigdem, Marcel Kutzien, Auschwitz, Tedda Kohn, Auschwitz, Lint Visser, Auschwitz, Margot Pels, Auschwitz, Mosina Zaligman, Auschwitz, Levi Van, Auschwitz, Sophia Kokernut, Bergen-Belsen, Rosette Zwaff, Auschwitz, Gertrude Ilge, Auschwitz, Josephine Judels, Auschwitz, Bente Drucker, Auschwitz, Bence de Jong, Sobibor, Johann Koopman, Auschwitz, Isaac de Jong, Sobibor, Jacques Gans, Auschwitz, Henriette Pragvan, Auschwitz, Major Woodstra, Auschwitz, Blom Blomendal, Auschwitz, Hendrina Bierman, Birkenbau, Rebecca Speder, Sobibor, Femer Zwaff, Sobibor. Heint Lewin, Haug. Jet Bosboom, Auschwitz. Michiel Kohn, Sobibor. Louis Dormitz, Sobibor. Bertha de Vries, Sobibor. Celine Sealtiel, Auschwitz. Maurice Winterday, Auschwitz. Marie Rijvan, Sobibor. Annie Stupkap, Sobibor. Greet Lezier, Sobibor. Jenny Ausen, Auschwitz. Joseph Noriga, Sobibor. Abraham Dutschir, Sobibor. Kata Gun van Dier, Auschwitz. Katharina Essenvan, Auschwitz. Menno Truxwilk, Sobibor. Meet Drumer, Sobibor. Meet Bloemkorper, Sobibor. Gertruda Smeer, Auschwitz. Rosie Jongde, Auschwitz. Marianne Lely, Sobibor. Martha Weinberg, Auschwitz. Louis Winde, Auschwitz. Carolina Kropfeld, Auschwitz. Johanna Wielsch, Auschwitz. Philip Kohn, Auschwitz. Isaac Lear, Central Europe. Judah Gutsmit, Bergen-Belsen. Jeanette Kam, Auschwitz. Berend Barend, Amsterdam. Jacob Jongde, Auschwitz. Abraham Judels, Sobibor. Rachel Boss, Auschwitz. Lendert Schenkan, Auschwitz. Cience Bierde, Sobibor. Moritz Lipschitz, Auschwitz. Henriette Boss, Sobibor. Abraham Wadajin, Auschwitz. Nico Herschel, Sobibor. Mordechai Vazdias, Dachau. Clara Drucker, Sobibor. Meijer Spieter, Auschwitz. Branka Heijman, Auschwitz. Moses Coverden van Sobibor. Schunt Coverden van Auschwitz. Henrika Monnikdam, Sobibor. Abraham Delftbaan, Middelbau. Lenny Haas, Auschwitz. Moritz Wolf, Auschwitz. Rosie Joseph, Sobibor. Flora Kohn, Auschwitz. Judah Vander, Sobibor. Richard Koopman, Auschwitz. Moses Coverden van, Sobibor. Michael Goldstein, Auschwitz. Jensina Hahn, Sobibor. Rosie Spears, Sobibor. Rosie Moss, Sobibor. Ronnie Buchjenkant, Auschwitz. Moses Zwaff, Auschwitz. Sophie Speakmeester, Sobibor. Clark Menk, Auschwitz. Meijer Vetterman, Auschwitz. Benjamin Tivan, Sobibor. Heike Voss, Sobibor. Miet Koopman, Sobibor. Isaac Speer, Auschwitz. Aran Engers, Theresienstadt, Fariska Levy, Auschwitz, Hendrika Koringa, Auschwitz, Jacques Schenken, Auschwitz, Marie Agerstrieb, Sobibor, Schutt Doof, Sobibor, Frederic Guschok, Bergen-Belsen, Solomon Kutzin, Auschwitz, Solomon Liu, Auschwitz, Isaac Goldstein, Monowitz, Jane Krutzziner, Sobibor, Rachel Locker, Sobibor, Abraham Hanauer, Schopenpenitz, Gerson Vomberg, Auschwitz, Janetta Hauerover, Auschwitz, Sient Kattenberg, Auschwitz, Lena Zwaff, Auschwitz, Sient Gaskchok, Auschwitz, Sonia Parser, Trobitz, Belit Kaiser, Westerbrook, Roe Myers, Sobibor, Isaac Gelder, Auschwitz, Jonas Fresco, Sobibor, Nathan Woodvandier, Suthoff, Silly Rector, Sobibor, Gensche Lipschitz, Auschwitz, Ludovic Drucker, Sobibor, Lentert Gutsmit, Lagenbierlaw, Klart Newig, Sobibor, Mate Pragavan, Auschwitz. Sophia Sealtiel, Auschwitz. Sophia Meinsner, Sobibor. Hartog Mendels, Auschwitz. Marcel Kutzien, Auschwitz. Solomon Poppelsdorf, Auschwitz. Jiki Madavevsky, Sobibor. Rachel Janisvan, Auschwitz. Moritz Judels, Auschwitz. Nathan Heisman, Auschwitz. Marianne Meiser, Germany. Antoinette Denenboom, Auschwitz. Jonah Pak, Auschwitz. Moses Emberdan van, Sobibor. Gampel Rabi, Mauthausen. Joseph Lesser, Sobibor. Abraham Hegellick, Sobibor. Ante Sluter, Sobibor. Abraham Maffei, Auschwitz. Shmon Tishvan, Auschwitz. Anke Vigil, Sobibor. Meiser Vetterman, Auschwitz. Marie Wolf, Sobibor. Lion Meisers, Glitwitz. Walter Roseboom, Auschwitz. Shunte Kurvidvan, Auschwitz. Mordechai Vaz Diaz, Dachau. Miet Van, Auschwitz. Abraham Mole, Blechhammer. Jacoba Wallace, Sobibor. Joseph Kopels, Sobibor. Aaron Meisers, Buchenwald. Judith Geldervan, Auschwitz. Sarch Patz, Sobibor. Israel Hamel, Auschwitz. Asser Mal, Sobibor. Rachel Geldervan, Sobibor. Hartog Berlin, Auschwitz. Marcus Mink, Auschwitz. Lena Frank Van, Sobibor. Miet Priz, Sobibor, Heint Wallis, Sobibor, Abraham Kopman, Auschwitz, Adolfina Meinbaum, Auschwitz.
Our thanks to Lou Mark. Our next reader is Mickey Sokol. First name, last name, place of death. It's first name, last name, place of death, okay. Okay, Mickey will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Germany.
And I'll start off with my family. My grandmother, Lily Stein, grandfather, Moritz Stein, Mary Stein Susskind, an aunt, Lottie Susskind, who cousin was age 9 or 10, Bendix Eichengrün, grandfather, Ida Eichengrün, grandmother, Jack Rosensteel and parents, cousins from Holland. Julie Mashinsky, Theresienstadt. Louis Levy, Maidendunk. Rachel Grabschewski, Lotz. Haya Lifshitz, Belzec. Louis Grunbaum, Theresian. Lucia Cohn, Auschwitz. Louisa Gans, Warsaw. Siegfried Jacobson, Buchenwald. Teresa Manasseh, Theresienstadt. Walter Schenk, Auschwitz. Ruth Joseph Lubin. Sophie Stern, Riga. Sophie Kahn, Theresienstadt. Rosa Geller, Tarnow. Ruth Lewenthal, Sobibor. Salman Oppenheimer, Graz. Helene Dornbacher, Gurs. Herman Fierce, Minsk. Herta Schmola, Riga. Ellie Feldman, Auschwitz. Finken Bernstein, Theresienstadt. Miriam Abstein, Theresienstadt. Siegfried Beninsky, Rivesaldt. Lotte Müller, Berlin. Lotte Reddish, Theresienstadt. Louis Zacharias, Buchenwald. Justin Ullmann, Sobibor. Jaco Dienstfrei, Warsaw. Alexander Freund, Auschwitz. Fanny Waller, Auschwitz. Hanschen Hertz, Theresienstadt. I don't know what that was. Harry Grombinski, Gors. Helene Mainz Bergen-Belsen, Samuel Walsnick, Auschwitz, Theodor Heiss, Auschwitz, Tony Ziegler, Auschwitz, Elizabeth Kontitzer, Auschwitz, Selma Gottlieb, Minsk, Selma Meyer, Amsterdam, Sophie Strauss, Düsseldorf. Sophie Weinberg, Theresienstadt, Tilly Grunbaum, doesn't say where. Marguerite Weil, Litzmannstadt, Martin Legfi, Berlin, Rosa Rosenthal, Theresienstadt, Rosalie Spentnik, Auschwitz, Shane Beluski, doesn't say where. Bertha Mainzer, Auschwitz, Emmy Sinnerson, Warsaw, and Marianne Silberman, Schoenberg, Matilda Cohen, Theresian, Matilda Nachman, Maximilian Kappel, Lutz, Michael Mainz, Auschwitz, Moritz Finnekel, Auschwitz, Moshe Spiegel, Dolina, Mose Fizar, Berlin, Natalie Goldworth, Auschwitz, Pinkus Kuflik, Theresian, Rewaka Pink, Auschwitz, Roshine Hirschfeld Treblinka, Rosa Pasiash, Birkenau, Rosa Bass, Rosalie Schnuck, Lutz. Sandy Lewin, Theresienstadt, Sally Hirsch, Auschwitz, Sigmund Herzog, Gors, Simche, Kugler, Kugshow, Auschwitz, Ziloma, Poherles, Theresienstadt, Hirza, Hirschberg, Tony Stahl, Auschwitz, Truda Wallach, Lazo, Willie Friedman, Auschwitz, Adele Meyer, Lutz, Alice Herz, Auschwitz, Anita Hock, Sobibor, Arthur Schuftan, Auschwitz, Benno Jacob, Theresienstadt, Beryl Sigmund, Auschwitz, Karl Robins, Theresienstadt, Hannah Zucker, Treblinka, Charlotte Weinstock, Sobibor, Sela Fidbeck, Stanislaw, Clara Hacker, Dwara, Treff, Bergen, Frida Steiner, Auschwitz, Ellen Bloch, Auschwitz, Elsa C. Thiel, Auschwitz, Elsa Kahn, Poland, Emma Herschel, Minsk, Emmy Heinrich, Erica Levy, Riga, Ernestine Weiler, Auschwitz, Fanny Gluckstadt, Gors, Fanny Rosenthal, Gors, Felix Lewin, Therese. Gertrude Nova Theresian, wait a second, I'm sorry, Lubin. Gustine Wolf Theresienstadt, Lily Berman, Frankfurt am Main, Johanna Lehman, Warschau, Jakob Wolkowski, Isidore Jaskowitz, Theresienstadt, Ischak Fistel, Auschwitz, Louis Lovey, Auschwitz, Ludwig Scharlach, Sobibor, Josef Fluss, Budapest, Zizila Espalda, Theresian, Margot Lominsa, Selma Flydale, Maidenjack, Karl Kamnitzker, Riga, Otto Haas, Auschwitz, Adele Hoth, Litzmannstadt, Arthur Weinstock, Sobibor, Abraham Schindler, Theresienstadt, Maya Siegfried, Auschwitz, Heinde Morgenstern, Frankfurt, Ludwig Schontiel, Auschwitz, Gödel Reich, Presnipal, Greta Petcher, Berlin, Dorothea Trump, Auschwitz, Marcus Zembore, Auschwitz, Menachem Becker, Mita Meyer, Poland, Teresa Steinberg, Auschwitz, Jehusa Schlechtermann, Mauthausen, Joachim Norman Belzach, Johanna Jacobs, Auschwitz, Joseph Zenner, Theresienstadt, Julie Strauss, Theresienstadt. Karl Grunwald, Bonn, Lotte Hoffmann, Auschwitz, Louise Stern, Riga, Karl Mayer, Riga, Hodis Brenner, Berlin, Hulda Hilsenrath, St. Afrique, Jakob Gluckman, Theresienstadt, Jakob Mentel, Lutz, Johanna Meyer, Auschwitz, Julie Homberg, Auschwitz, Lolo Loeb, Auschwitz, Philippine Marcus, Belsac, Erwin Jonas, Auschwitz, Blima Barrow, Mita Schusto, Auschwitz, Otto Langstein, Auschwitz, Elizabeth Marcus, Una, Louise Kona, Maidendeck, Johanna Wolf, Theresienstadt, Bona Kohn, Theresienstadt, Jakob Rechtnix, Auschwitz, Israel Weinblum, Auschwitz, Menachem Tefel, Sedize Zell, Fritz Meyer, Auschwitz, Jenny Wasserman, Auschwitz, Itzhak Watchenheimer, Julius Fischer, Auschwitz, Ilse Hirsch, Auschwitz, Ilse Muller, Irma Marx, Isidore Lowenstein, Essen, Itzhak Heilbrunn, Theresienstadt, Jakob Hellman, Auschwitz, Jakob Jakob Buckerball, Jakob Levy, Berlin, Jakob Fetterman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we'd like you to light a candle down in front as well, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Our thanks to Mickey Sokol. Our reading will continue with Rabbi Deborah Eisenman. Rabbi, do you want to read names from any particular country? Do you have people from somewhere?
Doesn't matter. Whatever.
Okay, well, do Poland then. And what we do is first name, last name, place of death.
Okay.
Rabbi Eisenman will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Poland.
Michael Schwab Stanislaw, Rachel Bratt Kostopol, Shlomo Gross Tarnov, Avram Korzitsky Auschwitz, Freimed Du Chana Zomer Lvov, Freimed Du Treblinka 1, Yechiel Rubenstein Zarda, Elizar Jurasta Kamina, Ryak Najishkin Podolansky, Chaya Bialostaki Polansk, Yakov Keitel Auschwitz, Julius Flachs Auschwitz, Yakov Gelbert Auschwitz, Mindela Polska Belzec, Moshe Stadlan Ostrog, Rachel Greispan Parshar, Raika Kohn Stopnika, Shlomo Dombrowski Krakow, Yaakov Shurza Rondom, Ruvain Ryder Lvov, Beryl Shozik Vilna, Chaya Sperling Gora Kolraya, Sipora Scheitzman Zamosk, Estera Nebenzal Treblinka, Giltul Khan Warsaw, Isaac Korkerman Treblinka, Yechiel Shulman Breslitwetsky, Leibel Moldavsky Bialystok. Elokam Georgiana Georgia, Mocha Shorman Sloka, Motol Hopteka Klassen, Rachel Marank Grodno, Motol Steinberg Treblinka, Scheinzel Metgui Valno, Shimon Epstein Vilna, Ital Shapira Berzarko, Ben Sion Salzburg Lvov, Chaya Lemansky Sochlan, Janska Horwitz Belzig, Ephraim Diamond Lodz, Froma Kolsek Klek, Heinda Shapira Lodz, Yaakov Zuberman La Heinz, Osher Diane Koval, Shandal Vertrak Auschwitz, Baruch Karenki Yomashad, C. Bosenboim Porek, Hershak Triple Schutz Zalenko, Leah Ojaman Lakazak, David Sternberg, Poland, Toba Silberman Treblinka, Faya Koshan Warsaw, Ben Gordecki Pinsk, Chaya Hockman Belzak, Hula Puter Belzak, Salzman Goldenstein, Gittel Chazan Sarni, Ezi Chazan Porek, Yeko Bizenstock Mindenak, Leib Landau Ozaneski, Eli Velskarski Warsaw, Menze Zazak Treblinka, Moltel Roth Auschwitz, Rachel Majdanek, Auschwitz, Raika Goljan, Treblinka, Moshe Lewin, Lida, Itzik Roterbaum, Shazinka, Aaron Jared, Auschwitz, Bluma Sosek, Treblinka, Chaim Wilder, Treblinka, Israel Mordenstern, Zaudada, Jacob Stim, Simitz, Giza Klosser, Royton, Joseph Sorlaz, Rosanen, Kaiser Malazik, Lodz, Joshua Julenwitz, Zeidozo, Michal Yeduski, Auschwitz, Moshe Chichi, Chelmo, Pesha Horvitz, Orcho, Chesa Velzik, Korsha, Shlomo Bialkis, Lvov, Shlomo Biaki, Tomasa, Rachel Zelinki, Vorsa, Avraham Moken, Bialystok, Chaya Ginsburg, Brisk, Simcha Chomat, Yabalna, David Luckritz, Treblinka, Fega Rosenfeld, Treblinka, Haskell Davidovitz, Trzofana, Pesha Bolziga, Treblinka, Chana Kreistel, Treblinka, Raika Chokma, Treblinka, Baruch Zelberstein, Warsaw, Mordechai Pitorowski, Treblinka 1, Chana Brigston, Kranzenbrod, Yitzhak Sobolowski, Auschwitz, Nahum Ketzel, Shovsaska, Shlomo Zarf, Vilno, Yechiel Zarfovitz, Treblinka, Amalia Sheckenbach, Shortko, Bracha Simnes, Luk, Chana Brazenstein, Navushke, Chalka Nussbaum, Mindenak, Vega Schechter, Gorcho, Chana Salzburg, Lvov, Itka Glatt, Lvov, Leah Lewinson, Lodz, Leah Cooperstock, Wrzecinska, Matityahu Varna, Rozaska, Mosa Beresvag, Poland, Ruben Rashman, Poland, Yaakov Milkina, Treblinka, Brandel Sursta, Poland, Hillel Stamler, Majdanek, Yosha Reicher, Warsaw, Mordechai Clement, Sloman, Yaakov Girek, Warsaw, Isaac Whitehorn, Lvov, Miriam Gross, Poland, Yisrael Sumpovitz, Poland, Yaakov Kliski, Lodz, Yosef Zalberstein, Warsaw, Eliakim Schwartz, Poland, Mindela Parmanek, Treblinka, Moshe Speyer, Buchenwald, Rachel Simny, Poland, Rushka Hochbaum, Treblinka, Deborah Steiger, Belzik, Vigdor Friedman, Treblinka, Abra Shashpir, Lodz, Benjamin Gilcha, Poland, Chaya Blastenstein, Treblinka, Edya Robinovitz, Poland, Gershon Markowitz, Rakow, Itzik Tannenbaum, Yoras Korzik, Yosef Barak, Poland, Miriam Bolecki, Poland, Chaya Shor, Poland, Mendela Marfish, Poland, Ansel Solvik, Poland, Yacha Vajbuch, Warsaw, Tony Hellman Tornopol, Zvi Strauss, Poland, Gersa Hornowitz, Auschwitz, Chaim Friedman, Warsaw, Chana Rotzenshire, Warsaw, Dow's Rock, Sobibor, Miriam Shapiro, Bialystok, Roger Algin, Majdanek, Yaakov Schiffman, Lublin, Chaim Leiwer, Warsaw. Israel No Want, Warsaw, Yaakov Freilich, Belzig, Miriam Borgenstein, Warsaw, Pearl Lechter, Treblinka, Mose Reisman, Warsaw, Slama Roxnets, Treblinka, Thyla Freiser, Poland, Zygmunt Sorba, Poland, Bella Berkowitz, Poland, Herschel Geisenheit, Treblinka, Chaya Goldschlag, Treblinka 1, Isaac Fagenstein, Sarny, Gendel Bordoronsky, Warsaw, Shoshana Portobersky, Warsaw, Lefe Raja, Poland, Yasha Mess, Poland, Lezer Moller, Pinsk, Miriam Fajenbaum, Warsaw, Moshe Rosenstein, Warsaw, Josef Danziger, Koleke, Reisa Schallmeister, Warsaw, Seinsdal Seifendel, Radicki, Wolf Senker, Kowal, Rachel Sharbeir, Zoransk, Rika Feisman, Warsaw, Chaya Dozicek, Warsaw, Sierzat Smokler, Poland, Isaac Rubenstein, Warsaw, Freimet Gruborg, Warsaw, Isaac Goldenstein, Lvov, Abraham Geritz, Lublin, Josef Soneski, Poland, Mordechai Radowski, Bresk, Malachi Penkner, Krakow, Mordechai Rosenschwein, Poland, Nochem Lipovitz, Stamneke, Rachel Jungereit, Krakow, Sia Louis Roktano, Shmuel Kahane, Poland, Yehuda Feldenstein, Zimgrod, Froman Zalthman, Poland, Blima Saljak, Sloman, Chaya Tittenbaum, Poland, Tsipora Rola Reski, Poland, Sulam Swidler, Poland, Chaya Hadashai, Auschwitz, Israel Cooperstein, Bulgaria, Lebesvet Korp, Poland, Lebesvet Norch, Poland, Machla Sirsk, Stolen, Etta Rosenfeld, Krakow, Chaya Rozalske, Treblinka, Rachel Lewin, Chelmno, Rika Yurzerwitz, Chelmno, Sima Rabelsknik, Vilna, Yaakov Barg, Lublin, Avraham Schwarzer, Auschwitz, Bale Schwartzberg, Turisk, Rachel Partno, Velno, Yakuti Elchelkin, Poland, Zeisman Fish, Poland, Gitala Sir, Poland, Isser Wolman, Poland, Masya Tenenbaum, Auschwitz, Peril Probet, Chelm, Saima Najman, Auschwitz, Abraham Stockman, Belzig, China Brostenstein, Poland, Feiga Pelaway, Poland, Yakov Rosenblum, Auschwitz, Saja Zemelskier, Korzek, Rachala Tenenbaum, Auschwitz, Blima Schurferterz, Lodz, Isaac Webb, Warsaw, David Rosenstein, Poland, Yakov Schurzenboim, Poland, Herz Kopel, Lodz, Yakov Center, Poland, Josef Pelk, Poland, Zasha Pachter, Treblinka. Michael Koch, Poland, Moses Sternenbaum, Auschwitz, Mordechai Mezers, Poland, Rivka Teketz, Poland, Sipora Lata, Izbeka, Sizman Rob, Poland, Zislau Fescher, Auschwitz, Baruch Munich, Warsaw, Hennenberg, Auschwitz, Chana Zolensky, Treblinka, Dudia Nagiel, Otana, Frida Gartner, Belzik, Herschel Zwirlig, Johanska, Jacob Wiedek, Warsaw, Josef Weinenberg, Lodz, Yocheved Mushk, Volce, Raza Soblinsky, Poland, Riva Stocky, Poland, Cyril Radowski, Poland, Reisel Semech Glubok, Shimon Weinstock, Auschwitz, Pesach Noamen, Warsaw, Yechiel Marlenik, Treblinka, Ansel Sismats Mandanik, Brandol Naaman, Poland, Hanna Kinowski, Chelmno, Muna Rosenbaum, Poland, Sola Charap, Lvov, Akiva Starfinson, Warsaw, Chaya Gomler, Treblinka, Hanya Kawa, Poland, Yudka Gottlieb, Treblinka, Batska, Warsaw, Mordechai Bolesk, Kolka, Chana Bolanska, Central Warsaw, Reina Borsensky, Poland, Sirana Burstein, Vilna, Sisfara Farsman, Auschwitz, Rachel Zugar, Lach, Baya Bornstein, Chelmno, Chaya Weber, Belzik, Chana Schruber, Auschwitz, Debrins Rabinovitz, Warsaw, Chana Hammer, Poland, Hertz Krespike, Auschwitz, Yakov Zandman, Plonsk, Josef Schmidt, Sambor, Zalta Rojman, Treblinka, Malka Schneider, Poland, Feivel Lewinsky, Auschwitz, Pesha Mordalashvitz, Bialystok, Rochel Kreis, Dashev. Sozelu, Brisk, Elka Rosbrun, Mindenach, Fegi Sendel, Auschwitz, Baruch Rosenstrass, Lublin, Henyo Rojman, Klobak, Chana Spielman, Poland, David Weitz, Poland, Fega Simko, Auschwitz, Yehudi Mashio, Poland, Iti Liebfeld, Treblinka, Jetty Gempler, Lvov, Bacha Mashkisa, Zeitel, Matisia Weichman, Treblinka, Moshe Kietz, Poland, Moshe Bachwek, Auschwitz, Rachel Garbener, Mindenach, Rika Farah, Auschwitz, Pearl Feinstein, Treblinka 1, Wolf Feisman, Auschwitz, Abraham Gorfinkel, Poland, Berja Federbush, Poland, Moshe Reister, Poland, Chaya Feintach, Poland, Lane Schechter, Brody, Wolf Rotenberg, Poland, Isaac Schuster, Bialystok, Abraham Steinwurzer, Poland, Scheindel Schritzler, Poland, Chana Baru Verba, Michael Sabinski, Treblinka, Moshe Newman, Poland, Pinchas Velsker, Poland, Rosalia Weinfeld, Belzik, Saima Rosenzweig, Treblinka, Tony Winter, Poland, Abraham Khalef, Auschwitz, Berlin Pomazak, Karlik, Chaya Geyer, Polav, Ignat Spivak, Warsaw, Dinah Sender, Ada Bas, Poland, Mordechai Reckles, Ponare, Rachel Rosisker, Poland, Tova Kirschenbaum, Belzik, Burka Klaus Sarna, Sipora Reisman, Tornapol, Henya Reisberg, Poland, Josef Ringmacher, Radom, Manny Blaustein, Belzik, Shmuel Lazinski, Debki, Sui Jorzaneski, Treblinka, Yuda Weisner, Poland. Riker Kurser, Auschwitz, Chaya Sonnenreich, Belzik, Zipora Schrag, Poland, Edka Silberstein, Auschwitz, Chaya Grossbar Tonov, Israel Wander, Poland, Yocheved Filkelstein, Treblinka, Label Pozanowski, Pinsk, Blima Stein, Poland, Molka Scheifman, Poland, Moska Rabek, Poland, Rachel Schmerda, Poland, Reika Weisbort, Auschwitz, Shlomo Rappaport, Lodz, Yaakov Zimlanek, Treblinka, Isaac Solanowski, Treblinka, Baruch Rosenstein, Auschwitz, Chana Gorna, Treblinka, Syria, Sarna, Poland, Fashwat Khan, Lodz, Hanech Pozareski, Chelmno, Zissi Festbaum, Warsaw, Yerachmiel Lemankowitz, Warsaw, Joachim Lowy, Bochnia, Isaac Seiper, Poland, Mose Miller, Treblinka, Motel Rappaport, Poland, Chana Wexler, Poland, Rochel Kleiger, Belzik, Susha Wasser, Poland, Wolf Belzertz, Poland, Mendel Mark, Poland, Rachel Svi, Gordno, Tolka Blaustein, Belzik, Brynja Korik, Poland, Mosa Pauls, Warsaw, Rivka Sarask, Auschwitz, Wolferd, Auschwitz, Beryl Zoberman, Mindenach, David Chenkin, Warsaw, Hers Donowitz, Warsaw, Josefa Greinberg, Treblinka, Miriam Seidenworm, Poland, Yabil Yotam, Poland, David Lempert, Lvov, Lee Palzanik, Vilna, Sisbera Zeilbach, Lvov, Eliezer Slizker, Luck, Gershon, Poland, Isaac Moshewitz, Dubno, Isher Verzenser, Poland, Lizer Razinskinik, Rana, Malcha Rutter, Poland, Morzowitz Borowski, Poland, Chaya Schwartzman, Poland.
Our thanks to Rabbi Eisenman not only for reading but for her words this morning. Our next reader is Ann Katz. Ann, too, will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Poland. So, Ann, it's first name, last name, place of death. Okay. And a little trick, if you haven't already discerned it, as I'm sure you have, is to do this because otherwise it's really hard to read.
So first I'm going to read relatives from some of our congregants that perished and some that survived. These are relatives of Craig Kessler's family, Erica Fish, Charlotte Fish. These are family members of Dan Greenstein. Daniel Engelstein, grandfather, died at Auschwitz. Esther Roeder, grandmother, survivor. Hirsch Roeder, grandfather, survivor. Rachel Greenstein, mother, hidden child, survivor. Names of Belgians who hid Dan's mother: Theodore Kunsch, Akil Hannes, Juliette Hannes. These are relatives of Judith and Nicholas Schiller, Sigmund Weisberger, Mrs. John Wertheim. Rachel Knoll died at Stanislawau. Raiwa Zilberstein, Lawau Majdanek. Sejna Blumenkrantz, Dewin. Wolf Sirodsky, Treblinka. Abraham Wachtelberg, Przemysl. Berek Salsinski, Warsaw. Saja Selgal, Krasnobrud. Sippe Friedman, Majdanek. Etka Sarna, Mezris. Gusta Warmbrand, Transnistria. Israel Felsman, Treblinka. Zedwork, Jazlinka. Baruch Nowak, Auschwitz. Asir Grasher, Lodz. Cyril Kowalski, Silesia region. Itka Wolenska, Wengro. Pinchas Marder, Porik. Rochel Dolagov, Wolozno, Dawid Samanoswix, Auschwitz, Toba Wiseman, Stanislaw, Zuzana Bazseges, Belzec, Bila Weisenfeld, Krakow, Mikkel Zapak, Ponnery, Rachela Zucht, Warsaw, Velvel, Marmel, Warzawa, Kaduk, Zanajder, Walwa Mikowa, Urkel Sukienek, Treblinka, Jakob Glantz, Mauthausen, Shaja, Dushin, Dolhinau, Reska Sturm, Tarnow, Maza Weltman, Sewishzi, Moja Kohn, Balgilnika, Pinches Wilder, Rajowick Lebelsky, Ruin Henner, Brody, Zol Drezer, Belzak, Estara Setench, Warsaw, Abraham Marmelstein, Lotz, Ben Zion Zapira, Majdanek, Chaya Rabinowitz, Lotz, Rebecca Starkman, Auschwitz, Josef Grunberg, Treblinka, Gusta Rosenthal, Belzak, Israel Fisman, Majdanek, Yehudi Lipovitz, Stopnicha, Lajbis Stozher, Treblinka, Zosana Kantorowitz, Baranovich, Maj Louis, Mezerich, Mini Bronfage, Dovno, Rachel Sillag, Auschwitz, Leah Morgenstern, Vladimirets, Pearl Pomerantz, Stiersch, Wolf Weisberg, Chesnow, Ruin Terkeltab, Roswadow, Barak Berkowitz, Auschwitz, Chaya Lazmin, Auschwitz, Chinka Rob, Hrubiezow, Sprinka Vajerman, Treblinka, Gabriel Feldgress, Warsaw, Hertz, Ellenberg, Lukau, Yako Grodzenik, Treblinka. Liubi, Turn, Oleg. Slomo, Herzelikowitz, Chelmno. Melchel, Zumalkarler, Ushilug. Chaim, Zajak, Treblinka. Oleg Schumacher, Treblinka. Raphael Hochberg, Poryuk. Dawid Dabrosklanka, Warsaw. Shmuel Nager, Pizanis. Yechel Weinach, Treblinka. Akiba Santach, Sarna. Zalom Wedgman, Porshik. Fizel Wachowski, Miedzerk. Dawid Babit, Podwala Siska. Yako Kukier, Warsaw. Henia Mirson, Krasna. Yosef Newman, Domakzewo. Sipa Fajnilber, Treblinka. Bekalel Kak, Sumsk. Moshe Nova Fastovaski, Donev. Brachia Matlis, Benzin. Nahum Schulamper, Belzak. Rachel Suster, Zofijwaka. Salka Zoldman Lotz. Soloma Zeidenfeld, Zaslawa. Miriam Shmuel Lotz. Israel Schlesinger Osweichem. Sabak Ehrlich Low. Chaim Stuhl Svat. Petrokow. Silka Sirenzaka, Tutotov. Menucha Kruk, Ronov. Nocham Chorozacha, Bialystok. Shlomo Sak, Dubno. Abraham Danziger, Woldawa. Chaya Roth, Treblinka. Fega Wigdorochwis, Treblinka. Jakob Tell, Wow. Pessa Weltzman, Auschwitz. Rebecca Lowenberg, Drohobitz. Basia Frischwasser, Luau. Henya Westrak, Krakow. Zisa Wajkes, Kovel. Giza Latucha, Kozan Grodek. Chaim Redman, Cern. Chava Bomoel, Zelachau. El Papier, Maj Danek. Trisk. Ides Lachman, Treblinka. Yechezkel Jungerot, Oz Weichem, Katya Palaju, Treblinka, Bracha Strasbourg, Transnistria, Mindel Stern, Auschwitz, Pinkas Scher, Treblinka, Rosalia Wolfson, Cowell, Simcha Winter, Bedzin, Uzner Zamajvisky, Polanka, Abraham Finkelstein, Majdanek, Benjamin Liu, Drochizin, Chaya Livka, Dobrins, Chazkel Drut, Sverdlovsk, Eliyahu Saad, Lotz, Gitel Schlepper, Wazara, Yosef Kap, Torobin, Pincus Hemielski, Auschwitz, Chana Spiegel, Rejowick, Gitla Tewersky, Treblinka, Mikhail Hochman, Kostabo, Mirjam Kukowitz, Treblinka, Pearl Drucker, Prezemzel, Reisel Zelker, Pelika, C. Zajikowitz, Majdanek, Zeman Pomerank, Lotz, Mose, Rosjan, Warzawa. Shmuel Milstein, Radam, Abraham Markovitz, Auschwitz, Chana Saja, Treblinka, Gnendel Papier, Majdanek, Yosef Nowarski, Auschwitz, Yosef Loeffler, Premetzel, Jakob Spritzer, Janoska, Azer, Kajit, Tuzin, Simcha, Koplowitz, Lotz, Shaul, Kok, Horendenka, Mose, Krutowillow, Brody, Shun, Garber, Borislaw, Roja, Kolemia, Tubshi, Zakiewicz, Porichk, Abis, Dichterman, Kronosnobrad, Burl, Schulman, Sobibo, Chaya, Melech, Radzamin, Chaya, Grubitstein, Sedlowick, Elimelech, Lenzerner, Dabro Kornikza, Gianeda, Wolgrok, Warza, Ikak, Zolotniki, Drezin, Sipel, Herkowitz, Pietrikov, Abraham, Pinzuk, Rokino, Mirjam Waxman, Ilinsky, Kaya Zemjawitz, Ponery, Chana Wax, Baya Spree.
I know they're hard to say. Thanks, Ann.
I just want to do them justice.
You do the best you can. Thanks so much, Ann. Our reading now continues with Brenda Kabler. Brenda, is there a particular country of origin that you would like to read from? Romania. Romania, okay. Yeah, I know, it's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Okay, so first name, last name, and place of death. Okay. And Brenda will continue our reading with the names of Holocaust martyrs from Romania.
Shizloma Horbox, Romania, part of the Ukraine. Fania Frank, Romania. Setania Alba, Romania. Pesia Levin, Romania. Jasesko Gantz, Allach, Germany. Golda Titleman, Ukraine. Moshe Hosh, Romania. Adele Nussbaum, Auschwitz. Adolf Zweig, Auschwitz. Agneta Gross, Auschwitz. Agneta Berger, Auschwitz. Aaron Vaz, Auschwitz. Aladar Grunberger, Auschwitz. Alexander Grunfeld, Auschwitz. Elise Katana, Auschwitz. Altar Leibowitz, Auschwitz. Atta Lerner, Auschwitz. Andres Mark, Auschwitz. Andras Abraham, Auschwitz. Anna Weisselberg, Auschwitz. Anton Fruverger, Auschwitz. Ari Falk, Auschwitz. Arman Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Aaron Axelrod, Auschwitz. Avraham Klein, Auschwitz. Avrom Bilatar, Auschwitz. Basia Turnauer, Auschwitz. Berku Weitzel, Auschwitz. Bernard Ablakos, Auschwitz. Berta Falop, Auschwitz. Berta Koenig, Auschwitz. Chaya Pearl, Auschwitz. Chaja Svitakel, Auschwitz. Chava Altman, Auschwitz. Chava Moskowitz, Auschwitz. Chaya Roth, Auschwitz. Chaya Haas, Auschwitz. David Janut, Auschwitz. Dawid Dagetel, Auschwitz. Dawid Marmo Chandwin, Auschwitz. Desayo Baum, Auschwitz. Devos Deutsch, Auschwitz. Deso Hartstein, Auschwitz. Dewara Streichberger, Auschwitz. Edith Hirsch, Auschwitz. Ella Farkas, Auschwitz. Elise Kopel, Auschwitz. Eliza Krumer, Auschwitz. Eliza Paul, Auschwitz. Emma Herkovitz, Auschwitz. Ephraim Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Eric Meltzer, Auschwitz. Erza Beth Kais, Auschwitz. Erza Beth Klein, Auschwitz. Esther Hartstein, Auschwitz. Esther Markovitz, Auschwitz. Esther Neovitz, Auschwitz. Etel Kraus, Auschwitz. Fanny Moskowitz, Auschwitz. Frida Katz, Auschwitz. Frida Islak, Auschwitz. Frida Glick, Auschwitz. Frida Weinstein, Auschwitz. Frida Fromovitz, Auschwitz. Frima Indyk, Auschwitz. Gabrielle Wolf, Auschwitz. Galdi Weiss, Auschwitz. Ketila Frakas, Auschwitz. Gita Bloom, Auschwitz. Gitza Stein, Auschwitz. Geula Rosenberg, Auschwitz. Hannah Molodavin, Auschwitz. Hannah Kalman, Auschwitz. Helen Gutmann, Auschwitz. Helene Regini, Auschwitz. Henia Waj, Auschwitz. Henia Stern, Auschwitz. Enrique Aschenwald, Auschwitz. Herman Dubb, Auschwitz. Herman Fuchs, Auschwitz. Gnatz Lieberman, Auschwitz. Alona Fischer, Auschwitz. Isaac Fish, Auschwitz. Israel Kufar, Auschwitz. Istvan Feldman, Auschwitz. Istvan Vertes, Auschwitz. Ita Lakowitz, Auschwitz. Judith Hirsch, Auschwitz. Jacob Bosch, Auschwitz. Jacob Steinmetz, Auschwitz. Jacob Kesner, Auschwitz. Jacob Klein, Auschwitz. Jankel Mejels, Auschwitz. Jakan Jacobitz, Auschwitz. Jeno Kleinfeld, Auschwitz. Jakach Davidovitz, Auschwitz. Jichot Widener, Auschwitz. Wider, Auschwitz. Jolan Saikovitz, Auschwitz. Jonah Marmer, Auschwitz. Yosef Wertheimer, Auschwitz. Yosef Polak, Auschwitz. Yosef Roth, Auschwitz. Yosef Leibovich, Auschwitz. Judah Friedman, Auschwitz. Julia Schwartz, Auschwitz. Juliana Kirsch, Auschwitz. Katlana Goldner, Auschwitz. Chaim Farkash, Auschwitz. Kana, Israel, Auschwitz. Clara Silberstein, Auschwitz. Clara Lerner, Auschwitz. Clara Parkhaz, Auschwitz. Lubitz Mejer, Auschwitz. Lachi Solomon, Auschwitz. Landislau Struhl, Auschwitz. Lazar Schneck, Auschwitz. Leah Fischer, Auschwitz. Lenka Zilberzeg, Auschwitz. Lenka Hershkovitz, Auschwitz. Magda Berkovici, Auschwitz. Mala Isak, Auschwitz. Margot Goldberger, Auschwitz. Matladia Khan, Auschwitz. Michaya Furkosh, Auschwitz. Medya Preseller, Auschwitz. Menachem Farkas, Auschwitz. Menhale Grun, Auschwitz. Miklos Gottlieb, Auschwitz. Mingu Pollock, Auschwitz. Miriam Mettelman, Auschwitz. Mordechai Pearl, Auschwitz. Mordechai Luber, Auschwitz. Mordechai Edelstein, Auschwitz. Morget Zinger, Auschwitz. Mose Rosenthal, Auschwitz. Moshe Schreiber, Auschwitz. Naftali Walzer, Auschwitz. Necho Levi, Auschwitz. Nessel Weich, Auschwitz. Pearl Schur, Auschwitz. Peru Weiss, Auschwitz. Pearl Roth, Auschwitz. Peter Wiley, Auschwitz. Pinchas Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Pirchaka Nayovich, Auschwitz. Rachel Einhorn, Auschwitz. Regina Elfont, Auschwitz. Reisel Friedlander, Auschwitz. Riza Malak, Auschwitz. Rivka Pollock, Auschwitz. Rivka Smook, Auschwitz. Rosa Schwalb, Auschwitz. Roselia Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Rosa Diamondstein, Auschwitz. Rosa Engel, Auschwitz. Rosa Abraham, Auschwitz. Rosiah Jacob, Auschwitz. Salam Mar Ochavisi, Auschwitz. Samuel Schwartz, Auschwitz. Samuel Gross, Auschwitz. Sander Muskal, Auschwitz. Sarah Owis, Auschwitz. Sarah Solomon, Auschwitz. Sarah Ackerman, Auschwitz. Sarah Rosman, Auschwitz. Sarah Weiss, Auschwitz. Sarah Leb, Auschwitz. Sarai Tesler, Auschwitz. Sarai Glonzer, Auschwitz. Shlomi Baruch, Auschwitz. Sender Friedman, Auschwitz. Shmuel Blai, Auschwitz. Siandel Feisner, Auschwitz. Sidi Jacob, Auschwitz. Sifra Fula, Auschwitz. On behalf of Shelley Snyder and Marlene Schneider, may her memory be for a blessing. Riza Shumshankowitz, 10 years old, Poland. On behalf of Israela Meyerstein, Aaron Gorchowski, Basha Gorchowski, Tevel Gorchowski, Roska Gorchowski. On behalf of Rabbi Michael Meyerstein, Alfred Meyerstein, Meta Meyerstein, Celicia Geyer. And on behalf of my family, Fruma, Besden, and family from Belts. And, I'm sorry, one more. Karen Kleinberg, Charles Stern. Thank you.
Our thanks to Brenda. Our next reader is Susan Rappaport. That's okay. Okay, you can pick up from here. So we'll do first name, last name, place of death.
Mihaly Stilfried, Budapest, Hungary. Mihaly Weitz, Tata, Hungary. Mickey Schwartz, Hungary. Mickey Silber, Debrecen, Hungary. Mickey Weiss, Budapest, Hungary. Miklós Kutas, Békés Gyula, Hungary. Miklós Bard, Nyírmegyes, Hungary. Miklós Bognár, Nyírnyerház, Hungary. Miklós Deutsch, Mateszhalk, Hungary. Oh, I'm sorry, it should be from Auschwitz, I'm sorry. Miklós Farkas, Auschwitz. Miklós Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklós Fischer, Masomagyorva. Miklós Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklós Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklós Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklós Foldes. Miklós Fried, Auschwitz. Miklós Friedlander, Dachau. Miklós Friedman, Auschwitz. Miklós Gluck, Auschwitz. Miklós Gluck, Miklós Goldstein, Szentes. Miklós Grossman, Auschwitz. Miklós Grunberger. Miklós Setern, Auschwitz. Miklós Vermes, Auschwitz. Miklós Weinberger, Auschwitz. Miklós Weitz, Auschwitz. Miklós Wind, Budapest. Miklós Zelmanovitz. Miklós Flesch, Auschwitz. Miklós Rhein, Auschwitz. Miklós Zsázs, Miklós Weinberger, Auschwitz. Miksa Berkowitz. Miksa Deutsch, Auschwitz. Miksa Erfeld, Budapest. Miksa Freeman, Auschwitz. Miksa Freibert, Auschwitz. Miksa Fuerst, Auschwitz. Miksa Grenbaum, Auschwitz. Miksa Grunsberger, Auschwitz. Miksa Grunberger, Auschwitz. Miksa Gutmann, Miksa Herzl, Birkenbaum. Miksa Lefkowitz, Miksa Lenner, Buchenwald. Mixa Lowenstein, Auschwitz. Mixa Mausov. Mixa Pilis, Budapest. Mixa Salamanowitz, Auschwitz. Mixa Schlesinger. Mixa Schnabel, Auschwitz. Mixa Schwartz, Halom. Mixa Spitzer, Auschwitz. Mixa Spitzer, Auschwitz. Mixa Steiner, Auschwitz. Mixa Schlesinger, Auschwitz. Mix Fromer, Auschwitz. Mix Mokari, Auschwitz. Mija Schoenfeld, Auschwitz. Minkia Glicklick, Auschwitz. Mindy Leiber, Auschwitz. Mindel Koning, Auschwitz. Mirka Steinberger, Auschwitz. Mirha Friedlander, Auschwitz. Miriam Auslander, Birkenau. Miriam Bosch, Auschwitz. Miriam Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Miriam Eckstein, Budapest. Miriam Ehrenfeld, Auschwitz. Miriam Philipson, Auschwitz. Miriam Hirschfeld, Auschwitz. Miriam Holzer, Auschwitz. Miriam Klein, Auschwitz. Miriam Kleen, Auschwitz. Miriam Lewy, Auschwitz. Miriam Meyer, Auschwitz. Miriam Miller, Auschwitz. Miriam Newman, Auschwitz. Miriam Newell, Auschwitz. Miriam Pollock, Auschwitz. Miriam Rubenstein, Auschwitz. Miriam Schlesinger, Auschwitz. Miriam Schwartz, Auschwitz. Miriam Steiner, Auschwitz. Miriam Steninger, Auschwitz. Miriam Svark, Auschwitz. Miriam Sayel, Auschwitz. Miriam Teilbaum, Auschwitz. Miriam Weiss, Auschwitz. Miriam Weingarten, Auschwitz. Miriam Weitz, Auschwitz. Miriam Winkler, Auschwitz. Meryl Grossman, Auschwitz. Miriam Gluck Jönjösch. Miriam Zilberbestein, Auschwitz. Missy Flamenhout, Galatia. Mixie Bleich, Auschwitz. Menchem Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Menachem Pfizer, Auschwitz. Menachem Kraus, Buchenwald. Moche Freud, Auschwitz. Moch Weiss, Auschwitz. Magda Gladstein, Auschwitz. Moise Roth, Auschwitz. Moise Meyer, Auschwitz. Moise Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Moise Schwartz, Auschwitz. Moise Weiss, Melk. Miosel Horowitz, Auschwitz. Moise Grunwald, Auschwitz. Moise Schwartz, Auschwitz. Moise Stern, Auschwitz. Moise Tyenbaum, Auschwitz. Monika, Auschwitz. Mono Weinberger, Auschwitz. Mordechai Fettman, Auschwitz. Mordechai Weiss, Auschwitz. Mordechai Weiss. Mordechai Soboram, Warsaw. Mordechai Setern, Auschwitz. Mordechai Wolf, Auschwitz. Mordecai Weisel, Mordechai Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Mordechai Halberstam, Auschwitz. Mordechai Stern, Auschwitz. Mordechai Stern, Stalingrad. Mordechai Schuster, Auschwitz. Mordechai Farwenger, Auschwitz. Mordechai Reidemann, Auschwitz. Mordechai Weiss, Auschwitz. Mordechai Stern, Auschwitz. Mordko Goldstein, Auschwitz. Morgit Salzer, Auschwitz. Morgit Schwartz, Auschwitz. Morik Feuscher, Auschwitz. Morik Hirsch, Auschwitz. Morik Weiss, Auschwitz. Morik Kemeny. Morizo Morgenstern, Auschwitz. Maurice Weishaus, Auschwitz. Moreau Fischer, Auschwitz. Morris Friedman. Maurice Beniz, Uipest. Moig Fried, Auschwitz. Mosh Gluck Kerch. Mosh Dietz, Auschwitz. Mosh Fein, Auschwitz. Mosh Freud, Auschwitz. Mosh Greenwald, Auschwitz. Moish Grun, Auschwitz. Moish Miller, Auschwitz. Mosh Weinstock, Auschwitz. Mosh Weinberger, Auschwitz. Mose Fischer, Auschwitz. Mose Goldstein, Auschwitz. Mose Goldstein, Budapest. Mose Kohn, Auschwitz. Mose Kostelitz, Auschwitz. Mose Kraus, Auschwitz. Mose Lustig. Mose Rochenberger, Auschwitz. Mose Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Mose Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mose Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mose Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mose Stein, Budapest. Mose Stein, Auschwitz. Mose Weiner, Auschwitz. Mose Weiss, Auschwitz. Mose Weitz, Auschwitz. Mose Weitz, Auschwitz. Moses Weiss, Budapest. Moshe Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Moshe Bernstein, Auschwitz. Moshe Deutsch, Auschwitz. Moshe Fromer, Auschwitz. Moshe Glicklick, Auschwitz. Moshe Goldstein, Auschwitz. Moshe Grossenberger, Auschwitz. Moshe Haushatan, Debrecen. Moshe Cohen, Auschwitz. Moshe Lefkowitz, Auschwitz. Moshe Meyerowitz, Auschwitz. Moshe Meyerkowitz, Auschwitz. Moshe Mahler, Auschwitz. Moshe Markowitz, Putnok. Moshe Rochman, Auschwitz. Moshe Sattenberger. Moshe Stern, Auschwitz. Moshe Schwark, Auschwitz. And Moshe Weber, Theresienstadt. Now I have just a few more to read. For my family, Nathan Grossman, paternal grandfather. Bela Grossman, paternal grandmother. Only 3 out of their 9 children survived. Shlomo Grossman's wife, which is my aunt. Kato Grossman, my cousin. Imre Grossman, my cousin. And many more who I don't know, but Louis Gal, who's a survivor, my father in Ukraine for 5 years labor camp. Magda Gal, my mother who survived in hiding. Then, on behalf of my friend Sandy Weissman, Pinkus Markowitz, Hannah Markowitz, Aha Babi, Aunt Ella and her 4 children, Huva Marmelstein and Suri, her aunt, all in Auschwitz. On behalf of Harold Greenberg, Shlomo Dragon, Abraham Dragon. On behalf of Yvette Gutkin, Rose Siegel, and Simon Siegel. On behalf of Rosalind Franken, Metje Pagrach, Abraham Pagrach, Johanna Pagrach, Samuel Pagrach, Manuel Pagrach, Vietje Franken, Rosette Franken.
Our thanks to Susan Rappaport. Our next reader is Steve Rappaport. Yes. Light. Steve, is there any particular country of origin that you'd like to read names from? No. No? Okay. Then why don't you continue with Hungary? So we're doing first name, last name, place of death. Okay. Steve will continue our reading with the names of Holocaust martyrs from Hungary.
Moshe Weiss, Auschwitz. Moshe Lovinger, Wales. Moshe Lowinger, Auschwitz. Motel Pasternak, Auschwitz. Mose Kobel, Auschwitz. Mose Weiss, Auschwitz. Moses Rosenberg, Birkenau. Moslem Finkelstein, Auschwitz. Moslem Lasinga, Auschwitz. Musi Davidovitz, Auschwitz. Mur Gwen, Auschwitz. Mur Weinberger, Auschwitz. Meisnazi Schwarz, Ordorf. Majan Datsky, Auschwitz. Nachman Heller, Auschwitz. Nachman Kohn, Auschwitz. Nachman Kohn, Auschwitz. Nachman Yabovovich, Auschwitz. Nata Goldstein, Auschwitz. Nathan Gluck, Auschwitz. Nathan Wachenheim, Budapest. Nechem Mann, Auschwitz. Nachima Schwartz, Auschwitz. Nella Zimmerman, Auschwitz. Nellie Goldstein, Auschwitz. Nellie Gross, Auschwitz. Nellie Kraus, Budapest. Nathan Rajnolatan, Auschwitz. Netta Steiner, Auschwitz. Nettie Polishek, Auschwitz. Nettie Wiener, Auschwitz. Nejel Gross, Auschwitz. Nachum Khan, Auschwitz. Newson Berkowitz, Budapest. Osi Mataz, Auschwitz. Oznal Horowitz, Auschwitz. Ajno Grinklich, Auschwitz. Olga Heschk, Auschwitz. Olga Hirschenfeld, Auschwitz. Olga Jakobovich, Auschwitz. Olga Swinja, Auschwitz. Oranka Wiesenberger, Bergen-Belsen. Orpad Khan, Auschwitz. Oskar Moskov, Auschwitz. Oskar Rosenwasser, Auschwitz. Osha Horowitz, Auschwitz. Olsius Strauss, Budapest. Oskar Deutsch, Auschwitz. Oskar Frankel, Budapest. Oskar Holtzman, Auschwitz. Otija Gluck, Auschwitz. Otto Baruch, Auschwitz. Otto Glicklich, Budapest. Otto Haas, Auschwitz. Otto Schwartz, Auschwitz. Otto Sisutsky, Germany. Pani Glick, Auschwitz. Parika Weldman, Auschwitz. Paula Lowry, Auschwitz. Pauli Fischer, Auschwitz. Paulus Weiss, Dachau. Pavli Lieberman, Budapest. Pepe Jean-Gris, Auschwitz. Pepe Schwartz, Auschwitz. Pepe Schwartz, Auschwitz. Pearl Laurel Feast, Auschwitz. Pearl Daj, Auschwitz. Paul Grunenwald, Auschwitz. Pearl Heller, Auschwitz. Pearl Krockberg, Auschwitz. Pearl Mihai, Auschwitz. Pearl Steiner, Auschwitz. Pasach Wajik, Auschwitz. Pesha Newsberg, Auschwitz. Pesha Werschenberger, Auschwitz. Peso Grossman, Birkenau. Pesel Gruen, Auschwitz. Pesia Gnad, Rajenburg. Pesia Lowy, Auschwitz. Pesel Gruenstein, Auschwitz. Pesel Roshnedger, Auschwitz. Philip Bienstock, Budapest. P.G. Wiesenberger, Auschwitz. Pinchas Grunewald, Auschwitz. Pinchas Schwab, Birkenworld. Pinhas Hajdu, Birkenau. Piri Markovitz, Auschwitz. Piri Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Poroshenko Kraus, Auschwitz. Perushka Gross, Treblinka. Perushka Nurenlander, Hungary. Pista Weiss, Auschwitz. Peter Beck, Kapenzwa, Hungary. Polo Rosenberg, Auschwitz, Ribka Lefkowitz, Auschwitz, Rachel Baruch, Podolsky, Rachel Bruskachevitz, Auschwitz, Rachel Deutsch, Auschwitz, Rachel Deutsch, Auschwitz, Rachel Fizlovich, Auschwitz, Rachel Frajlach, Auschwitz, Rachel Frajlach, Auschwitz, Rachel Geldmon, Auschwitz, Rachel Grinsberg, Auschwitz, Rachel Glicklich, Auschwitz, Rachel Greenbaum, Auschwitz, Rachel Herz, Auschwitz, Rachel Hirsch, Auschwitz, Rachel Kahn, Auschwitz, Rachel Landon, Auschwitz, Rachel Lipskich, Auschwitz, Rachel Lowy, Auschwitz, Rachel Mizeshki, Auschwitz, Rachel Moskowitz, Auschwitz, Rachel Nickensberg, Auschwitz, Rachel Pollock, Auschwitz, Rachel Reich, Auschwitz, Rachel Roch, Auschwitz, Rachel Sander, Auschwitz, Rachel Schoenwald, Auschwitz, Rachel Schwartz, 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 Auschwitz, Rachel Schiesenfeld, Auschwitz, Rachel Stern, Auschwitz, Rachel Stern, Auschwitz, Rachel Sizba, Auschwitz, Rachel Shapira, Auschwitz, Rachel Shizrazba, Azwikow, Rachel Szymionowicz, Auschwitz, Rachel Vach, Auschwitz, Rachel Weinstock, Auschwitz, Rachel Wieshaus, Auschwitz, Rachel Winkler, Auschwitz, Rachel Zoenshan, Bergen-Belsen, Rachel Newman, Auschwitz, Rachel Fruzwasser, Raja Fuwazger, Auschwitz, Rajel Franz, Auschwitz, Razel Hershkovitz, Stezuko, Hungary, Razel Khan, Auschwitz, Ribka Schwartz, Auschwitz, Ribka Wasenberger, Auschwitz, Rachel Chazan, Auschwitz, Rachel Wiesel, Auschwitz, Rachel Riga Hausman, Auschwitz, Rizel Stern, Auschwitz, Rizel Weider, Auschwitz, Rizel Hellman, Auschwitz, Rila Steiner, Auschwitz, Rezko Heimlich, Auschwitz, Rizzy Mella, Auschwitz, Rezi Polezek, Auschwitz, Rezi Reich, Auschwitz, Rizzy Weiss, Auschwitz, Rizik Cistern, Auschwitz. Rezo Gank, Auschwitz. Rezi Grunwald, Auschwitz. Rezi Pulaski, Wien. Rezi Schwartz, Auschwitz. Rezi Spitzer, Auschwitz. Rezi Weiss, Auschwitz. Rezin Gleichmann, Auschwitz. Rezin Gross, Auschwitz. Rezin Kong, Auschwitz. Rezin Rosenblatt, Auschwitz. Rezinka Kaiser, Auschwitz. Rezinki Lecter, Debrecen. Rezno Blankla, Budapest, Hungary. Rezo Hochfelder, Auschwitz. Rezo Hochfelder, Hungary. Rezo Keller, Mauthausen. Rezo Pollock, Auschwitz. Rezo Weiss, Mauthausen. Rivka Weinbergha, Auschwitz. Rifki Rosenberg, Bergenau. Rickel Watch, Auschwitz. Rivka Schneck, Auschwitz. Rifki Schwartz, Auschwitz. Rifki Stern, Auschwitz. Wiel Zemlowitz, Auschwitz. Rika Kamcha, Budapest, Hungary. Rika Roth, Auschwitz. Rika Steinberger, Auschwitz. Rika Spinzer, Auschwitz. Rika Schwarzenberger, Auschwitz. Rika Wajka, Auschwitz. Rika Weinberger, Auschwitz. Rika Weisberg, Auschwitz. Rika Wersberger, Auschwitz. Riza Weiler, Auschwitz. Roberto Heba, Mauthausen. Raquel Goldstein, Rachel Goldstein, Kopguva. Roj Jacoba, Auschwitz. Roja Shizkiski, Auschwitz. Rosa Friedman, Auschwitz. Rosa Goldstein, Auschwitz. Rosa Cardos, Auschwitz. Rosa Kraus, Auschwitz. Rosa Moiskach, Auschwitz. Rosa Ruth, Auschwitz. Rosa Schwartz, Auschwitz. Another Rosa Schwartz, Auschwitz. Rosa Wiesner, Auschwitz. Rosila Spitzer, Auschwitz. Rosie Horvat, Auschwitz. Rosa Friedman, Birkenau. Rosa Schlemmer, Auschwitz. Rosie Gluck, Gunskirchen. Rosala Peter, Auschwitz. Rosika Fisch, Auschwitz. Rosa Applebaum, Auschwitz. Rosa Lowinger, Auschwitz. Rosa Miller, Auschwitz. Rosa Felingi, Budapest. Rosie Fischer, Bergen-Belsen. Rosie Fried, Auschwitz. Thanks. You're welcome. Thank you.
Our thanks to Steve Rappaport. Our reading continues. Dr. Stuart Feldman. Stuart will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Russia and from Ukraine. Ukraine, as I mentioned at the outset of the vigil, was a part of the Soviet Union when the lists that we've been provided with from Yad Vashem were compiled, and so there are no distinct lists for Ukraine, but the names from Russia, from the USSR, do include Ukraine. Stuart,
begin where?
right here. So let me just show. You want me to get? I can
Yeah,
get
if you
that
could
for
bring
you.
it, yeah.
So we want first name, last name,
Have Russia been done
and place of death.
Russia-
Not earlier today, no. So again, first name, last name, place of death.
Yep,
I'll
yep.
get you purple.
Okay. Ben Zion Abramovitz, Auschwitz. Sarah Abramson, Lavana, Latvia. Penina Adler, Auschwitz. Fega Adam, Warsaw, Poland. Rika Auerbach, Lodz, Poland. Shabtai Augustowiski, Janal, Poland. Chajam Arablansky, Treblinka. Bernhard Altman, Kopygorod, Ukraine. Menachem Amsterdamski, Kaufering, Germany. Isaac Angel, Poland. Chaim Anderman, Bukzak, Poland. Zendel Appelbojum, Treblinka. Eti Axelrod, Jakalinka, Poland. Chana Oslender, Treblinka. Moshe Aronowitz, Lodz, Poland. Micheline Aronson, Auschwitz. Sarah Obstbaum, Warszawska, Poland. Mosa Oguriek, Warszawska, Poland. Liba Ozerowitz, Zedzilkol, Poland. Hirsch Ojcer, Lodz, Poland. Avram Osterfeld, Bershad, Ukraine. Salom Osterer, Stanesti, Romania. Joshua Osleska, Treblinka. Jospa Ostrezga, Warskazwa, Poland. Smil Oskola, Auschwitz. Frida Oppenheimer, Auschwitz. Chana Ofen, Warszawska, Poland. Baruch Order, Trisk, Wolin, Poland. Chaja Orenstein, Sedlice, Ghetto. Mirjam Unger, Auschwitz. Joseph Iwanier, Kopygorod, Ukraine. Elizabeth Idzikon, Auschwitz. Shifra Ikowiski, Mishensky, Poland. Jeno Akovitz, Auschwitz. Matilda Eisner, Minsk, Belarusia. Elena Eiderman, Babi Yar. Malcha Edelstein, Majanjik. Benzion Eisenbaum. Bresnik Nad Bugayim. Hirsch Eisenthal, Bershit, Ukraine. Yedel Gutman, Moghilev, Ukraine. Rachel Gelbart, Auschwitz. Jacob Dayan, Petrashon, Lithuania. Ephraim Mainman, Vinkovitsky, Ukraine. Clara Weinstein, Auschwitz. Vega Weisberg, Mogilev, Ukraine. Bejla Kharabolowski, Majanek. Erzsébet Tufel, Auschwitz. Hedwig Tutish, Riga, Latvia. Hinda Kirschenbaum, Auschwitz. Jacob Tenenbaum, Mauthausen. Jonas Tenenbaum, Lvov, Poland. Nathan Triebfeder, Italy. Judith Joskovic, Lodz, Poland. Samuel Katz, Borislav, Poland. Samuel Katz, Belzig. Shandor Katz, Auschwitz. Esther Cohen, Auschwitz. Bluma Cohen, Lodz, Poland. Marie Cohen, Auschwitz. Roland Cohen, Germany. Jacek Cohn, Auschwitz. Leah Cohn, Auschwitz. Chana Laub, Auschwitz. Nenny Laser, Majdanek. Erno Lautman, Auschwitz. Berta Lieblinder. Zabi Stanislawa, Poland. Naftali Meir, Nadwarna Ghetto. Stefani Polak, Warsaw, Poland. Mirza Pikowski, Ashuk, Poland. Esther Pirovic, Warszawska, Poland. Hanna Choina, Warszawska, Poland. Einkel Pirovic, Varsovia, Poland. Meyer Pirovitz, Varsovia, Poland. Mozak Pirovitz, Warsaw, Poland. Bluma Paste, Jazonek, Poland. Yenta Paste, Kropowink, Poland. Israel Paste, Ukraine, USSR. Sarah Paste, Jazionka, Poland. Eva Pepper, Auschwitz. Philip Pepper, Auschwitz. Bertha Plazik, Auschwitz. Meljak Plasik, Auschwitz. Ruben Perwidlo, Klozuzin, Poland. Tauba Pristin, Riga, Latvia. Movshva Pristin, Riga, Latvia. Jania Preska, Balialstak, Poland. Sua Presgoda, Auschwitz. Jisrael Pirsgoda, Auschwitz. Aaron Faust, Sendizwal, Poland. Rachel Fang, Belzig. Herminia Tufel, Auschwitz. Adolf Farkach, Germany. Jedis Farkas, Auschwitz. Lily Farkas, Auschwitz. Uzer Folchenkflieg, Nova Salica, Romania. Remchiel Folkenflik, Treblinka. Grisha Fuderman, Vinkoviksi, Ukraine. Yoina Fuderman, Vinkovisi, Ukraine. Shmuel Federman, Donetsk, Ukraine. Hertz Fedriki, Slomin Ghetto. Hein Fuchs, Sarnaki, Poland. Lieb Fuchs, Otwock, Poland. Ephraim Furman, Transnistria. Rivka Finger, Poland. Anshel Camille, Auschwitz. Shlomo Kirshen, Zaborov, Poland. Jenny Rappaport, Belzec. Vigdor Schwartz, Bulzak, Poland. Regina Stadfeld, Korlika, Poland. Fajka Stein, Belzec. Sidoni Stein, Yugoslavia. Rose Steinberg, Auschwitz. Chaja Steinloff, Belzec. Hava Sterenberg, Transnistria. Jacob Shmulevich, Lowitz, Poland. Jacob Goldman, Arkhangelic, Russia. Eleonora Amarchi, Auschwitz. Suzanne Amarchi, Auschwitz. Solomon Amarchi, Auschwitz. Prosper Aros, Auschwitz. Ferik Ungar, Auschwitz. Rachel Uzerowitz. Piotro Trybunalski, Poland. Fanny Genghauser, Bergen-Belsen. Wolf Edelstein, Izobilnoy, Russia. Raquel Ezra, Auschwitz. Irmgard Olsner, Auschwitz. Malkla Engelman, Auschwitz. Naftal Engel, Troniki, Lubin, Poland. Ignat Enten, Auschwitz. Mendel Renkrank, Dolhi, Poland. Yitzhak Erster, Auschwitz. Moshe Balsam, Bergen-Belsen. Georges Bodenheimer, Auschwitz. Elamlech Boy Melgren, Auschwitz. Gitia Bosis, Ulanov, Ukraine. Astar Borshespolzhaika, Babi Yar. Lodgebull Borenstein, Auschwitz. Regina Buzin, Treblinka. Yitzhak Bunim, Auschwitz. Mechel Berenberg, Belzec. Guyuri Berger, Russia. Samuel Berlin, Auschwitz. Feiga Blank, Berdechnev, Ukraine. Dina Blank, Bordeshnev, Ukraine. Lee Blank, Poroskuyurov, Ukraine. Lee Blank, Poroskyov, Ukraine. Frimeta Blingbaum, Auschwitz. Rachel Braun, Auschwitz. Samuel Brand, Belzec. Katje Bradbart, Sobibor. Eli Genk, Auschwitz. Aaron Gorodensky, Minsk, Belarus. Bat Shiwa Gelis, Transnistria. Abraham Goretman, Sobibor. Kalman Grunberg, Kolisvar, Romania. Usher Grunberg, Auschwitz. Bazia Deitch, Ulanov, Vinitsa, Ukraine. Elizabeth Haas Day, Auschwitz. Aaron Vaz Dias, Therenstadt, Czechoslovakia. Ben Sian, Weinrantz, Treblinka. Mario Veroli D, Warsaw, Poland. Itka Verkovsky, Rudnya, Smolensk, Russia. Mania Kavin, Osipovici, Belarusia. Nisam, Israel, Auschwitz. Benzion Kahan, Kono, Lithuania. Mazel Tov, Cohen, Auschwitz. Moti Lichman, Sobibor. Joseph Lilienbaum, Majanic. Miriam Lieber, Treblinka. Georges Levy, Elrich, Saxony, Germany. Lubov Levin, Palkina, Russia. David Lukowitz, Lesno, Poland. Max Cohn, Rivsaltis, France. Deso Lorenitsk, Auschwitz. Benzion Mazer, Stalingrad, Russia. Benzion Mazer, Stalingrad, Russia. Benzion Malamud, Chervesky, Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Finish the page. Marcus, Jolan Marcus, Auschwitz. Chaya Musman, Ostrog, Wolin, Poland. Abraham Neubauer, Auschwitz. Sarah, no last name, Dublinka Lubin, Poland. Baron Sosan, Auschwitz. Say to God. Say to God. Sure. Go ahead, please. Yeah. Thank you. Yiskadal v'yiskadash shemei rabah b'yalma divrach yirusei v'yamlich malchusei v'chayachon v'yimeichon v'chayeh d'chal beish Yisrael bak Allah b'zman karib b'mru'amei yesh mei rabah mevorach v'yalam alamei omaya yisbarak v'yishtabak v'yisba'ar v'yishraman v'yisnesei v'yisadar v'yisaleh v'yisalal shemei d'kudashah b'richu Ve'elam min kol b'chasa v'shirasa, tush b'chasa v'nechamasa, damiram b'yalma v'yamru amen. Yehi shalom rabba min shemaya v'chayim oleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'yamru amen. Oseh shalom b'romav, huya oseh shalom. Oleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'yamru amen. Thank you, Stuart.
Our thanks to Stuart Feldman. Rosia Frisman, Lotz. Dawid Tymansky, Poneto. Tovia Jakubowicz, Lotz. Zygmunt Bra, Auschwitz. Bela Schwartzberg, Auschwitz. Henya Safran, Auschwitz. Chana Wasserman, Warsaw. David Weisberg, Auschwitz. Treja Surabolo, Treblinka. Hirsch Ressler, Friestak, Jacob Wissener, Auschwitz, Joel Wilderman, Majdanek, Chawa Eisenberg, Lodz, Mala Truk, Siberia region, Miriam Slonizek, Warsaw, Nacha Slamowitz, Belzec, Rachel Rechnudel, Lublin, Royka Goldwasser, Treblinka, Moshe Lowenberg, Drobhobitz, Bela Kukerman, Siedlowitz, Joachim Lenzer, Treblinka, Rikwa Sterngold, Warsaw, Chaya Weismarter, Lublin, Slomik Reckman, Treblinka, Rosa Rosenblatt, Burstein, Jishak Yudalyib, Warsaw, Joseph Slechter, Warsaw, Yehuda Schlim, Zelichow, Laser Zipli, Auschwitz, Hirsch Cernowitz, Treblinka, Menashe Abdel, no place of death, Moshe Wienerwer, Treblinka, Rachel Martyr, Pelkini, Zaisky Gershnazorn, Breznik, Sloma Spreiser, Lvov, Eitel Siznika, Baranowskowitz, Abraham Stakowski, Warsaw, Burl Kurtz, Tushin, Moshe Chat, Sosnowitz, Rachela Wetlaufer, Warsaw, Cisna Metazowitz, Lachnowitz, Beira Wien, Grodzisko, Hene Blesbeck, Auschwitz, Chaim Dovidovich, Majdanek, Joel Burstein, Treblinka, Meir Skop, Stalin, Seznidl Chizny, Rafalaska, Chawa Banker, Kresminitz, Joseph Gorzalansky, Rawa Ruska, Pinchas Diatlowicki, Witkowitz, Yisrael Helsman, Auschwitz, Avraham Newman, Auschwitz, Chaim Chaznazuk, Rokitno, Hannah Zozkover, Belzec, Devora Goldmans, Helm, Frida Zoransky, Bialystok, Hirsch Chinitz, Lachwa, Abraham Fruchtman, Sobibor, Yosef Stieglitz, Helm, Shraj Platkowitz, Ziziski, Ruben Griebel, Yanowska, Mose Veglitz, Ronyi, Pearl Ravier, Yaroslav, Razel Schwartz, Yosefov, Slomo Sisnitz, Atwak, Seaman Kirstein, Lotz, Zlati Borenstein, Zidilowitz, Bazia Finkelman, Auschwitz, Chaim Lokich, Hanover, Hanna Zaborsuski, Portzik, Shmuel Slaberbersky, Cornwall, Fragile Mincer, Bilgorich, Trudy Kadinsky, Bialystok, Hertz Palak, Majdanek, Joseph Licht, Jaslo. Mordechai Goldstoff, Krakow. Bracha Wyszynski, Warsaw. Mordechai Flamer, Kozau. Nachum Weisberg, Walatzmirsk. Rachela Rockauer, Krakow. Mazia Sipayer, Lodz. Rachel Gotzi, Bialystok. Zifra Karner, Ostrog. Burl Tzitzel, Ostrov. Ducia Zadel, Belzec. Israel Ringewurz, no place of death. Berko Zaknowitz, Naui Zworskin. Yakov Lubraniki, Radogoskin. Henzik Honik, Portzik. Joseph Korland, Kolka. Yonat Sni, Lvov. Lunik Wagner, Drobhobitz. Melech Zetel, Perch. Chaim Zanyank, Gombin. Pazla Salzburg, Auschwitz. Razel Yagid, Narev. Zianka Neufeld, Auschwitz. Moise Stub, Tarnow. Ignacy Krieger, Auschwitz. Basha Mane, Warsaw. Chaim Mozoskowitz, Noah Grodek. Chanak Stazuski, Radomsk. Dewara Schwartzblatt, Stepan. Rewa Kirsch, Auschwitz. Kunia Zilupski, Wisniewski. Yakov Krawczyk, Auschwitz. Joshua Halberstam, Auschwitz. Chaim Zaidi, Chelmno. Marja Horowitz, Warsaw. Mose Migdal, Lodz. Chana Schmulker, Berenzny. Razel Dimenstein, Dolenho. Shaya Razor, Kozova. Shulam Schwartzberg, Auschwitz. Rachel Weintraub, Tarnograd. Ari Swerk, Chelmno. Bracha Schneider, Chelmno. Chana Goldfischer, Belzec. Israel Shapiro, Ziedlitz. Ezrael Lipschitz, Majdanek. Chaim Spieler, Stanislawo. Ziv Zilberwasser, Vilno. Yechiel Rosenkrantz, Warsaw. Label Makowski, Auschwitz. Barry's Mink, Lvov. Miriam Buchner, Auschwitz. Henek Gulkowitz, Mur. Pinchas Garmantel, Miedzirczek. Rika Koper, Treblinka. Dewara Kahane, Yawaro. Uzur Potas, Trochenbrad. Fela Powermacher, Auschwitz. Benjamin Holler, Tarnow. Hertz Sertak, Rados Kowitz. Chaim Schneider, Jaslo. Prince Pupko, Vilno. Gedali Markowitz, Lodz. Itzhak Segier, Auschwitz. Yankel Schuster, Cernik. Yuda Webschneider, Warsaw. Frania Grodnitsky, Chelmno. Maitek Rosenzweig, Munich. Michael First, Treblinka. Frieda Lichtenberg, Midzirsik, Moses Swell, Belzec, Srul Weltman, Chamilnik, Tony Junger, Auschwitz, Jenta Mermelstein, Mizashk, Moitel Eppel, Krib Zemniak, Schneidel Dichter, Rafalaqua, Zalman Brandstetter, Warsaw, Chaim Zalmanovich, Lutz, Elzak Schweitzer, Auschwitz, Israel Lewin, Trabi, Laser Schneider, Treblinka, Nachum Shlomowitz, Vilna, Abraham Schultz, Sokolow, Frima Goldstein, Zemshani, Moshe Zaydenband, Yano Lubelski, Chana Yakubowitz, Treblinka, Raika Zibula, Warsaw, Jepel Zuchawiki, Mur, Yaakov Pfeffer, Auschwitz, 18 Glotzman, Pinsk, Braja Lewin, Sidelsk, Chana Hachspiegel, Auschwitz, Zipa Serebi, Vilna, Jakob Wiesna, Atwak, Chava Reiberger, Auschwitz, Israel Roner, Wodlowadawa, Jerzy Konigstein, Madhausen, Leja Tzwi, Warsaw, Meir Chait, Mali Sedlishki, Moshe Weinberg, Warsaw, Leah Maj, Loming, Rachel Steyer, Lutz, Sarah Gutman, Kolka, Shlomo Wademan, Vilna, Yidel Pariser, Auschwitz, Alexander Borenstein, No Place of Death, Haya Shkotils, Auschwitz, Moshe Zrabber, Belzec, Chaim Fagenbaum, Wilodawa, Leibish Berkovitz, Yed Ziyao, Gittel Teitelbaum, Porchik, Israel Goldarbor, Ostrog, Label Wiederman, Reisich, Yitzhak Slapoznik, Motila, Joseph Steper, Mizoshk, Miriam Rosenzweig, Majdanek, Moryam Zengel, Majdanek, Rika Friedmacher, Lublin, Zwiel Tuzinski, Bodzin, Chaya Zelenka, Warsaw, Nachum Schumacher, Majdanek, Zecha Rappaport, Treblinka, Zipporah Guzinski, Lubertau, Chaya Chamowitz, Baranovich, Etta Zaidenseg, Warsaw, Israel Zilberslack, Wojtyslaw, Lipe Steger, Auschwitz, Paula Gershanowitz, Warsaw, Alexander Weisblum, Chelmno, Gittel Setzer, Yoseval, Rosia Strasberg, Warsaw, David Werner, Klewan, Uzer Uzerowitz, Treblinka, Abraham Hofstadter, Lvov, Boris Dichterman, Cherubishkau, Chaya Sapira, Kozinik, Swee Bernstein, Zablato, Etla Napadow, Warsaw, Chaya Favlovitz, Chelmno, Joseph Prouda, Ostrow, Yehuda Gotzman, Izbika, Label Poway, Radzilo, Himali Puderman, Treblinka, Zygus Backenroth, Bronika, Mose Weiss, Tachelka, Rachel Grossfeld, Krakow, Rika Gerzanowitz, Auschwitz, Zeppo Dibner, Treblinka, Jakob Supora, Chelmno, Abraham Zilachowski, Loch, Burl Tamim, Przeworsk, Chaya Sternlicht, Sandomirtz, Israel Gottlieb, Auschwitz, Nechama Savinklier, Grodno, Chaya Kartowski, Helmek, Mordechai Bronstein, Treblinka, Itzhak Nydorf, Treblinka, Kayla Mikowski, Majdanek, Slama Laketa, Treblinka, Metek Weinblum, Warsaw, Genya Steiner, Belzec. What country do you want to do? Because these are hard to do. Top of the page.
Pinkus Friedlander, Wolzinski, Faja Mandrazak, Malawi, Sujandal Nultsachecker, Kowal, Zvi Fain, Lotz, Hanna Visfanger, Poldalski, Jenny Fienkis, Lotz, Jochet Midzretsky, Auschwitz, Shalom Simowitz, Nerojik, Idol Kipperwasser, Woldalsmer, Wolf Citron, Dachau, Itzach Jachmetz, Auschwitz, Jacques Gerst, Auschwitz, Kiwa Rosenberg, Auschwitz, Shmuel Zilberstein, Mizerek, Mirjam Lacher, Bresna, Motzer Slelsler, Belzec, Raka Gelbkov, Lotz, Riwa Papierno, Radun, Aaron Zimmerman, Luau, Jakob Speckman, Treblinka, Abraham Wiener, Auschwitz, Burl Rozhenko, Liskansk, Chacha Swarsburg, Belzec, Cyril Savlesquis, Majanek, Haja Pfefferkorn, Zlachau, Haja Kach, Piaski, Israel Rachfeld, Warzawa, Jerachmel Chaba, Majantik, Basia Janinsky, Wilna, Bila Segel, Makau, Miriam Holchman, Pinsk, Chaja Teitelbaum, Purchik, Rebecca Wald, Warzawa, Ruth Leschgold, Warsaw, Sasha Westphaler, Auschwitz, Estera Bojman, Lenin, Zvi Golenziner, Makau, Baska Rosenweig, Lotz, Selda Lewinson, Wilno, Hanan Sanderwitz, Podbrozy, Devera Mikkelsen, Vilna, Faisal Straight, Stanislav, Jocha Drach, Sorna, Jacob Dizenoj, Auschwitz, Joseph Jakowitz, Walbrom, Jessel Zakarjaz, Lotz, Malsa Mailer, Tarnopol, Moses Wariki, Zerswis, Raska Nierzigsa, Treblinka 2, Adolf Ritter, Krakow, Jacko Rajman, Lublin, Pessy Steiner, Kassau, Yehoshua Strauss, Wilno, Rivka Swartz, Warsaw, Pinkas Wicknikor, Rono, Jonkel Pachter, Lotz, Israel Slissel, Nisko, Faja Milstein, Rawa Majosweka, Hawa Menchik, Warsaw, Israel Wohler, Jerzow, Jetty Rudowik, Gazwetsik, Leja Riesman, Lusky, Machta Lotzman, Baranowitz, Uzel Zulk, Warsaw, Nechama Neustetter, Wilna, Chasia Baskin, Stolen, Rivka Zieg, Zichlin, Slomo Sterenbach, Stree, Mirjam Spiegler, Prizvork, Rachel Sitzas, Majanik, Shmuel Majer, Boleslawik, Baruch Blumenkrank, Wegro, Chawa Berzestein, Iwasnis, Gitla Berstein, Warzawa, Jechelmil Schlumacher, Praznaskas, Jako Lipschitz, Karnvet, Schendel Lipswitz, Stetzawa, Chana Bojenstein, Treblinka, Giel Schwarzberg, Lotz, Mirjam Vogel, Auschwitz, Pesach Margalit, Warsaw, Rilka Rijekwa, Svi Gunnar, Kolka, Walwitz Fromer, Treblinka, Abraham Hollander, Luau, Boris Lossman, Auschwitz, Chaja Lobel, Luau, Zwi Winograd, Majanek, Eliswa Lewin, Warsaw, Jenny Slecho, Ausha, Ichak Zelchowski, Dora, Jakub Weiner, Apostno, Judka Svarchen, Auschwitz, Herza Silberberg, Sobibor, Mindla Verderber, Krakow, Moza Potas, Auschwitz, Rachel Baskir, Warsaw, Ruchel Friedman, Auschwitz, Sasha Chazan, Portich, Wolf Siesla, Auschwitz, Riesel Spicher, Kassau, Benzion Weiss, Sambor, Schindel Gorenstein, Zavjacha, Frida Kuttner, Zaleski, Igi Petronik, Bornia, Garzon Wontrub, Lotz, Yosef Sizik, Warsaw, Jacob Rubinak, Lotz, Joseph Likwarnik, Stanislav, Rachel Tobias, Branagora Aria, Meyer Lebelmar, Treblinka, Pessel Brudny, Ponary, Slomo Wisnowski, Ostrog, Bezla Wislowski, Auschwitz, Dawid Gross, Luau, Ichak Wisaki, Chelmo, Lily Peterfraund, Noisach, Gitzia Fleicher, Stanislaw, Chaim Dersinki, Slonim, Ichak Weinberg, Warzawa, Dora Hegman, Piotrkow, Frida Jauerbaum, Midretsky Podlaski, Ichak Loser, Siesbresning, Abraham Rosenberg, Galicia, Joseph Kazwiner, Stanislaw, Qui Stein, Mizos, Mizluso Spinadel, Bergen-Belsen, Michael Medzowitz, Slonim, Frida Silberstein, Rono, Ruchama Mazlevets, Rutka, Sajindal Rabinowitz, Sedlis, Wolf Simmerman, Lowell, Abraham Gerzonowitz, Lotz, Pesha Wajnotrab, Lotz, Jakow Jerchomovitz, Suzukin, Chuma Wazgra, Lotz, Estera Marzelman, Sarni, Gitla Geller, Belzec, Joseph Milner, Auschwitz. Lab Wajblum, Apatow, Julanda Sander, Auschwitz. Zlomo Nazuski, Milosna. Michael Spiegel, Stanislaw. Hirsch Myman, Kamonka. Mordechai Serzaki, Kalis. Rezi Steinberg, Kolomia. Shimeon Bodnar, Pinsk. Sifra Sufuski, Treblinka. Faji Ziegelbaum, Auschwitz. Aram Roj, Rhone. Bumek Wilner, Lemberg. Stanislaw Finkelstein, Warsaw. Zarna Rothman, Belzec. Faji Rach, Auschwitz. Yitzhak Citrin, Lotz. Israel Stoliar, Tucson. Jentna Lipkowitz, Wilno. Lajib Zilberstein, Belzec. Rachela Gruenbach, Majanek. Chil Branowski, Poltawa. Moti Wajberg, Reshuik. Hannah Braz, Wilno. Rivka Spring, Auschwitzen. Dwora Grosswasser, Auschwitz. Abraham Ziebler, Porik. Ruin Grujink, Porik. Burl Paloa, Treblinka. Chaja Valp, Gorlice. Svi Lewenstadt, Kansk. Etel Sapira, Warsaw. Gudessa Pfeiffer, Bechenski. Isasha Dobrishlanka, Majanek. Uhuda Spuzenberg, Tarnopol. Dawid Sochet, Belzec. Lazar Lipsik, Majanek. Mirl Bajanov, Pultsuk. Mose Weitzman, Auschwitz. Wolf Reich, Belzec. Ich Brill, Treblinka. Ruika Pinkowitz, Lotz. Yechizel Bedzin. Sezia Rabinowitz, Lowell. Dwora Pomerank, Lotz. Ichajau Rudnicki, Remberto. Leah Parizveski, Warsaw. Mosa Chachman, Ternopol. Zu Rosenfeld, Treblinka. Faji Zuster, Kisselin. Chaim Nazban, Osawa. Brajel Spielvogel, Ostrog. Mordechai Donner, Oswiecim. Newt Sazimar, Zimigrad. Rachel Wellmweller, Beresesto. Slamo Gerwitz, Osmania. Tool Ginsburg, Kremzinek. Zusel Pitowski, Beresa Kartuska. Bazi Dilar, Rezo. Henje Finkelstein, Kuro. Chana Kohn, Biala Podlaska. Dow Henner, Broda. Frondel Moskowitz, Warsaw. Hertz Swarsburg, Lotz. Jacob Stolman, Warsaw. Joseph Manzorf, Hackenau. Sloma Chusunski, Lotz. Menashe Elfant, Lowell. Mosi Kuker, Majanek. Perla Furstenberg, Radom. Wika Balser, Jasienka. Slata Vershaska, Lotz. Elijah Waslinski, Panar. Mordechai Westwasser, Sabibo. Burl Shefek, Dolinau. Joseph Smielman, Rosadow. Chana Saslaswitz, Dressen. Dawid Zwork, Majanek. Jakow Razaskin, Wenegro. Henia Efner, Lotz. Ita Rubenstein, Mesrick, Jahwid Friedman, Sidlis, Mordechai Pelk, Lublin, Rosia Sternberg, Sturge, Yosek Sek, Majanek, Chaja Licholt, Lotz, Felge Michner, Majanek, Yechel Spiesman, Treblinka, Pessa Berkowitz, Treblinka, Yitzhak Moroka, Auschwitz, Rikwa Smadler, Bochana, Brendel Kleisner, Treblinka, Hannah Raff, Wysoki Litovsk, Dawid Ziemba, Warsaw, Fissel Zark, Lwow, Jita Luchter, Krasnik, Jakob Hifsman, Woslowis, Joseph Kufner, Zaklikin, Rachel Gansberg, Mizotz, Zimon Stern, Treblinka, Mos Kukiriman, Radom, Pearl Slomowitz, Lotz, Rizel Steiner, Rozadwow, Shmuel Weingast, Belzec, Sismion Rajand, Zelchau, Baza Gelkov, Treblinka, Vakalel Zanira, Treblinka, Chaim Spiegel, Sobibo, Chawa Beck, Debika, Shmuel Rabinowitz, Sazliswa, Wigdor Weltman, Treblinka, Hertz Wortman, Rubizo, Abraham Fruchterman, Stanislaw, Joseph Lichtenstein, Starachwa, Michael Milgalter, Mizos, Maza Kaganowitz, Izhiski, Chaim Weinberg, Auschwitz, Nechama Elowitz, Lotz, Rachel Zwartz, Josepho, Nachema Gutman, Auschwitz, Slomo Krasansky, Wilna, Yakov Sorwa, Rauno, Abraham Zuckman, Pinsk, Gittel Kirstein, Lotz, Chaja Slecher, Chelm, Cyril Hachman, Auschwitz, Jakob Pinkoswitz, Sezwacha, Gisa Sak, Roziski, Ichach Sasfran, Majanek, Jaco Teitelbaum, Purik, Yechel Gora, Gobrowa, Ichach Weisvogel, Treblinka, Mose Brajernhek, Buchenwald, Morik Neithauser, Dembika, Mordechai Pilavsky, Pinsk, Henji Lenvant, Kopsevitz, Estera Louis, Lotz. Okay.
Simon Weintraub, Yugoslavia. Carlo Pontecorvo, Warsaw. Samuel Sonino, Warsaw. Cesare De Cave, Warsaw. Samuel Sonino, Warsaw. Adele Rabello, Warsaw. Bruno Curiel, Warsaw. Martin Frankel, Varatze. Leopold de Popper, Trieste. Pia Malpurgo, Trieste. Emmanuel Artam, Torino. Clara Newman, San Saba. Esther Willicka, San Pietro. Mario Perlo, Sachsenhausen. Marco Funaro, Rome. Giulia Della Seta, Rome. Roberto Sarfati, Rome. Lazzaro Tivoli, Rome. Leonardo Spagnoletto, Rome. Giuseppe Spagnoletto, Rome. Massimo Somino, Rome. Fabrizio Sonino, Rome. Amedeo Sonino, Rome. Cesare Moresco, Rome. Marco Mieli, Rome. Elvira Livoli, Rome. Carlo Fiorentino, Rome. Abramo Bisis, Rome. Arminia Almagia, Rome. Carmela Forte, Rome. Desiata Israel, Rhodos. Jacob Levy, Rhodos. Mirella Segre, no place of death. Michael Turiel, Poland. Eugenio Sacerdoti, no place of death. Yom Tov Galante, Auschwitz. Rosa Apfel, Montefiascone. Amelia Orvieto, Auschwitz. Saul Campanano, Auschwitz. Settimo Decore, Mauthausen. Yosef Notrika, Mauthausen. Rachel Elkanah, Mauthausen. Elsa Mattersdorf, Mauthausen. Emma Moscato, no place of death. Matid Rasamin, Landsberg. Pacifico Miele, Yashiowitz. Felix Matterdorfer, Italy. Giacomo Modiano, Italy. Leah Genazzani, Italy. Guglielmo Levi, Grossrosen. Leone Camerino, Germany. Armando Gattegno, Germany. Sarah De Druter, Germany. Adolf Luft, Germany. Angiolo Volterra, Germany. Enrico Revere, Flossenburg. Mario Anticoli, Flossenburg. Samuela Strelodko, Flossenburg. Paola Giuffi, Florence. Maresca Reich, Florence. Guglielmo Sonino, Eisenach. Primo Zarfati, Dornan. Alberto Cohen, no place of death. Leonardo Spagnoletto, Dachau. Tiburzio Somoghi, Dachau. Jakob Haas, Dachau. Bella Schoenfeld, Dachau. Julia Segre, Casale Monteferrato. Vittoria Binon, no place of death. Salvo Gavison, Poland, Auschwitz. Tamar Zalmani, no place of death. Marco Di Veroli, Buchenwald. Marco Terracina, Buchenwald. Celeste Vivante, Auschwitz. Aldo Fubini, Auschwitz. Pellegrino Vivante, Auschwitz. Samuel Valabrega, Auschwitz. Marco Sermoneta, Auschwitz. Adelaide Di Porto, Auschwitz. Ennio Cuzzeri, Auschwitz. Ida Pizarro, Auschwitz. Angela Kos, Auschwitz. Rina Zarvati, Auschwitz. Leone Vivante, Auschwitz. Eugenio Vivante, Auschwitz. Gemma Di Tivoli, Auschwitz. Settimo Spagnoletto, Auschwitz. Costanza Sermoneta, Auschwitz. Carlo Sabatello, Auschwitz. Elda Piatelli, Auschwitz. Angelo Limentani, Auschwitz. Emilia Gaviglia, Auschwitz. Leona Efrati, Auschwitz. Enrica Efrate, Auschwitz. Raimondo Callo, Auschwitz. Abraham Osmo, Auschwitz. Fiorella Anticole, Auschwitz. Anna Anticole, Auschwitz. Zaira Zarvati, Auschwitz. Mose Callo, Auschwitz. Claudio Sacerdote, Auschwitz. Liliana Urbach, Auschwitz. Leonie Di Tivoli, Bergen-Belsen. Augusta Ann Sherlick, Bergen-Belsen. Samuel Levy, Auschwitz. Bulisa Haim, Auschwitz. Margarita Goldfrucht, Auschwitz. Eugenio Colombo, Auschwitz. Pacifico Callo, Auschwitz. Emma Misano, Auschwitz. Alvaro Colin, Auschwitz. Elisabetta Di Veroli, Auschwitz. Ulisa Sulam, Auschwitz. Isidore Turiel, Auschwitz. Marie Menashe, Auschwitz. Moshe Levy, Auschwitz. Rosula Hassan, Auschwitz. Aaron Galante, Auschwitz. Nissim Capuleto, Auschwitz. Alberto Benveniste, Auschwitz. David Soriano, Auschwitz. Esther Russo, Auschwitz. Rachel Pilazov, Auschwitz. Rafael Notrika, Auschwitz. Violette Malili, Auschwitz. Lisan Levy, Auschwitz. Kadin Hassan, Auschwitz. Ilya Cohen, Auschwitz. Rosa Alhadef, Auschwitz. David Notrika, Auschwitz. Saul Tarika, Auschwitz. Esther Tarika, Auschwitz. Fortunata Levy, Auschwitz. Yuda Capuia, Auschwitz. Giuseppe Alhadef, Auschwitz. Vittorio Foa, Auschwitz. Paulo Sonino, Auschwitz. Giovanna Costini, Auschwitz. Teresa Zimmerman, Auschwitz. Anna Leone, Auschwitz. Matilda Gabay, Auschwitz. Leone Citone, Auschwitz. Giuseppe Pinkerli, Auschwitz. Juliana Fernando, Auschwitz. Emmanuel Cavaglione, Auschwitz. Maria Newman, Auschwitz. Anna Bemporad, Auschwitz. Amelia Orvieto, Auschwitz. Arrigo Tedeschi, Auschwitz. Giulio Rocca, Auschwitz. Giuseppe Muglia, Auschwitz. Mario Polgar, Auschwitz. Yakov Linden, Auschwitz. Ada Cividali, Auschwitz. The following names also all died at Auschwitz. Rosa Galante, Amelia Pacht, Victoria Morgenstern, Franco Cohen, Caden Alda Al-Hadef, Graciela Moraes, Tito Finzi, Regina Aboef, Aldo Salom, Regina Polacco, Georgia Dina, Aquile Navarro, Lena Nakamuli, Zoltan Lakaros, Bella Schoenfeld, Rivka Hassan, Clara Hassan, Salom Markaya, Gisela Altman, Israela Katz, Clara Salus.
The following people all died in Auschwitz: Violetta Bardavid, Amalia Einhorn, Sarah Gategno, Itzhak Einhorn, Leonardo Tivoli, Ezio Spichno, Armando Pace, Emerlinda Di Castro, Alberto Getno, Vittorio Espichno, Alberto Sonino, Lely Di Castro, Pacifico Di Consiglio, Ruben Cohen, Ramin Israel, Leon Codron, Rika Israel, Leon Cohen, Rachel Turiel, Stella Soriano, Signora Hasson, Clara Gabriel. Again, everyone on this list died in Auschwitz. Esther Corey, Matilda Cohen, Jacob Hasson, Elias Gamaria, Rachel Al-Hadef, Sarah Al-Hadef, Matilda Galante, Joseph Angel, Leon Amel, Ruben Amato, Michael Amato, Kaden Amleach, Alfred Almoyach, Salvatore Al-Hadef, Rika Al-Hadef, Ruben Al-Hadef, Regine Al-Hadef, Rebecca Al-Hadef, Moshe Al-Hadef, Joch Al-Hadef, Isaac Al-Hadef, Hanula Al-Hadef, Esther Al-Hadef, Kaden Al-Hadef, Baruch Al-Hadef, Alejandro Al-Hadef, Rebecca Al-Kana, Rachel Al-Kana, Yosef Al-Kana, Estrella Al-Kana, Clara Abof, Sarah Turiel, Moshe Hasson, Avram Scamaria, Sarina Sabate, Salvatore Capellotto, Shmuel Israel, Raquel Cordoval, Sarah Junio, Moshe Hasson, Mazal Tov Al-Hadef, Meir Israel, Esther Benatar, Signore Hazan, Reina Varon, Esther Al-Hadef, Fortune Capaluto, David Pijas, Mazal Tov Notrika, Raphael Menashe, Moshe Hassan, Yosef Benatar, Nisam Israel, Cesare Pegola, Estriel Levy, Matilda Four, Arnaldo Hauser, Mario Costanini, Adolfo Soreni, Guido Pasigli, Gino Teschetti, Ada Teschetti, Adolfo Orvieto, Clara Luisada, Nisam Menashe, Esther Capeluto. Again, all these people died in Auschwitz. Dezu, Farkas, Claire, Codron, Anna, Dina, Giuseppe Berga, Samuele Pincerle, Margherita Gentili, Aneta Vogelman, Julie Iona, Sergio Vitali, Aldo Vitali, Amelia Segre, Alexander Wursler, Regina Berger, Rosalia Zoreni, Alessandro Calca, Giulio Pergola, Aldo Procrazia, Aldolfo Simkovics, Aldo Mugia, Roberto Fies, Celestina Vitale, Elazar Wursler, Maurizio Carusi, Eugenia Lowenthal, Gabi Hodges, Sasari Vitali, Ritza Albert, Moshe Al-Hadef, Cecilia Clary, Anita Samo, Enrica Rahimin, Mirjam Pikas, Reina Habib, Esther Samuel, Asher Ilgno, Maria Hugnu, Gia Hassan, Avram Galate, Matilda Notrika, Asher Cohen, Nisa Kapua, Luisa Levy, Ichak Dana, Rebecca Bloom, Leah Ganazani, Giuseppe Bettino, Sal Campagno, Sarah Pia, Amalia Fleischer. These following people, their places of death were unknown. Amalia Fleischer, Egon Spitzer, Louisa Schuldenfrei, Emma Singer, Rodolfo Frank, Miriam Mugia, Linda Polacco, Samuel Foer, Samuel De Viroli, Joel Danon, Loris Gategno, Cesare Luzato, Amalia Getzel, Lisetta Luzato, Miriam Coriel, Ettore Ovasa, Ernesto Reinach, Carmen Janot.
Why don't I get Claire started, and you can see who these other people are and if they want to read. Okay, the names we have been reading, Barbara and I have been reading over the last several minutes, have been the names of Holocaust martyrs from Italy. We will now continue our reading with Claire Madelon. And Claire will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Greece. Okay, Claire, so you know the drill, right? Yeah. It's first name, last name, and place of death. Okay, and it helps if you use one of those pieces of paper to do this, because they're all clustered together and hard to read. Okay. Thank you, Claire.
The first names I'm going to call out are members from our synagogue that had family. My uncle and aunt from Greece, Behor and Elliot's family as well, Behor Abalafia and family, and my father's sister, Sultana Givre and family. I'm also calling names for the Bernice and Al Firestone. May their memory be for a blessing. The entire Moretsky family from Vilna, Aaron Moretsky, Malka Moretsky. I'm also calling names for Shirley Hershkovitz. May her memory be for a blessing. Mordechai Wolf, Benjamin Wolf, Leah Schechter, Hendel Shovik, Shmuel Shrovik, Nisan, Ita, and Shia. I'm also calling names for Lenore Livingston's family of grandfather Herman Galizia from Poland, family of grandfathers Shimon Marcus from Galicia, family of great-grandparents David Leiser, Kanjerski and Toby Lieberman Kanjerski, Lomza, Poland. Family of Bernie Seiden from Poland. Family of Jenny Carroll. I'm now going to read the names from Greece. Aaron, Auschwitz, Poland. These are all from Auschwitz. Anina Abstado, Auschwitz, Poland. Shmuel Abinais, Auschwitz, Poland. Aaron Abravanel, Auschwitz, Poland. Yaakov Abravanel, Chaim Asunis, Rivka Aji, Jacob Elion, Jacek Ayas, Jacko Akrish, Sabate Akuni, David Alulof, Itzhak Alulof, Solomon Albala, Moshe Albo, Thessalonica, Greece, Ines Alcabez, no place listed, Miriam Al-Joha, no place listed, David Alfandrari, Auschwitz, Poland, Marika Alfandari, Albert Alfandari, no place listed, Allegra Algava, Poland, Joseph Algava, no place listed. Yehuda Algava, Poland. Vida Algazi, Treblinka, Poland. Dudu Alahanti, no place listed. Luna Alkabes, Auschwitz, Poland. Albert Alalo, Auschwitz, Poland. Cordelia Al-Aluf, Sabati Al-Moslino, Poland. Rachel Al-Moslino, Poland. Jana Altabi, Treblinka, Poland. Buena Altazoya, Treblinka. Simtau Alvo, Auschwitz. Abraham Amar, Auschwitz. Duka Amar, Poland. Sehaya Amar. Sarah Amarillo, Greece. Auschwitz, Poland. David Ambram, Auschwitz, Poland. Janaja Amir, Auschwitz. Eliyahu Andazel, Michael Andazel, no place listed. David Angel, Poland. Esther Angel, Auschwitz. Leon Angel, Thessalonica, Greece. Rachel Angel, Poland. The rest are Auschwitz. Shlomo Angel, Auschwitz. Susanna Arama, Auschwitz. Benjamin Arari, Auschwitz. Matilda Arditi, Warsaw, Poland. Ida Arditi, Auschwitz. Allegra Arema, Thessalonica. Hannah Harira, no place listed. Daisy Aruch, Auschwitz. Moshe Aruch, Auschwitz. Saul Aruch, no place listed. Nika Asher, Auschwitz. Albert Asher, Auschwitz. Meru Asher, Auschwitz. Mordechai Ashkenazi, no place listed. Moises Asael, Auschwitz. Clara Aseo, no place listed. Allegri Aser, no place listed. Esther Ashkenazi, Auschwitz. Yaakov Atas, Auschwitz. Moise Atas, Auschwitz. Hannah Atias, Auschwitz. All of these are in Poland, these listed. Yosef Atun, Auschwitz. Avram Atayas, Auschwitz. Tova Avla, Poland. Abraham Azaria, Poland. Moshe Azus, Treblinka. Rosa Bahar, Auschwitz. Nisim Bahar, Auschwitz. Judah Bahar. Balalei, Ani Balalei, no place listed. Yosef Balalei, Auschwitz. Leah Barahayim, Treblinka. Jacob Baruch, Thessalonica. Itzhak Barzili, no place listed. Moshe Barzilai, Auschwitz. Itzhak Baza, Auschwitz. Moise Behar, Auschwitz. Laura Behar, Auschwitz. Joanna Belili, no place listed. Yafa Belili, Auschwitz. Eli Ben Suson, no place listed. Esther Ben Isaac, Auschwitz. Ben Venida Ben Altabi, Treblinka. Lazar Ben Tan, no place listed. Yosef Ben Fordo, Auschwitz. Samuel Beniaz, Auschwitz. Avram Ben Meir, no place. Itzhak Ben Rubi, no place. Vialti Ben Rubi, no place listed. Yakabi Ben Venishti, no place listed. Albert Ben Venisti, Auschwitz. Diamanti Ben Venisti, no place listed. Moshe Ben Venisti, no place listed. Yosef Ben Venisti, Treblinka. Chaim Ben Wenesti, Auschwitz. Maltide Beracha, no place listed. Aneta Bezos, Auschwitz. Luna Beza, Auschwitz. Moshe Binon, Auschwitz. Avram Biwas, Auschwitz. Vida Beneno, Treblinka. Burla, Avram Burla, no place listed. Simantov Burla, Auschwitz. Ovaja Brada, Auschwitz. Lily Brudo, no place. Allegra Buena, Auschwitz. Avram Bueno, Auschwitz. Avram Burla, Yitzhak Kabeli, no place listed. Sinora Kamhi, Auschwitz. Ricula Carasso, Auschwitz. Matilde Cazorla, no place listed. Isof Chanaya, Poland. Jada Chason, Auschwitz. Bey Chenio, Auschwitz. Solomon Joel, Auschwitz. Yaakov Chuili, Poland. Moshe Cohen, Auschwitz. Albert Cohen, Poland. Bella Cohen, Poland. Damila Cohen, Treblinka. Isaf Cohen, Auschwitz. Yaakov Cohen, Auschwitz. Yosef Cohen, Auschwitz. Carla Cohen, Auschwitz. Marco Cohen, Auschwitz. Mary Cohen, Auschwitz. Some of these here. Moshe Hania, no place listed. Judah Hanoka, Auschwitz. These three following have no place listed. Bulisa Hasid, Itzhak Hasid, and Mentek Hasid. Matika Hassan, Auschwitz. Oro Hassan, Treblinka. Abram Hayat, Moshe Hayat, no place listed. Sol Hazan, Auschwitz. Victoria Ayaquel, Auschwitz. Mercada Yosef. Luna Israel, both no place listed. Moise Lazar, Auschwitz. Itak Leha, Auschwitz. Anna Levy, Auschwitz. Yaakov Levy, Treblinka. Luisi Levy, no place listed. Shaul Levy, Auschwitz. Aaron Levy, Treblinka. Chaim Levy, Auschwitz. Laura Levy, Auschwitz. Mazalto Levy, Treblinka. Moshe Levy, no place listed. The rest of these are from Auschwitz, died in Auschwitz. Yechak Louis, David Louis, Yehuda Lichi, Berta Loyal. Allegra Matalon, Auschwitz, Poland. Shmuel Matalon, Auschwitz, Poland. Ida Matraso, Auschwitz, Poland. Mantesh Matraso, Poland. Sarah Matrasov, Auschwitz. Yosef Matlia, Poland. Nisim Matza and Luna Medina, no place listed. Solomon Mayer, Germany. Shimon Menachem, no place listed. Lisa Mezian, Treblinka. Yaakov Mioni, Arta, Greece. Julie Machel, Auschwitz. Raphael Majni, Auschwitz. Luna Malach, Auschwitz. Allegra Mano, Auschwitz. Nassim Mano, no place listed. Dudin Manu, no place listed.
Josef Mano, Auschwitz. Daniel Marcus, Poland. Leon Mazzarano, Thessaloniki. Massarano, Auschwitz. Stamu Mizrahi, Treblinka. David Mizan, no place listed. Palomba Moshe, Auschwitz. Michael Modiano, no place listed. Yehak Molcho, Poland. Isakino Molho, Auschwitz. Salomo Montiquo, Auschwitz. The rest of these are Auschwitz. David Mordo, Allegra Mordo, Judah Mordo, Joseph Moshe, Eliezer Moshe, Yehuda Moshe, Poland. Matilda Mostaki, Auschwitz. Benem Mostaki, Auschwitz. Bella Nachi, Thessaloniki. Alberto Nachmias, Auschwitz. Isaac Nama, Auschwitz. Avram Nachmias, Auschwitz. Itzhak Nachmias, no place listed. Luna Nachmias, Auschwitz. Sadi Nachmias, no place listed. David Nachmias, Auschwitz. The rest of these are Auschwitz. Virni Nachmias. Yaku Nachmias, no place listed. Rodzina Natan. Yaakov Negrin. Jeno Newman. Bella Nisim. Slomo Nisim. Miriam Oreza, Thessaloniki. Daniel Osmo, Auschwitz. The next three, they don't know where they've been buried. Abraham Pardo, Itzhak Pardo, Michael Pardo. Shlomo Pardo, Auschwitz. Avram Parenti, Auschwitz. Jacques Passy, Auschwitz. Gracia Perea, Auschwitz. Lily Perea, Poland. Baruch Peretz, Poland. Nisim Peso, Auschwitz. Leah Peso, no place listed. Itzhak Petilion, Auschwitz. Jaku Picho, Auschwitz. Saul Pichon, Auschwitz. Emmanuel Pilo, Thessaloniki. Miriam Pinchas, Thessaloniki. Joseph Pinchas, no place listed. Simcha Pinchas, Auschwitz. Abram Pinto, Auschwitz. Matilde Pinto, Auschwitz. Lazar Pipano, Auschwitz. Sabatie Porfeta, no place listed. Simcha Raphael, Auschwitz. Moise Rekanati, no place listed. Caroline Reva, Auschwitz. Clara Roca, Rachel Romano, no place listed. Clara Romi, Treblinka. Abraham Rosales, Auschwitz. Itzhak Russo, Auschwitz. Jacob Russo, no place listed. Desi Russo, no place listed. Donna Rousseau, Auschwitz. Yaakov Saba, Auschwitz. Isaac Sabate, no place listed. Moshe Sadikario, Auschwitz. Yaakov Sayas, Auschwitz. David Salem, Auschwitz. Benvenides Salom, no place listed. Alfred Saltiel, Auschwitz. Dizzy Saltiel, no place listed. Isidore Saltiel, no place listed. Sarah Saltiel, no place listed. Alegre Samuel, Treblinka. Sarah Samuel, Auschwitz. Lucha Saporta, Auschwitz. Itzhak Saragusi, Treblinka. Marco Sardas, Auschwitz. Marta Sarfati, Auschwitz. Matteo Sarfati, Auschwitz. Dudu Sassoon, Sasbon, Auschwitz. Lucy Sassoon, Auschwitz. Diziani Sike, Thessalonica. Itzhak Segura, no place listed. Delicia Senor, Auschwitz. Sol Senor, Auschwitz. Miriam Sevi, Germany. Levi Shaki, Auschwitz. Yosef Sheva, no place listed. Judon Shimshi, Auschwitz. Moshe Shukami, Auschwitz. Dudun Simcha, Auschwitz. Jamila Sini, Auschwitz. Marietta Sion, no place listed. Ovaja Sirutek, Auschwitz. David Siwi, Auschwitz. Moshe Sohami, Auschwitz. Sarah Soto, Auschwitz. David Stromsa, no place listed. Moshe Stromsa, Thessaloniki. Aron Sula, Malkinia, Poland. Diamante Satiel, no place listed. Clara Slomo, Thessaloniki. Clara Tabo, Poland. Donna Talvi, Auschwitz. Zach Saretzis, Auschwitz. Jose Torquemino, Treblinka. Haskia Termin, no place listed. Dudun Teva, Auschwitz. Matika Tikho, Auschwitz. Sabte Torres, Auschwitz. Moshe Torres, Auschwitz. Flora Tzfarti, Auschwitz. Esther Uriel, Auschwitz. Ichak Uziel, no place listed. Donna Varsano, Auschwitz. Isidore Varsano, no place listed. Baruch Venezia, Auschwitz. Sabatino Vitali, Auschwitz. Sabate Wesi, Auschwitz. Allegra, no last name, Auschwitz. Lucy, no last name, unknown place. Matika, unknown name, unknown place. Adela Yachel, no place listed. Bulisa Yakoa, Treblinka. Danielle Yonatan, no place listed. Itzhak Zadok, Auschwitz. Luna Zara, Auschwitz. Gilda Zeraya, Auschwitz. Clara Zvi, no place. Dudum, no family names for the following two. Dudum, Auschwitz, and Mazal Tov, no place listed. You want me to continue? I can do Hungary if you like. I didn't realize they were Matalons too.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah.
I did hear that. Our thanks to Claire Madelon. Our next readers are Ruth and Jerome Schneider. So we have,
I can do,
well,
it doesn't matter.
well, you'll do those, of course. And then this is where we'll pick up, these are from Poland. So we'll want first name, last name, and place of death. Okay? First, last, place of death.
Okay.
Okay. So Ruth and Jerome will share with us some names of their own family members, and then we'll read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Poland. So just come in front of the microphone, sir.
Babcia Futerko, Poland. Matilda Futerko, Poland. Mordechai Meyer Futerko, Poland. Izo Futerko, Poland. Hanka Futerko, Poland. Mirka Futerko and husband Koplowitz. Rutka Koplowitz. Henio Koplowitz. Elosha Koplowitz. Eja Koplowitz. Anja Futerko. Juda Lubelski, Auschwitz, Bronka Lubelska, Auschwitz, Eja Lubelska, Auschwitz, Hanka Lubelska, Poland. Abish Giersch, Poland. Genowitz, death of place. Bella Gruen, Belzak. Haya Shidash, Stawiski. Chawa Librach, Kelmno, Idel Weintraub, Sarny, Gina Bodenstein, Rawa Ruska, Shmuel Horovik, Lemberg, Livsa Schuster, Kolki, Avram Zeilber, Porek, Haya Mirgaltar, Mishos, Mikhail Zelakowska, Warszawa, Meindel Schwimmer, Madanek, Paula Chesnik, Kobrin, Sue Gromnov, Bobova, Anikwa Zutz, Porski, Hanna Schwarzwald, Warszawa, Frida Einstein, Morzhnev, Janek Gadova, Warsaw, Haya Jules, Barnovovich, Rosa Shabarsky, Zlodz, Chaim Finkel, Kelmno, Israel Walcher, Tremblinka, Izo Lewin, Minsk Majdovsky, Laser Zeltzer, Auschwitz, Leib Friedman, Barnovovich, Eva Rosenberg, Krakow, Moshe Winter, Krorovsky, Nahim Brzokovich, Tremblinka, Rahel Rozhovets, Pozhnovets Nove, Sarah Law, Stanislova, Perla Vikotovsky, Pabians, Yoko Rovek, Tremblinka, Adele Monichok, Madanek, Banya Kahane, Stanislaw, Chaim Rees, Sokol, Sila Vernacionia, Vilno, Eva Gurevich, Ron, Hancha Turakovich, Stolen, Israel Zizkolovich, Vislo, Janosch Lasman, Auschwitz, Lipzak Slenkichki, Belzin, Meyer Kass, Mersch, Haya Grünblatt, Belsen, Moshe Monkas, Warszawa, Rachel Shlomowicz, Auschwitz, Rivka Shlomowicz, Barnowicz, Dvorsha Horowitz, Krakow, Yakov Zeremans, Madanek, Avram Scheiser, Sanadovich. You do it.
Riska Hochberg, Treblinka, Haya Kurtz, Belzec, Haya Binuzusk, Treblinka, El Jahu Dimont, Sidlowich, Gitil Moses, Belzec, Nechama Kupinski, Grodno, Zalje Pitkovsky, Ronagora, Araham Rachman, Kolome, Nachim Gulkovitz, Mir, Perel Landesmann, Skalat, Sima Munich, Breslau, Abraham Stobitsky, Shelmo, Hanna Bostein, Auschwitz, Vega Lusenberg, Auschwitz, Jacob Rossmann, Auschwitz, Simo Matia Horodov, Rachel Nugroshka, Novesnik, Berko Landsman, Koel, Icha Golobrodo, Loms, Hannah Kurza, Belzik, Israel Zalk, Krakow, Fanny Stata, Krakow, Henrik Stiller, Lvov, Jacob Bedinsky, Lodz, Joseph Midikowski, Wisniu, Sesnia Rosenbaum, Mizot. Roger Weltman, Treblinka, Mendele Zolster, Kislin, Repke Fleischer, Stanislaw, Reske Starozitska, Lochow, Shimon Szewicki, Lodz, Spirits Skaletki, Kozek, Yeza Bro, Belzik, Beinze Witzot, Lubin, Chaim Kuka, Warsaw, Hanna Wajinstein, Auschwitz, Dossi Strachman, Luke, Freda Scholman, Zamoshk, Hertz Starzhang, Lvov, Yakov Rabinowitz, Auschwitz, Josef Rubinstein, Warsaw, Hertz Stern, Litzmanstrat, Reza Gonzia, Slonim, Gila Zalman, Treblinka, Nusa Lenga, Samba, Razla Botkia, Treblinka, Nachman Zwerks, Treblinka, Zmero Lowitz, Grodno, Yaska Turkmenistan, Zarni, Akiwa Zalman, Warsaw, Rainer Newman, Raun, Motel Rubenstein, Wiskow, Shlomo Gilternier, Belzik, Aran Bosen-Gbolm, Portzik, Hasia Zilbermintz, Auschwitz, Hani Weinberg, Auschwitz, Yosef Tiger, Lvov, Bekalel Dubaskas, Valencia, Maya Buba, Jawaro, Chaim Puta, Belzec, Nechma Rosenblum, Auschwitz, Reza Stern, Auschwitz, Seira Fleischer, Belzec, PC Sonnenschein, Selizut, Israel Purashka, Olinka, Abraham Kellner, Poritz, Celia Wackenhauser, Konish Vola, Hanna Zenkman, Lutsky, Chaya Pelowitsky, Limno, Franka Gleta, Auschwitz, Hertz Nazlulski, Kolo, Yakov Milke, Lwów, Yosef Sapre, Alexandria, Peshla Garonowicz, Lizikikol, Esther Bolzensbaum, Auschwitz, Moshe Hockenlerde, Lubin, Pesach Hasink, Helmeno, Ruka Feinstein, Watswawa, David Marek, Wadawich, Eliyahu Kunyin, Zwawanda Lembeg, Gina Renzuowik Treblinka, Hawa Witzel Washawa, Hannah Rostein, Maldonik, David Livkowitz Treblinka, Yaakov Lezurkik, Chamin Kasheritsky, Hannah Rosenberg Treblinka, Israel Rothstein, Tarno Pol, Ida Smala Nadvona, Liba Shevensky, Bojus Samalelale, Israel Rofaites, Mosli Wenke, Malik Seifer, Belzik, Ita Schumacher, Treblinka, Rachel Kukerman, Horodek, Motto Fitzsanya, Midzek, Slizia, Tamel, Lvov, Shana Hochberg, Belzik, Tzvi Chayet, Mel Sidlishki. Moses Tarif, Treblinka, Parcha Staljin Kola, Gist, Judith Tawiansky, Lomza, Suzal Waldman, Shani Wotso, Gizel Hirschkorn, Posen, Yita Kowalski, Treblinka, Shmuel Tzlifovs, Joseph Foy, Baruch Swadorn, Busk, Rikwa Jutkowski, Lunik, Michael Margulies, Warsaw, Frajor Richard Lutz, Pisky Ferowitz, Belzik, Rifza Waznib, Auschwitz, Shmuel Wiedhorn, Lvov, Toiva Reznurk, Auschwitz, Batya Rawid, Lodz, Bella Sikowitz, Treblinka, Hirsch Bernholz, Pozauja, Hazia Berenstein, Pinsk, Dwora Yablowotsk, Auschwitz, Mordechai Zellenberg, Kowal, Raphael Werner, Poshk, Toba Niemona, Auschwitz, Benjamin Solman, Warsaw, Kui Spiegel, Krakow, Henia Tsarts, Grodno, Joseph Holzer, Noe Satz, Meljik Wasserman, Belzik, Shmuel Shablansky, Kemlo, place of residence, Lubelski. Chilabella, Yazlowitz, Yoshi Waxman, Auschwitz, Rivka Ikakabowitz, Treblinka, Benjamin Zua, Porisk, Chaim Rosbach, Belzec, David Balichki, Belitz, Fanny Gottisman, Auschwitz, Herman Lutzkanowski, Mathewson, Jacob Ehrlich, Treblinka, Joseph Chimlinsky, Opozno, Bela Mazlowitz, Suinchui, Maria Goldslager, Auschwitz, Chaya Lefkowitz, Treblinka, Netka Putazint, Auschwitz, Rachela Puchman, Lodz, Shimon Rabowinowitz, Wisnu, Shmuel Friedman, Sterzutski, Joseph Bultstein, Treblinka, Alza Hochman, Chelmo, Chesia Hasman, Lodz, Chana Midlatz, Auschwitz, David Morgenstern, Jawazna, Felga Libusi, Auschwitz, Yechiel Walsbaum, Treblinka, Isaac Schultz, Shulaya, Yaakov Wasserman, Waldawa, Itzhak Gorman, Warsaw, Maya Ulinawa, Ebezi, Braka Rosen, Treblinka, Chaim Diamond, Maldanik, Rachel Jizvosky, Lotsk, Rivka Galuski, Auschwitz, Sefira Milstein, Watzawa, Menachem Friedman, Sloman, Rachel Pomerantz, Auschwitz, Teres Wolznik, Maldanik, Bosnia Zalman, Zarna, Dina Dowitz, Pinsk, Ita Rottenberg, Zwalza Wola, Israel Dimnik, Treblinka, Joseph Walzenfield, Kosbutskwawa, Josova Dukowski, Baranowitz, Shmuel Sinowalos, Mizolt, Maya Kalnjan, Auschwitz, Mordechai Blumenkranz, Kovzhinska, Necham Kuda, Lotz, Haskiel Goldfrad, Treblinka, Sarah Shevets, Lvov, Shmuel Kala, Porinsk.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you for coming. Thank you for reading. Please light a candle. Ken, be sure you sign in on the board in the back. Okay, our thanks to Ruth and Jerry for their reading. And we continue now with Susan Ades. Susan's a particular country of origin you would like to read names from? Hungary. Let's move this over here. Okay, you can begin here. I know you have some names to read. First name, last name, and place of death.
All right. For Karen Warnock, Anna Newman. For Liz Wolfson, Joseph and Jenny Bender, Johanna Baer. The three Chernochad brothers, Mita Schreiber, Chaim Yechel Norhaus. And from Hungary, Michali Stilfried, Budapest. Michali Weiss, Auschwitz. Mickey Schwartz, no place listed. Mickey Silba, Auschwitz. Mickey Weiss, no place listed. Miklas Kutas, Auschwitz. Miklos Bard, Auschwitz. Miklos Bogner, Auschwitz. Miklos Deutsch, Auschwitz. Miklos Farkas, Auschwitz. Miklos Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklos Fischer, Misona Garova, Russia. Miklos Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklos Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklos Fischer, Auschwitz. Miklos Folds, no place listed. Miklos Fried, Auschwitz. Miklos Friedlander, Dachau. Miklos Friedman, Auschwitz. Miklos Gluck, Auschwitz. Miklos Gluck, no place listed. Miklos Goldstein, Sentes. Miklos Grossman, Auschwitz. Miklos Grunberger, no place listed. Miklos Hemlich, Auschwitz. Miklos Jelmenek, Auschwitz. Miklos Kiss, Auschwitz. Miklos Knopp, no place listed. Miklos Komlos, no place listed. Miklos Cross, no place listed. Miklos Lefkowitz, no place listed. Miklos Mizhanowicz, no, Auschwitz. Miklos Neuert, Auschwitz. Miklos Ras, Budapest. Miklos Rosenfeld, Tabor. Miklos Schreiber, no place listed. Miklos Steiner, Munka. Miklos Saz, no place listed. Miklos Slikley, Auschwitz. Miklos Cern, Auschwitz. Miklos Vermes, Auschwitz. Miklos Weinberger, Auschwitz. Miklos Weiss, Auschwitz. Miklos Wint, Budapest. Miklos Zelmanovitz, no place listed. Miklos Flesch, no, Auschwitz. Miklos Ran, Auschwitz. Miklos Saz, no place listed. Miklos Weinberger, Auschwitz. Miksa Berkovic, no place listed. Miksa Deutsch, Auschwitz. Miksa Ehrenfeld, Budapest. Miksa Freeman, Auschwitz. Miksa Freibert, Auschwitz. Miksa Fürst, Auschwitz. Miksa Greenbaum, Auschwitz. Miksa Grunsberger, Auschwitz. Miksa Gunberger, Auschwitz. Miksa Gutman, no place listed. Miksa Herzl, Birkenau. Miksa Lefkowitz, no place listed. Miksa Lerner, Buchenwald. Miksa Lowenstein, Auschwitz. Miksa Moskov, no place listed. Miksa Pilis, Budapest. Miksa Salamontovitz, Auschwitz. Miksa Schlesinger, no place listed. Miksa Schnabel, Auschwitz. Miksa Schwartz, Halom. Miksa Spitzer, Auschwitz. Miksa Spitzer, Auschwitz. Miksa Steiner, Auschwitz. Miksa Schlesinger, Auschwitz. Miksa Fromer, Auschwitz. Miksa Makari, Auschwitz. Miksa Schoenfeld, Auschwitz. Minsia Glicklich, Auschwitz. Mindy Lieber, Auschwitz. Mindel Koenig, Auschwitz. Mirka Steinberger, Auschwitz. Mirja Friedlander, Auschwitz. Mirjam Auslander, Birkenau. Mirjam Bosch, Auschwitz. Mirjam Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Mirjam Eckstein, Budapest. Mirjam Ernfeld, Auschwitz. Mirjam Philipson, Auschwitz. Mirjam Hertzfeld, Auschwitz. Mirjam Holzer, Auschwitz. Mirjam Klan, Auschwitz. Mirjam Klein, Auschwitz. Mirjam Louis, Auschwitz. Mirjam Mayer, Auschwitz. Mirjam Miller, Auschwitz. Mirjam Newman, Auschwitz. Mirjam Niol, Auschwitz. Mirjam Pollock, Auschwitz. Mirjam Rubenstein, Auschwitz. Mirjam Schlesinger, Auschwitz. Mirjam Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mirjam Steiner, Auschwitz. Mirjam Steringer, Auschwitz. Mirjam Schwark, Auschwitz. Mirjam Zlila, Auschwitz. Mirjam Tattelbaum, Auschwitz. Mirjam Was, Auschwitz. Mirjam Weingartner, Auschwitz. Mirjam Weiss, Auschwitz. Mirjam Winkler, Auschwitz. Mirl Grossman, Auschwitz. Miriam Gluck, Georgios. Miriam Zilberstein, Auschwitz. Missy Flamenhaupt, Galicia. Mixie Bleich, Auschwitz. Menachem Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Menachem Pfizer, Auschwitz. Menachem Kraus, Buchenwald. Moshe Frind, Auschwitz. Moshe Weiss, Auschwitz. Mogda Glatstein, Auschwitz. Moisey Roth, Auschwitz. Moishe Mayer, Auschwitz. Moishe Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Moishe Schwartz, Auschwitz. Moishe Weiss, Milk. Moselle Horowitz, Auschwitz. Motzi Grunwald, Auschwitz. Mosey Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mosey Stern, Auschwitz. Mosey Tattelbaum, Auschwitz. Moni Koch, Auschwitz. Mono Weinberger, Auschwitz. Mordechai Fettman, Auschwitz. Mordechai Was, Auschwitz. Mordechai Weiss, no place listed. Mordechai Zalbaum, Warsaw. Mordechai Cern, Auschwitz. Mordechai Wolf, Auschwitz. Mordechai Wiesel, no place listed. Mordechai Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Mordechai Halberstam, Auschwitz. Mordechai Stern, Auschwitz. Mordechai Stern, Stalingrad. Mordechai Schuster, Auschwitz. Mordechai Febwarger, Auschwitz. Mordechai Reidenman, Auschwitz. Mordechai Weiss, Auschwitz. Mordechai Stern, Auschwitz. Mordko Goldstein, Auschwitz. Morgit Salza, Auschwitz. Morgit Schwartz, Auschwitz. Morik Fuchsia, Auschwitz. Morik Hirsch, Auschwitz. Morik Weiss, Auschwitz. Morik Clemeny, no place listed. Morisco Morgenstern, Auschwitz. Maurice Weihaus, Auschwitz. Moreau Fischer, Auschwitz. Morris Friedman, no place listed. Moritz Benes, Budapest. Morik Fraud, Auschwitz. Moish Gluck, Kirsch. Moshe Daz, Auschwitz. Moshe Fain, Auschwitz. Moshe Freund, Auschwitz. Moshe Grinwald, Auschwitz. Moshe Grun, Auschwitz. Moshe Miller, Auschwitz. Moshe Weinstock, Auschwitz. Moshe Weisberger, Auschwitz. Mosey Fisher, Auschwitz. Mosey Goldstein, Auschwitz. Mosey Goldstein, Budapest. Mosey Cohn, Auschwitz. Mosey Kostelitz, Auschwitz. Mosey Kraus, Auschwitz. Mosey Lustig, no place listed. Mosey Rockenberger, Auschwitz. Mosey Rosenfeld, Auschwitz. Mosey Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mosey Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mosey Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mosey Stein, Budapest. Mosey Stein, Auschwitz. Mosey Wiener, Auschwitz. Mosey Weiss, Auschwitz. Mosey Weiss, Auschwitz. Mosey Weiss, Auschwitz. Moses Weiss, Budapest. Mosey Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Mosey Bergstein, Auschwitz. Mosey Deutsch, Auschwitz. Mosey Froma, Auschwitz. Mosey Glicklich, Auschwitz. Mosey Goldstein, Auschwitz. Mosey Grossberger, Auschwitz. Mosey Hoxton, Debrecen. Mosey Cohen, Auschwitz. Mosey Lefkowitz, Auschwitz. Mosey Mecherwitz, Auschwitz. Mosey Mezherkowitz, Auschwitz. Mosey Mala, Auschwitz. Mosey Markowitz, Putnuk. Mosey Rochman, Auschwitz. Mosey Sandberger, no place listed. Mosey Stern, Auschwitz. Mosey Schwartz, Auschwitz. Mosey Weber, Theresienstadt. Mosey Weiss, Auschwitz. Moses Lovinger, Wells 2. Moshe Lowinger, Auschwitz. Mottel Pasterniak, Auschwitz. Mose Kobel, Auschwitz. Mose Weiss, Auschwitz. Moses Rosenberg, Birkenau. Mitsulam Finkelstein, Auschwitz. Mitsulam Lassinger, Auschwitz. Musi Davidovitz, Auschwitz. Moore Grun, Auschwitz. Moore Weinberger, Auschwitz. Manasseh Schwartz, Ordruff. Mirjam Dach, Auschwitz. Nachman Heller, Auschwitz. Nachman Cohen, Auschwitz. Nachman Cohen, Auschwitz. Nachum Jakobowitz, Auschwitz. Nada Goldstein, Auschwitz. Nathan Gluck, Auschwitz. Nathan Wachtenheim, Budapest. Nechi Mann, Auschwitz. Nehemiah Schwartz, Auschwitz. Nella Cyberman, Auschwitz.
Thank you, Susan.
Our thanks to Susan Ades. We're joined now by Michael Ades. Michael will read the names of Romanian Holocaust martyrs. people that were from Romania, where we want first name, last name, and place of death. In a case like this, you can just say once that all these names that you're reading are from there, and then, but
Right.
on other pages, there will be more
Okay,
varied.
and then just turn the pages,
Yes.
okay. The following are people whose place of death was Auschwitz from Romania. Rosa de Manstein, Rosa Engel, Rosa Abraham, Rosie Jakob, Salam Marco Vissi, Samuel Schwartz, Samuel Gross, Sandor Muzkow, Sarah Owicks, Sarah Solomon, Sarah Arkerman, Sarah Roseman, Sarah Weiss, Sarah Lieb, Sarah Tesler, Sari Glanzer, Shlimi Baruch, Sendor Friedman, Shmuel Blee, Sianj Del Pfizer, Sidi Jakob, Sifra Fulop. Simon Kind, Sino Markovitz, Smil Laser, Shmuel Gedali, Tibor Raduziner, Siva Cohn, Tzvi Mendelowitz, Valu Gunzler, Vera Steinberger, Yehuda Genut, Yehoshua Weiss, Yehudis Gans, Yoel Schreiber, Yosef Isaac Owicks, Zeisel Fogel, Zeisel Kahan, Zoltan Mahale, Zvi Schwartz, Grigory Solomon, Balankovka, Ukraine, Lilia Koza, Balta, Ukraine, Zisia Gelbish, Balta, Romania, Herschel Donenfield, Bersad, Ukraine. Wilma Boskovic, Belgrade, Yugoslavia. Janko Kushnir, Balti, Romania. Zahina Kalichman, Balte, Romania. Liba Barash, Berezovka, Ukraine. Zahava Biner, Bergen-Belsen. Andrei Gluek, Bergen-Belsen. Cesarin Knaker, Bergen-Belsen. Sunia Gurvitz, Berlinti, Romania. The rest of these are all from Bersad, the Ukraine. Batya Kaufman, Dora Katz, Max Segenreich, Jakob Garanierer, Lieser Schachter, Abraham Ostfeld, David Kahantzes, Isaiah Schiller, Kahaim Zwiebel, Laser Send, Peniel Katz, Pinky Roshkovan, Sarah Haler, Simcha Feldman. Etche Wiesenthal, Bersad, the Ukraine. Israel Kahan, Bersad, Ukraine. Chana Beckerman, Bersad, Ukraine. Masi Kogan, Bessarabia, Romania. Menashe Berenstein, Bessarabia, Romania. Ratza Nadish, Bessarabia, Romania. Toba Baksan, Bessarabia, Romania. Salman Fichman, Bessarabia, Romania. Malka Singa, Balti, Romania. Ari Reisenberger, Bor Cervenka, Yugoslavia. Itzhak Venayeses, Buchenwald, Germany. Moshe Schwartz, Budi, Ukraine. Marie Winninger, Bug, Ukraine. Salo Goldberg, Bug, Ukraine. Fabio Weinrach, Bug, Ukraine. Moshe Naftali, Kalarasi, Romania. Sylvia Sternberg, Carrera di Piatra, Ukraine. Shapsa Grishiner, Karpinini, Romania. Sarah Davidovich, Caucasus, Russia, USSR. Herbert Engler, Kernauti, Romania. Abram Burstein, Chisinau, Romania. Jacob Spanier, Chisinau, Romania. Nahum Segal, Chiudiu, Romania. Bella Herzeg, Chiudiu, Romania. Shloima Zilberman, Veselaya Dolina, Romania. Eli Itzhak Kopalnik, Manastur, Romania. Pavel Frank, Kozauto, Romania. Meyer Schneider, Kozautu, Romania. Zalman Scherz, Siudiu, Romania. Yakov Gershenson, Czechoslovakia. Uzi Vold, Cernati, Romania. Hanna Kramer, Cernati, Romania. Cesarzana Seger, Cernati, Romania. Karl Habermann, Cernati, Romania. Rachel Slosberg, Cernati, Romania. Isidor Dauer, Cernati, Romania. Zelig Deutsch, Dachau. Janetta Lupovici, Transnistria, Ukraine. Janetta Lupovici, Dorohoi, Romania. Zonton Mashkovich, Doroshaitsi, Ukraine. Avram Hochfeld, Zambol, Kazakhstan. Miriam Beer, Dzurian, Ukraine. Dawid Ediniti, Romania. Haya Kremer, Ediniti, Romania. Leonard Schick, Gelenzik, Russia. Joseph Schwartz, Germany. Margit Hilprin, Germany. Eliyahu Landes, Yassi, Romania. Yitu Pilipel, Yassi, Romania. Chaim Shapsa, Yassi, Romania. Itik Smilovisi Iasi, Romania. Rosica Marcushon Zasi, Romania. Sura Miuk Igesti, Romania. David Schnapp Avashkovsky, Ukraine. Eliezer Josefosi Iasi, Romania. Benjamin Grinberg Iasi, Romania. Lika Gutman Karpeneni, Romania. Avram Polinkovsky Chisinau, Romania. Araham Oznis Chisinau, Romania. Haya Ladygensky Chisinau, Romania. Lisa Noikhovich Chisinau, Romania. Mordechai Etlis Chisinau, Romania. Tuba Greenfield Chisinau, Romania. Tsipora Kantarzi Chisinau, Romania. Frida Siegel, Kiev, Ukraine. Lola Libo Kopaigorod, Ukraine. Moriam Pfeffer Kostesti, Romania. Ate Vizilevsky, Krasnodar, Russia, USSR. Brano Reinis, Kubani, Romania. Enrik Kornblum, Ladzin, Ukraine. Boris Shakolyar, Latvia. Baruch Gieman, Lenkauti, Romania. Malza Ritberg, Lublin, Romania. Chana Lang, Luchinets, Ukraine. Shachazje Katz, Luchinets, Romaine. Chaya Yofi, Luka, Romania. Miriam Goldenberg, Makaresti, Romania. Riva Erlichman, Mankovka, Ukraine. Aaron Levitt, Markulesti, Romania. Brindle Bittman, Mefkure, Death Ship. Tili Sterental, Mogiliv, Podoliski, Ukraine. Lily Abramovici, Mogiliv, Podoliski, Ukraine. Margarit Ashkenazi, Mogelev, Podoliski, Ukraine. Pepi Hirsch, Mogelev, Podoliski, Ukraine. Leah Maidler, Mogelev, Podoliski, Ukraine. Malka Rabinzon, Mogiliv, Podolesky, Ukraine. Abba Spira, Mogalev, Podolesky, Ukraine. Devora Yofi, Mogaliv, Podolesky, Ukraine. Elza Drat, Mogalev, Podolesky, Ukraine.
Please be sure to light a candle. Yes, as well. Thank you, Michael. Our next reader is Eleanor Ordentlick. I thought so. Okay, so I know you're going to read these. And
These
then-
are all
Yes,
heroes.
this is all family, I know.
Yeah.
This is all from Romania.
Mhm.
First name,
Mhm.
last name,
Mhm.
and place of death.
Kayla Mandelovitz, date of birth 1894, Darabani, Romania, place of death, Belarusia, USSR. Moshe Laur, 1929, date of birth, Burdujeni, Romania, residence Romania, Mogilev Podolsky in Ukraine. Sasha Kaufman, date of birth 1897, Botoșani, Romania, residence in Romania, date of death in 1942, Mogilev Podolsky, Ukraine. Lady Schmidt, date of birth 1935, Cernăuți, Romania, date of death 1941, Mogilev Podolsky, Ukraine. Moshe Heller, date of birth 1884, Sortkov, Poland, Romania, date of death 1943, Mogilev Podolsky, Ukraine. Beryl Weiner, date of birth 1912, Cernăuți, Romania, residence Romania, he was 18 years old. 1941, Moldovica, Romania. Matilde Spetter, Fodora, Romania, date of birth. Residence Romania, died in 1941. Nova Stolica, Romania. Eliezer Morgenstern, born in 1920, Nova Stolica, Romania. Age 21, date of birth, May 7, 1941, Nova Stolica, Romania. David Reutemann, date of birth 1914, Zgurița, Romania. Date of birth, death 1941. Abadovka, Ukraine. Fable Idis, date of birth 1920, Ataci, Romania. Date of death, place of death, Abadovka, Ukraine. Dov Winter, date of birth 1901, in Moldovica, Romania. Died in 1941. Obukov, Ukraine. Esther Rifkin, born in 1916, Chaga, Romania. Died in 1944, Odessa, Ukraine. Batsheva, Greek man. Born in 1884 in Romania. Died in 1941 in Odessa, Ukraine. Avram Mumblat, born in 1893, Tighina, Romania, died in 1944, Odessa, Ukraine. Burik Sherper, 1897, Cetatea Albă, Romania, died in 1941 in Odessa, Ukraine. Ita Barenfeld, born in 1887, Shargorod, Ukraine, died in 1941 in Odessa, Ukraine. Kershel Goldenblanc, born in 1880, Grulien, Romania. He was 61 years old when died in 1941 in Odessa, Ukraine. Meila Zeltsman, born in 1872 in Chisinau, Romania. He was 70 years old. Died in 1942 in Odessa, Ukraine. Shimon Dencher, born in 1868, Solovitna, Poland. Died in 1943 in Oradea, Romania. Kayla Nudelman, born in 1926 in Orhei, Romania. Died in 1941 in Orhei, Romania. Busia Averbuk, 1925, his birth. In place of birth is Orhei, Romania. He was 16 years old. Date of death in 1941 in Orhei, Romania. Lucer Wugman, date of birth 1924, Bricean, Romania. He was 18 years old. Date of death December 10, 1941, Pervomaisk, Ukraine. Yitzhak Friedman, born in 1918, Piatra-Neamț, Romania. Died in 1942, Piatra-Neamț, Romania. Berta Weiss, date of birth 1886, Ploșca, Romania. Was 55 years old and died in Plock, Poland. Isaac Ulner, date of birth August 1910, in Iași, Romania. He was 31 years old, died in 1941, Podul, Iloi, Romania. Bandi Spor, born in 1916 in Cluj, Romania. He was 28 years old. He died in 1944 in Poland. Meniha Tratelis, born in 1924 in Tichina, Romania. He was 18 years old. Died in 1942, Pyatigorsk, Russia. Herman Gaber, born in 1901 in Romania, died in 1941 in Romania. Kaya Kleiman, 1909, Ungain, Romania. She was 32 years old, died in 1941 in Romania. Laibush Rosenbaum, 1937, Chișinău, Romania. He died in Romania. She died in Romania. Leopold Feuerstadt, born in 1899, Obertin, Poland. He died in 1941 in Romania. Heini Meerbaum, 1906, Rostock, Romania. He died in 1941 in Romania. Avram Rothman, 1913, he's born in Lipcani, Romania. Died in Russia, in USSR. Date of death is unknown. Basia Hipschner, born in 1880 in Czernowitz, Romania. Died in 1943 in Russia. Yehuda Arsegrod, born in 1881, Bessarabia, Romania. He was 60 years old. Died in 1941 in Russia. Friday Edelstein, born in 1897 in Chișinău, Romania. Died in 1943 in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Gedalia Vodnaro, born in 1890 in Dorohoi, Romania. Died in 1942 in Shargorod, Ukraine. Malka Klein, born in 1920 in Satu Mare, Romania. She was 21 years old. Died in 1941 in Satu Mare, Romania. Chaim Sharf, born in 1898, Putila, Romania, died in 1941 in Seletin, Romania. Josef Goldscher, born in March 7, 1910, in Tighina, Romania, and died in 1942 in Sevastopol, Russia. Abraham Schuschmann, born in 1890 in Manila, Romania, and the place of death was Siberia, Russia. Cyril Adler, born in 1885 in Viseu, Romania, died in 1942 in Sculen, Romania. Shmuel Kensis, born 1898 in Soroca, Romania. He was 43 years old, died in 1941 in Soroca, Romania. Isaac Rosenblatt, born 1897 in Cernăuți, Romania, died in 1943 in Stalingrad, Russia. Jetty Lempel, 1880 was born, Sadagura, Romania, died in 1941 in Storijeņi, Romania. Abraham Weinberg, born in Chișinău, Romania, died in 1942 in Struma, death ship. Matilda Aurica, born in 1896 in Czechoslovakia, Gust. He was 45 years old, she, and died in 1942 in Struma, the death ship.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you.
Yeah,
And you read these?
yeah.
Okay. Please make sure that you light a candle, like always, okay? Make sure that you light a candle in front,
Yes.
like always.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I just read this one.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Stefan's family. Great-grandmother Sarah Roth. Great-grandfather Meir Roth. Grandmother Serena Ordentlich. Aunt Ella Ordentlich. Aunt Margaret Schombaum. Aunt Etus Herschko. Uncle Ferenc Ordentlich. Uncle Eugene Ordentlich, Uncle Victor Ordentlich, Uncle Samuel Ordentlich, Uncle Arish Ordentlich, Cousin George Ordentlich, and Cousin Magda Schomblum. I heard about them directly from Stefan.
Thank you, Elena.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Our thanks to Elena. Our next reader is Robin Goldberg. Robin will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Poland. So what we do is, I know that Elena mentioned some of these other columns, but we really do just the first name, last name, and place of death.
Okay. And do we do the years?
No.
Just this,
First name,
this,
last name,
and
and
this.
place of death.
Okay. Yeti, Sternberg, Zablatow, Perez, Sokojuski, Warsaw, Jacob Robojenski, Warsaw, Hanna Marcuza, Bialystok, David Parenchik, Ivinich, Feja Najborn, Lubomil, Henja Rice, Vladimir Walensky, Sifra Gilbert, Treblinka, Rachel Snasherman, Lahwa,
Libo Gelser, Medanik. Rachel Kansiper Kobrin. Michelle Morgenstern, Medanik. Mordechai Bitterman, Lodzimirtz. Rachel Stern, Borislav. Nachman Tikonskir, Horsele. Shmuel Diza, Gobrova. Yecheskel Hollander, Auschwitz. Emanuela Liban, Lemberg. Rivka Skibalski, Auschwitz. Chaya Turkeltaub, Stri. Sila Swam, Medanik. Esther Najak, Treblinka. Jehuda Flaxman, Chelm. Edith Gabowitz, Auschwitz. Jack Stobiecki, Treblinka. Beile Dachner, Tarnov. Cherna Pasikolski, Henshawichi. Medek Tushberger, Warsaw. Chaya Malowitz, Grodno. Perla Samus, Dubno. Rivka Webb, Warsaw. Shandel Monik, Kosolaki. Samuel Zedivkovitz, Auschwitz. Esther Sikowitz, Treblinka. Baruch Tenenbaum, Malarita. Henrik Moore, Budapest. Chana Wechtel, Medanik. Yachel Kach, Vilna. Chana Harstark, Grodek. Yocheved Mermelstein, Warsaw. Jacob Luvich, Grodno. Joseph Silberstein, Treblinka. Shmuel Fuwozhinsky, Zozichol. Meir Parnas, Lanowich. Moshe Jungerman, Majdanek. Perez Schmierman, Parshu. Mordechai Dubowski, Baranowicz. Hendel Wignansky, Auschwitz. Pinchas Sternberg, Zortkov. Udal Goldschlager, Warsaw. Bajla Cohen, Warsaw. Barak Zillerberg, Lodz. Nachum Trumpeter, Lankut. Scheindel Perlich, Duvno. Ziepe Flickman, Majdanek. Chaya Cypris, Warsaw. Eda Sigelman, Treblinka. Israel Zisman, Skert. Lipe Weisfish, Majdanek. Pepi Avraham Shemach, Gleboki. Haya Rechten, Warschau. Shanla Goldstein, Majdanek. Esther Beer, Zesau. Abraham Kirschbard, Treblinka. Barak Brisman, Sambro. Chaya Skolnik, Dubno. Tzvi Borik, Majdanek. Fabian Jablonski, Warsaw. Hannah Spira, Lublin. Israel Rubenstein, Majdanek. Labus, Jasno, Treblinka, Lebush, Lazarovic, Konski, Felicia, Mordchalowitz, Auschwitz, Moshe Sternberg, Misritz, Moti Bretschneider, Korloka, Rachel Kreiser, Lodz, Rivka Mosenberg, Auschwitz, Shloma Siegel, Lezansk, Yakov Zilbernugel, Sokolo, Isaac Broslowski, Grabau, Lima Glieserman, Treblinka, Chaya Rothman, Tarnopol, Zvi Weiss, Majdanek, Jacob Sher, Zamosk, Pesach Polakowitz, Lasau, Chaya Jacobson, Wilno, Chaim Wand, Osmiana, Labus Koderer, Bushash, Shaya Quader, Bialystok, Minda Mosenberg, Lotz, Hania Holtzman, Sambor, Pinchas Landau, Lotz, Rosha Shelter, Lotz, Moshe Gelernter, Shebrezhazin, Sanya Grossbaum, Chodel, Abraham Barash, Kamyanka, Hannah Cooperschmidt, Lomazi, Gershon Schnall, Stasso, Joseph Bardak, Premislani, Sprinza Posner, Auschwitz, Genia Zantz, Warsaw, Susha Meisel, Choliv, Yankiel Bornstein, Warsaw, Kelchi Schmerl, Oswiecim, Abraham Zuckerman, Lodawa, Melech Strahl, Zessau, Moshe Weitzer, Roni, Rachel Fishbein, Sobibor, Rivka Bluestein, Porik, Zua Gewert, Majdanek, Abraham Twersky, Koel, Isaac Burstein, Treblinka, Bila Zaderman, Lodz, Chaya Zalkman, Treblinka, Sila Halaman, Drohobich, Etil Zugman, Lvov, Chana Shankman, Disna, Israel Steinberg, Warsaw, Jehiel Miller, Vilno, Ledge, Neck, Krubieso, Blima Zelenik, Oswiecim, Chaim Markowitz, Treblinka, Moti Miller, Stri, Hanan Tarbusin, Ponari, Rivka Blumstein, Treblinka, Shandel Flasterson, Warsaw, Wolf Goldstein, Turno, Fischel Fishbein, Majdanek, Baris Chesner, Helm, Chaim Shiranish, Warsaw, Shalom Schlaffer, Sobibor, Dvora Rosemarin, Auschwitz, Frida Livov, Lemberg, Herschel Pekoki, Treblinka, Judah Rossman, Pojasha, Joseph Pickman, Belzec, Rachel Zillow, Auschwitz, Masha Zimmerman, Wileczka, Mordechai Brillant, Roni, Nathan Fish, Lvov, Michal Koenig, Lodz, Esther Borstein, Okunyov, Jehezkel Puter, Tomasho, Rachel Schwartz, Olika, Ashik Newman, Tarnopol, Solomon Tenenbaum, Lvov, Rachel Shaner, Stanislav Love, Jessio Wilf, Stree, Jacob Nemeth, Chesupol, Chenya Silberschatz, Warsaw, Itzhak Klieger, Auschwitz, Jochebed Honig, Porik, Lebouche Diamond, Germany, Meyer Wimmer, Treblinka, Mordechai Gerwitz, Noah Swicini, Yeshi Levin, Sesov, Rachel Dur, Lvov, Cyril Frankowska, Lochalek, Shlomo Wittenberg, Bereza Kartuska, Yechiel Zilberstein, Auschwitz, Menachem Novogradsky, Sirach, Rachel Solis, Chmielnik, Shmuel Grezhnik, Porik, Baruch Saltzman, Rovna, Chava Sperling, Jedrisho, Gustav Bernson, Tarnopol, Yerechmiel Stoller, Kleck, Joseph Rosenzweig, Auschwitz, Shlomo Kwiet, Warsaw, Chana Kentrovitz, Baranowicz, Yoshua Zushin, Zdishol, Mordechai Spooner, Warsaw, Reisel Warsowski, Rezheminish, Shoshana Welgerin, Warsaw, Simon Spitz, Buchenwald, Zofia Gonik, Porik, Bela Margulis, Auschwitz, Chaya Burak, Lomsa, Chava Jaffe, Lubok, Shmuel Pins, Lodz, Frida Rutman, Treblinka, Hirsch Milstein, Stobuno, Jacob Suzuki, Lodz.
Robin, thank you. And please be sure to light a candle down here in front. Okay. Our appreciation to Robin Goldberg for joining us. Our next reader is Carol Summers. Carol will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Russia. And that does include the Ukraine, which I've indicated earlier in the course of our vigil, was part of the Soviet Union at the time, and so the listing of names as given to us by Yad Vashem includes the names of Ukrainian Jews with Russian Jews. So first name, last name.
Oh, I have to get my paper from.
Yes, okay. read those at the beginning, at the end, as you wish. First name, last name, and place of death. And I find that it helps if you do this, because otherwise they're grouped very tightly and it's hard to read.
Okay.
Okay, and just speak into the microphones.
Sure. On behalf of Zed Berg, am I too loud? Am I too loud? Gittleberg, Esther Berg, Miriam Berg, Moshe Berg, Devorah Berg. On behalf of Gila Lipkin, Fossil Kaplan, and family. Cyril Adler, the date of birth too, I'm sorry, just, okay, Scolini, Romania. Shmuel Kensis, Soroka, Romania. Itzhak Rosenblock, Stalingrad, Russia. Jetty Lempo, Storogeneti, Romania. Abraham Weinberg, Struma, Death Ship. Matilda Adrika, Struma, Death Ship. Avraham Bender, Teleneski, Romania. Gusta Horovich, Terlika, Ukraine. Benzion Kishner, Transnistria, Ukraine. Benno Flesher, Transnistria, Ukraine. Shmuel Mietz, Transnistria, Ukraine. Avraham Lecker, Transnistria, Ukraine. Baruch Klang, Transnistria, Ukraine. David Gorin, Transnistria, Ukraine. David Hernes, Transnistria, Ukraine. Frema Spacer, Transnistria, Ukraine. Gustav Schlum, Transnistria, Ukraine. Talja Rydberg, Transnistria, Ukraine. Yehoshua Tenenhaus, Transnistria, Ukraine. Ephraim Kreiner, Transnistria, Ukraine. Abraham Reisman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Aaron Bershaki, Transnistria, Ukraine. Alta Goiman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Bernhard Arge, Transnistria, Ukraine. Berta Reyes, Transnistria, Ukraine. Karka Aferman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Hannah Zetker, Transnistria, Ukraine. Eti Tau, Transnistria, Ukraine. Ezreal Galargant, Transnistria, Ukraine. Frida Rosenblatt, Transnistria, Ukraine. Gusta Berger, Transnistria, Ukraine. Herman Fenner, Transnistria, Ukraine. Hers Breger, Transnistria, Ukraine. Josef Schwarzer, Transnistria, Ukraine. Jacob Svirch, Transnistria, Ukraine. Julicia Perlmutter, Transnistria, Ukraine. Joel Seifer, Transnistria, Ukraine. Stak Jawanier, Transnistria, Ukraine. Carl Brett Schneider, Transnistria, Ukraine. Luba Bronstein, Transnistria, Ukraine. Lucia Wessler, Transnistria, Ukraine. Malak Gelman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Marcus Sakadson, Transnistria, Ukraine. Max Fishman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Mendel Wagner, Transnistria, Ukraine. Mendel Halpern, Transnistria, Ukraine. Mirska Poppinger, Transnistria, Transnistria, Ukraine. Minas Breyer, Transnistria, Ukraine. Moshe Zasker, Transnistria, Ukraine. Moshe Zalja, Transnistria, Ukraine. Rachel Siasu, Transnistria, Ukraine. Razel Jutko, Transnistria, Ukraine. Rivka Suker, Transnistria, Ukraine. Rachel Chislevsky, Transnistria, Ukraine. Sally Groth, Transnistria, Ukraine. Solomon Koldorf, Transnistria, Ukraine. Sarah Grossman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Sarah Korn, Transnistria, Ukraine. Wika Totnover, Transnistria, Ukraine. Chilo Fagenbaum, Transnistria, Ukraine. Zelig Mech, Transnistria, Ukraine. Avraham Saller, Transnistria, Ukraine. Hannah Godesman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Hannah Auerbach, Transnistria, Ukraine. Srelik Koifman, Transnistria, Ukraine. Mayor Auerbach, Transnistria, Ukraine. Moshe Alpert, Transnistria, Ukraine. Moshe Rosenberg, Transnistria, Ukraine. Richard Rosenzweig, Transnistria, Ukraine. Shia Achenstein, Transnistria, Ukraine. Vika Fuchs, Transnistria, Ukraine. Vika Hofer, Transnistria, Ukraine. Fega Het, Transnistria, Ukraine. Avraham Rauchberger, Transylvania, Romania. Gabriel Tanzenpfaff, Transylvania, Romania. Rosa Boardman, Traunstein, Germany. Brena Eisenberg, Troboka, Ukraine. Avram Leitzer, Tolson, Ukraine. Emmanuel Stein, Ukraine. Geza, Ukraine. Yaakov Adler, Ukraine. Leah Sisati, Ukraine. Moshe Brautman, Ukraine. Moshe Zlakover, Ukraine. Sarah Grinberg, Ukraine. Avram Malkovich, USSR. Zvi Prokopyev, USSR. Usher Inberg, USSR. Elka Friedman, Uzbekistan, USSR. Shika Creditor, Vartenia Tark, Romania. Shmuel Bernstein, Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Pesi Druckmann, Vinita, Romania. Avraham Hershkowitz. Abram Galperin, there's no place. Aaron Baruch. Andrew Goldfinger. Armin Weiss. Avram Kalchansky. Avram Kokanzan. Benzion Buimaz. Boria Zadeberg. Chaim Haas. David Frumelik. David Sterntel. David Putter. David Wolfensen. David Engelberg. Elik Cusit. Elimelech Edelheid. Elza Reif. Enia Eugenia Weinstein, Erzebet Rosenbaum, Genia Trinkman, Gershon Goldstein, Great Herbst, Herman Fuchs, Herman Resmovlis, Hirsch Gans, Edel Spivak, Osif Mendek, Isaac Vaidman, Israel Konya, Istvan Rona, Ishtak Lanes, Ishtak Gitlim, Isaac Gurach, Israel Perlman, Jacob David, Jonas Rennard, Clara Kakik, Laszlo Friedrich, Leah Younger, Lincoln Newlander, Maine Rude, Marion Moscovy, Mark Schwartz, Marcus Hellring, Mazio Mayor Miller, Misha Andal, Mishu Simon, Moshe Slomik, Moshe Zelnick, Noah Vinarski, Osi Glick, Ozes Zomer, Pani Hershkovitz, Pearl Locker, Pearl Kolker, Pinkus Zimmerman, Rachel Knut, Rachel Karl, Rivka Budensky, Roklia Itzik, Reuven Reutman, Sabina Zanveld, Sander Blau, Sarah Lisnick, Sarah Kroblik, Shlomi Solomon, Simeon Schweischer, Shulam Aptekar, Shmuel Tina Waldman, Celia Groisman, Yakov Meister, Yakov Bronfman, Yakov Lubovsky, Yosef Pollock, Zuzia Samson. Can I just see something? Are they the same words?
No, these are different countries.
Okay, can I look at something for a second? There was a name there that was my maiden name, Wolfson. But it was, my maiden name was Wolfson, but it was, hold the page. I'll look for it later. Okay, I'll find it. This one. Wolfson, that was my maiden name. I gotta find that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Carol. Our reading continues now with Mark Cohn. And Mark will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Poland. Mark, it's first name, last name, and place of death. And I find that the following is a big help. This, because they're so tight together, it's a little hard to follow. I'm going to read this. Of course. Right.
From the family of Adrian Elias, Ian Elias. Rachel Solaz, Shmielnik, Shmuel Rejnik, Poyich, Baruch Zalsman, Rovna, Chawa Sperling, Jedrezjau, Gusta, Bernson, Tarnopol, Jereshmiel, Stolar, Klek, Joseph Rosenzweig, Auschwitz, Shlomo Quiet, Warsaw, Chana Kontrowicz, Baranowitz, Jehoshua, Zuzan, Ziekel, Mordechai Spooner, Warsaw, Rachel Warsawski, Kremyanik, Shoshana Welgerin, Warsaw, Simon Spitz, Buchenwald, Zofia Ganek, Porich, Bela Margulis, Auschwitz, Chaya Burak, Lomza, Chawa Jaffe, Glubak, Shmuel Pins, Lutz, Frida Rutman, Treblinka, Hers Milstein, Zolbunau, Jakow, Sizuski, Lutz, Joseph Weinstock, Suzanne Stokowa, Ajla Suzirfajan, Ostrawich, Menazi Latuchka, Kozan Grodek, Moshe Finkelstein, Treblinka, Peshka Schwartz, Wisnua, Rosa Glevicki, Lodz, Sprinza Sosowitz, Sendamirs, Toba Sumashter, Treblinka, Zeigmund Kronsilber, Majdanek, Ruchla Bitter, Warsaw, Chaim Raj, Kostopol, Shlomo Turkinix, Stalin, Genia Pitowski, Brzest Litowska, Franziska Bornstein, Auschwitz, Herschel Raj, Milnow, Aaron Silber, Buchzas, Joseph Selnicker, Auschwitz, Libiel Brandwein, Zamos, there's no place of that. Masa Reitant, Warsaw, Maja Schneid, Belzec, Pinchas Fajentuch, Kowal, Shmuel Kelis, Treblinka, Benjamin Bejlis, Baranowitz, Maja Tenenbaum, Majdanek, Noach Zilberstein, Majdanek, Shlomo Stern, Podhais, Abraham Stachowski, Baranowitz, Chaya Rosenberg, Warsaw, Vega Wasserstrom, Treblinka, Jacob Saperstein, Majdanek, Perla Stegenberg, Miedzernik, Pola Wolasker, Prezemisil, Basia Dufresne, Zudalbuno, Henia Stein, Belzik, Zenia Milmester, Zadolbunov, Gerson Libertau, Tukzin, Chaim Kobert, Tarnopol, Chana Bluestein, Porich, Devora Zilberberg, Treblinka, Jekyll Herskorn, Skiernowitz, Itzkak, Wygotsky, Auschwitz, Yitzkak Nesser, Sokol, Judita Egenfeld, Lumza, Ruzia Zilberstein, Lublin, Michal Rosenstein, Warsaw, Moshe Kraut, Lubomil, Pesel Davidowitz, Treblinka, Rosa Grunberg, Treblinka, Stefa Huckman, Auschwitz, Toa Dichterman, Krasnobrad, Zissel Weichberg, Auschwitz, Bella Herzberg, Brody, Chaja Flomenboim, Belzich, Chawa Portnaj, Weissach, Elias Liebrach, Lodz, Genia Horwitz, Luwau, Joseph Dutscher, Luwau, Pinchas Grants, Zadunska Vola, Chana Shuchandler, Chodel, Devorah Mosigin, Klek, Menucha Yanowski, Kobelnik, Mindel, Zerman, Pinsk, Pajwel, Borchowski, Miedzersk, Raya Fiskman, Sarni, Shaima Hakman, Rosish, Zifra, Ginsberg, Lodz, Moshe, Romanow, Malawa, Shmuel Hurwitz, Wiznua, Abraham Miesels, Sambor, Chana Spiegelman, Wisnowitz, Gittel, Gorfain, Neshviz, Joseph Bichara, Treblinka, Yisachar Holz, Kalis, Jacob Kleiner, Sperzezinen, Arja Swiebel, Wisnich, Miriam Kriegsman, Kassa, Minaski, Wilder, Belzec, Moshe, Frankel, Treblinka, Mordechai Herzog, Belzec, Rivka Munz, Lodz, Shmuel Tochzer, Treblinka, Toba, Borenstein, Pluck, Zui Rabinowitz, Walkowisk, Beryl Sherman, Treblinka, Chaya Friedberg, Sokolsky, Chawa Lindenbaum, Luau, Eleg Goldstein, Delatin, Jeannie Smukler, Stothoff, Itzhak Lefkowitz, Poznan, Cyril Sifferman, Warsaw, Kadich, Lou Bialystok, Moshe Raj, Krakow, Miriam Selmaster, Warsaw.